Hello to all my night owls out there. What time is it where you are right now? Are you tucked away in bed, gazing at your screen in the depth of midnight, or perhaps catching this during an early morning moment of peace? I'd love to know what corner of the world you're listening from. Please comment below. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe to Insomniac's Lore for more tales that dance on the edge of dreams and reality. Now let's chase some storms together. When lightning strikes. The sky above western Kansas darkened to a shade of bruised plum that made Cal Rowan's pulse quicken. He stood beside his modified Chevy Tahoe, the vehicle's white exterior adorned with weather radar equipment and the decals of various meteorological research institutions. The wind tugged at his weathered baseball cap, threatening to reveal the early silver strands hiding among his dark hair. "Barometric pressure's dropping like a stone," he muttered, eyes fixed on the portable weather station's display. His voice carried the gravelly texture of someone who spent more time watching clouds than engaging in small talk. Sammy, his tech specialist, nodded from behind 3 laptop screens arranged on a folding table anchored by sandbags. "Dew point's at 72, wind shear's increasing, this baby's gonna rotate." Cal's team moved with the practiced precision of soldiers. No wasted movements, no unnecessary words, just the quiet beeps of equipment and the occasional crackle of radio communication with other chasers in the area. This was Cal's church, his sanctuary, the open plains where science met raw power, where equations translated into visible, magnificent destruction. EF3 potential, Cal said, his finger tracing the radar image. Maybe stronger if this inflow jet intensifies. The sky above shifted, a subtle change only visible to those who'd spent decades learning its language. Cal felt a familiar ache in his chest. Noah would have loved this storm. His younger brother had always been the more enthusiastic of the two, the one who'd dash out of the car first, camera ready, laughing into the wind while Cal meticulously recorded wind speeds and pressure gradients. "Cal," Sammy called, breaking his reverie. "The university team's arrived." Cal turned, mouth already set in a frown. The last thing he needed was some academic tourists slowing them down. He'd agreed to the arrangement primarily for the grant money it would bring to fund new equipment. What he saw approaching was exactly what he'd feared. A fresh-faced woman in a bright blue windbreaker that looked like it had never seen actual weather. Her chestnut hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She extended her hand with a smile wide enough to power a small city. "Marin Oakes, Atmospheric Sciences from University of Oklahoma. Thank you for letting me join your team." Cal shook her hand briefly, noting the surprising calluses on her palm. Not entirely the academic's hands he'd expected. "Cal Rowan, we move fast, stay out of the way. Don't touch the equipment." Rather than wilting under his curtness, she smiled wider. "I brought snacks, homemade trail mix with extra chocolate for the long drives, and I've packed emergency medical kits for each vehicle." Cal stared at her, then at the heavy backpack she carried in addition to her research equipment. "This isn't the Red Cross, Ms. Oakes. We chase storms, we don't rescue people." "Actually, it's Marin. And I spent 3 years with the Red Cross before starting my PhD," she replied, her smile never faltering though her eyes hardened slightly. "Figured both skills might come in handy. You know, observing destructive forces of nature and actually helping those affected by them." Sammy winced audibly from behind his computers, clearly expecting Cal's typical burst of temper. Instead, Cal just turned away, focusing on the horizon, where the first lightning bolts were beginning to trace jagged paths across the darkening sky. "You've got 5 minutes to get your gear stowed," he said. "We're moving north to intercept." Marin didn't waste time arguing. She efficiently packed her belongings into the middle row of Cal's Tahoe, slipping a small notebook into her pocket and checking a handheld anemometer. "So, what's your thesis about?" Sammy asked, trying to ease the tension. As they pulled onto the county highway, Cal's eyes fixed on the storm structure building ahead. "Human-centered severe weather response systems," Marin replied. I'm examining how the gap between meteorological prediction and community action can be bridged more effectively. Cal snorted. In English, please. Marin leaned forward between the seats. I want to know why people still die in tornadic events that are successfully predicted. The science is getting better every year, but the death toll isn't dropping proportionally. There's a disconnect. Despite himself, Cal found her observation accurate. He'd seen it hundreds of times. Perfect forecasts, timely warnings, and still, fatalities. He'd blamed it on human stubbornness, on the refusal to heed warnings. People don't listen, he said flatly. Or maybe we're not speaking their language, Marin countered. Before Cal could formulate a response, the radio crackled to life. Funnel cloud spotted 3 miles northeast of Coldwater, came the staticky voice of another chaser. Cal pressed the accelerator, his eyes gleaming with the reflected lightning. Behind him, Marin braced herself against the door, her own gaze equally transfixed by the approaching storm. First rule, Cal said suddenly, you don't endanger the team, ever. Marin nodded, her expression serious. Agreed. And in return, we remember why we're doing this. Not just for the data, but for the people in its path. Cal didn't answer, but something in his jaw tightened as he guided the vehicle toward the churning mass of clouds that seemed to be reaching down from the heavens, searching for Earth to touch. The storm was forming, and not just the one outside their windshield. 6 days and 3 storm systems later, Cal stood in the parking lot of a roadside motel in western Oklahoma, watching Marin demonstrate what she called her human barometer dance to Tommy, their youngest team member. She stood with arms outstretched, swaying slightly with her eyes closed. I can feel the drop, she insisted, her face tilted toward the sky. It's in my sinuses, like a tuning fork for weather. Tommy laughed. That's not science. It absolutely is, Marin argued, opening one eye. Barometric pressure affects the human body in measurable ways. I'm just particularly sensitive to it. She pointed to Cal without looking at him. He feels it too. Look at how he keeps rolling his shoulder, old injury acts up before a major pressure drop. Cal instinctively stopped the unconscious movement of his shoulder, irritated that she'd noticed what even his long-time crew members hadn't. We're wasting daylight, he called, turning toward the vehicles. Nowhere's showing a developing supercell near Weatherford. As they loaded up, Marin approached him with a satellite map. I think we should head further south, she said, pointing to a different cell formation. The wind patterns here suggest stronger rotation potential, and there's a higher moisture content. Cal examined her analysis, reluctantly impressed. Her intuition was unorthodox, but her data was solid. Still, he shook his head. You follow the established models. They're predictable. Weather isn't supposed to be predictable, Marin countered. That's what makes it weather. The most accurate forecasting includes human observation and intuition alongside computer models. Intuition gets people killed, Cal said flatly. Marin stepped closer, her voice lowering. So does rigidity. When's the last time you trusted your gut over your gadgets, Cal? The question struck too close to his carefully constructed walls. The last time he'd trusted his gut, he'd chased the wrong storm. He'd left Noah with the secondary team to track what Cal had deemed a less significant system. Noah's last radio transmission still played in Cal's nightmares. This one's strengthening, Cal. You should see this structure. It's beautiful. Get in the truck, Cal said, turning away from her. Hours later, they sat trapped in a small-town diner as hail the size of golf balls pounded the parking lot. Cal's chosen storm had fizzled out, while the system Marin had identified had intensified into a rotating supercell, just as she'd predicted. Sometimes the atmosphere doesn't read the textbooks, Marin said gently, sliding into the booth across from him. That's why we need both approaches. Your precise modelling and my... She waggled her fingers mysteriously. Spidey senses. Despite himself, Cal's mouth twitched. You got lucky. Maybe, she conceded. Or maybe there's value in both our methods. She pushed a mug of coffee toward him. You know, you're the Cal Rowan, the man who accurately predicted the El Reno formation 12 minutes before any computer model. That wasn't just science, that was instinct. Cal stared at her. How do you know about that? I've read all your papers. Your early work especially before you became so... She searched for the word. Algorithmic. Cal shifted uncomfortably under her gaze, which seemed to see through the carefully constructed fortress of data and distance he'd built around himself. What happened? She asked softly. What made you stop trusting yourself? The diner lights flickered as another barrage of hail hit the roof. Cal found himself speaking before he could stop the words. My brother died in the Wakita outbreak of 2016. Marin's expression softened, but to his surprise there was no pity there, just quiet understanding. I know, I read about it when researching your work. Noah Rowan, right? He was following the second cell. I told him it was nothing, Cal said, his voice rough. I was so sure. And since then, you only trust what the machines tell you, Marin finished for him. But Cal, machines don't chase storms. People do, and people need to understand other people to save them. Outside, the hail stopped suddenly, the silence almost deafening after the constant bombardment. Through the window, Cal could see the sky turning an unnatural shade of green. We need to move, he said, standing abruptly. That's wall cloud formation. As they rushed to the vehicles, Marin keeping pace easily beside him, Cal felt something shift inside him, like the change in atmospheric pressure before a storm, subtle but significant. For the first time in years, he allowed himself to feel the weather rather than just analyse it. The heaviness in the air, the strange stillness, the way the wind changed direction. Head east on Route 33, he told Sammy, who looked surprised at the deviation from their planned route. The models show, Sammy began. I know what they show, Cal interrupted, but this system is building differently. Trust me, and he caught Marin's small smile from the passenger seat. What? He asked gruffly. Nothing, she said, checking her equipment. Just nice to meet Cal Rowan, Storm Chaser instead of Cal Rowan, walking weather algorithm. As they crested a hill, the full structure of the supercell came into view, a massive rotating cathedral of clouds backlit by the setting sun in brilliant oranges and purples. Beside him, Marin's breath caught audibly. My God, she whispered, it's perfect. And despite everything, Cal found himself smiling, not at the storm, magnificent as it was, but at the reflection of it in Marin's wide eyes, where science and wonder danced together without contradiction. The night sky over western Texas sprawled above them, a velvet tapestry punctuated by stars that seemed close enough to touch. Cal sat on the hood of his Tahoe, nursing a lukewarm coffee and watching Marin calibrate a small weather balloon by the light of a headlamp. You're going to love this, she insisted, not looking up from her work. It's a prototype from my lab. Besides standard measurements, it records electrical field intensity through the cloud layers. And that helps warn people how? Cal asked, though with less skepticism than he might have used a week ago. Marin secured a sensor with surprising dexterity. Lightning patterns change before tornado genesis. If we can identify those changes earlier, we gain precious minutes of warning time. She glanced up at him. Minutes that save lives. 2 weeks into their storm-chasing partnership, Cal found himself increasingly drawn into Marin's orbit. Her approach to meteorology was unlike anyone he'd worked with, a seamless blend of rigorous science and human-centered application that challenged his clinical detachment. "Ready?" she asked, holding up the balloon. Cal nodded, setting down his coffee to help. Their hands brushed as they released the instrument, and Cal found himself acutely aware of the brief contact. The balloon rose quickly, disappearing into the darkness above. "Now we wait," Marine said, hopping up to sit beside him on the hood. "The data streams to my tablet." They sat in comfortable silence, the kind that had become increasingly common between them. Cal stole a glance at her profile, illuminated by starlight. She was nothing like he'd expected when she'd first arrived with her bright jacket and cheerful demeanour. Beneath that sunshine exterior was a mind as sharp as any he'd encountered, paired with a compassion that somehow didn't compromise her scientific rigour. "You know," she said, breaking the silence, "most people think storm chasing is just adrenaline junkies with cameras. They don't understand the science, the predictive models, the atmospheric physics involved." "Most people run from storms, not toward them," Cal pointed out. Marin laughed, the sound carrying across the empty plains. "That's because they don't see what we see. They don't understand the architecture of a supercell, the beautiful complexity of air masses interacting." "Architecture," Cal repeated, finding the word surprisingly apt. "I've never heard it described that way." "That's because you think in data points and probabilities," she said, nudging his shoulder with hers. "I think in structures and systems. And people," Cal added quietly. "Yes," she acknowledged. "Always people?" She turned to face him directly. "Yeah, did you want to be before you became a storm chaser?" The question caught him off guard. "An architect, actually," he admitted, surprising himself with the confession. "I used to sketch buildings as a kid." Marin's face lit up. "See? You do understand structure. You're just applying it to something more ephemeral than buildings." The tablet between them beeped, displaying readings from the weather balloon. Marin leaned closer to Cal as they both studied the numbers. "Look at this electrical field measurement," she said, pointing to a graph. "It's fluctuating in a pattern I've only seen in pre-tornadic environments." Cal examined the data, impressed despite himself. "This could change early warning systems if you can establish a consistent correlation." "That's the plan," she said, her enthusiasm infectious. "Combine this with your ground-level pressure mapping, and we might gain critical lead time." Something about the way she automatically included his work alongside hers, as if their approaches were complementary rather than contradictory, warmed him in a way he hadn't felt in years. "I've been meaning to ask," he said. "Why tornadoes? Why not hurricanes or flash floods?" Marin's expression grew more serious. "I was volunteering with disaster relief after an EF4 hit a small community in Missouri. A woman grabbed my hand as we were clearing debris from what had been her home. She told me her husband had died because their shelter was too far from the house, and by the time the warning came through, they couldn't reach it safely." She paused, looking up at the stars. She said, "If only we'd had 5 more minutes." 5 minutes, Cal. That's all it would have taken to save a life. The weight of her words settled between them. Cal thought of Noah, of the minutes that might have saved him, of the warning Cal might have given if he'd trusted his instincts over the computer models. "What about you?" Marin asked. "What keeps you chasing?" Cal could have given his standard answer about scientific advancement or the pursuit of better predictive models. Instead, he found himself speaking truth. "I'm looking for answers," he said quietly. "Why some storms turn deadly while others with similar signatures dissipate. For why we can track everything from wind shear to barometric pressure and still miss the one storm that..." He trailed off, unable to finish. "That takes someone you love," Marin completed softly. Cal nodded, throat tight. "Science doesn't have all the answers," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "That's why we need both, the data and the human element." The radio crackled suddenly, breaking the moment. A weather spotter was reporting wall cloud formation 30 miles southwest. Simultaneously, Marin's tablet displayed a sudden spike in the weather balloon's readings. They looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. Within moments, they were packed up and back on the road, heading toward the developing storm. Cal drove while Marin coordinated with the rest of the team by radio, her voice clear and authoritative as she relayed coordinates and data points. As the first flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon, Cal realized something had fundamentally shifted in him. For the first time since Noah's death, the chase wasn't just about collecting data or proving theories. It wasn't even about redemption anymore. It was about possibility, the possibility that science and humanity didn't have to be separated, that precision and compassion could coexist, that maybe, just maybe, there was room in his life for both the storm and the shelter from it. The motel room door slammed behind them, cutting off the howling wind outside. Marin shook water from her hair while Cal dropped their equipment bags by the heater, both of them soaked to the skin from the sudden downpour. "Well, that escalated quickly," Marin said, peeling off her drenched jacket. "I've never seen a shelf cloud form that fast." Cal nodded, trying not to notice how her wet t-shirt clung to her shoulders. The atmospheric instability was extraordinary, perfect ingredients for rapid development. Outside, thunder cracked loud enough to rattle the windows. The power flickered once, twice, then stabilized. They'd been forced to take shelter when the supercell they'd been tracking had suddenly accelerated, the approaching hail making further pursuit too dangerous. "Only motel for 50 miles, and only one room left," Marin said with a wry smile. "The universe has a sense of humour." "I'll take the floor," Cal said automatically. Marin rolled her eyes. "Don't be ridiculous. That bed is the size of Rhode Island. We're adults, not teenagers at prom." Cal couldn't argue with her logic, though the thought of sharing a bed with Marin, even in the most innocent of circumstances, made him more nervous than standing beneath a rotating mesocyclone. 3 weeks of working together had created a tension between them that had nothing to do with weather, and everything to do with the way she looked at him when she thought he wasn't noticing. "I'll check the radar," he said, opening his laptop to avoid further discussion of sleeping arrangements. Marin disappeared into the bathroom and emerged minutes later in dry clothes, her wet hair wrapped in a towel. "Any changes?" Cal shook his head, focused on the screen. "It stalled over Mayfield. They're going to get hammered." Marin came to stand behind him, leaning over his shoulder to see the radar image. The clean scent of hotel soap mingled with something uniquely her own, making it difficult for Cal to concentrate on the storm data. "See how the hook echo is tightening," she pointed out. "Classic tornadic signature." "I've been tracking storms for 15 years, Marin. I know what a hook echo looks like," he said, more sharply than intended. She straightened, stepping back. "Of course you do. Sorry." Cal immediately regretted his tone. "No, I'm sorry. It's been a long day." Marin sat on the edge of the bed, unwrapping the towel to comb through her damp hair. "Can I ask you something personal?" Cal closed the laptop, sensing this wasn't a conversation he could avoid with weather data. "Depends how personal. When was the last time you let someone get close to you? And I don't mean physically." The question hung in the air between them, as charged as the atmosphere before a lightning strike. Cal considered deflecting, but something about the storm raging outside and the warmth of the small room broke down his usual defences. "Not since Noah died," he admitted. "It's easier to focus on the science. Data doesn't leave. It doesn't die." Marin's expression softened. "People aren't data points, Cal. We're messy and unpredictable, and sometimes we make bad calls. But we're also the only ones who understand what it means to stand in awe of something as powerful as a supercell." "Is that why you do this?" Cal asked. "For the awe?" "Partly," she acknowledged. "Mostly because I believe knowledge without application is wasted. What good is understanding atmospheric science if we don't use it to protect people?" She set down her comb, looking directly at him. "What happened to your brother was tragic, but it wasn't your fault." "I made the call," Cal said, his voice rough. "I split the team. I sent him to track what I thought was the weaker system." "Based on the best data you had at the time," Marin countered. "The same way you make every call, with the information available to you in that moment. Cal stood abruptly, moving to the window to watch rain lash against the glass. The data was incomplete. I knew it was incomplete, but I made the call anyway. That's the reality of our work, Marin said, joining him at the window. We're always working with incomplete information. The atmosphere is too complex, too chaotic for perfect prediction. That's why we need to trust more than just the numbers. We need to trust our experience, our instincts. My instincts got my brother killed. No, Marin said firmly. A tornado killed your brother. A force of nature that we're still learning to understand, even with all our technology and knowledge. Lightning flashed, illuminating her face in stark white light. In that instant, Cal saw something in her expression that broke through the careful walls he'd built. A compassion untainted by pity, an understanding that came from facing her own storms. What if we're wrong? He asked quietly. What if all our chasing, all our data collection, all our warnings still aren't enough to save people? Then we keep trying, she said simply. We keep learning, we keep chasing, because every life we do save matters. The sincerity in her voice reached something long dormant inside him. Without thinking, Cal reached out, brushing a strand of damp hair from her face. Marin went still at his touch, her eyes never leaving his. You've changed how I see things, he admitted, his voice barely audible above the storm. Not just the weather, everything. Marin stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth radiating from her. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm still deciding, he said honestly. She smiled, the expression transforming her face. Fair enough. I'm pretty disruptive, like a warm front meeting a cold one. Creates instability. And potentially severe weather, Cal finished, finding himself smiling back. Exactly, she agreed. Dangerous conditions ahead. The warning in her words was belied by the way she leaned slightly toward him, her body language an invitation he hadn't allowed himself to recognize until now. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside this small room, another kind of atmospheric phenomenon was occurring. The slow, inexorable collision of two people who, against all probability, had found each other in the vastness of the plains. When Cal finally kissed her, it felt as inevitable as thunder following lightning, a natural conclusion to the building charge between them. Her lips were soft against his, her hand coming up to rest against his chest where she must have felt his heart beating as wildly as a wind gauge in a hurricane. When they parted, Marin looked up at him with wonder that matched what he felt. That wasn't in the forecast, she whispered. Cal traced the curve of her cheek with his thumb. Some things even the best models can't predict. For the first time in years, the constant noise in Cal's mind, the data streams, the forecast models, the endless calculations, fell silent. There was just this moment, this woman, and the understanding that some forces of nature couldn't be tracked or measured, only experienced. Sunlight streamed through the cracked windshield of Cal's Tahoe as they drove toward what the National Weather Service was calling potentially historic severe weather. The Oklahoma landscape stretched before them, deceptively peaceful under a morning sky that would, within hours, become a battlefield of colliding air masses. The Cape values are off the charts, Marin said, studying the atmospheric readings on her tablet. The instability is perfect for supercell development. Cal nodded, one hand on the wheel, the other holding a thermos of coffee Marin had insisted on brewing before they left. Surface temperatures already at 87, dew points in the low 70s. Classic setup. 6 months had passed since that stormy night in the motel room. 6 months of chasing together, of gradually merging their methods and approaches into something neither had achieved alone. Marin still packed first aid kits in every vehicle. Cal still relied heavily on computer models, but they'd each expanded their perspective, creating a forecasting approach that was more comprehensive than either had used before. Sammy had taken to calling them the perfect storm, Cal's precision and Marin's intuition creating something more powerful than its component parts. Today they would put their combined approach to the test. School district superintendent in Carter County is refusing to dismiss classes early, Marin said, frowning at her phone. Says the forecast is too uncertain. Cal glanced at her profile, noting the determination in her jaw. 6 months ago, he would have shrugged, focused solely on the data collection opportunity the approaching storm system presented. Now, he understood what drove her. Call him, Cal said decisively. Put him on speaker. Marin looked surprised, but quickly dialed. When the superintendent answered, Cal introduced himself. Mr. Ellison, this is Cal Rowan with the Central Plain Storm Research Team. I'm calling to strongly advise you to dismiss your students by noon today. Mr. Rowan, we have had severe weather warnings before that amounted to nothing, the superintendent replied. We can't disrupt the school day every time. Sir, Cal interrupted, I've been chasing storms for 15 years. I've published 27 peer-reviewed papers on tornadic supercell formation. What's developing right now is not a routine severe weather event. It's potentially catastrophic. There was a pause on the other end. The TV meteorologists are saying it might not develop until evening. They're wrong, Cal said flatly. The instability is increasing rapidly. We're looking at potential tornado genesis by mid-afternoon, possibly earlier. He caught Marin's approving gaze as he continued. I understand the disruption early dismissal causes, but I'm asking you to consider the alternative. 10 minutes later, Marin ended the call with confirmation that the schools would be closing at noon. She turned to Cal, her expression a mixture of pride and something deeper. That wasn't just about the data, she observed quietly. Cal kept his eyes on the road, watching clouds building on the western horizon. No, it wasn't. They drove in comfortable silence for several miles before Cal spoke again. I've been thinking about what you said when you first joined the team, about the gap between prediction and action. And? Marin prompted. I think you're right. We need both, the science and the human element. Precision without communication is just academic. Marin's smile was like sunrise breaking through storm clouds. Cal Rowan admitting I'm right? The atmosphere must be more unstable than I thought. They crested a hill, and before them stretched the makings of what would indeed become a historic weather event. A massive supercell taking shape, its structure already exhibiting the distinctive overhang of a mesocyclone. Cal pulled over at a perfect vantage point. Within minutes, the team had deployed their instruments, wind gauges, pressure sensors, and Marin's experimental electrical field monitors. But instead of immediately burying himself in readings, Cal stood beside Marin, allowing himself to simply witness the awesome power building before them. It's beautiful, he said softly, and terrible, she added, both at once. As the afternoon progressed, their predictions proved accurate. The storm intensified rapidly, spinning up its first tornado at 2:17 p.m., a slender rope that touched down briefly in an empty field. By 3:45, a more significant circulation had developed, prompting them to call in reports to the National Weather Service, providing ground truth data that supplemented radar observations. When the storm began tracking toward a small community, Cal made a decision that would have been unthinkable a year earlier. Instead of positioning for optimal data collection, he directed the team to set up near the town's main access road. We need to be visible, he explained. People respond to seeing the chase vehicles, the equipment. It makes the threat real. As they parked, locals began approaching, asking questions. Cal watched as Marin spoke with them, explaining the storm's development in terms they could understand, pointing out features visible in the sky that signaled danger. Her expertise, delivered with genuine concern, had an immediate impact. people began calling family members, heading home to shelter. When the tornado warning was issued, Cal activated the emergency sirens he'd installed on his vehicles, another of Marin's suggestions he'd initially resisted as not scientific. The blaring sound carried across the landscape, reinforcing the urgency of the official warnings. As the wall cloud lowered, exhibiting rapid rotation, Cal found himself doing something he hadn't done since Noah died. He began warning people directly, flagging down passing cars, directing them towards shelter. The tornado that eventually formed was a monster, a mile-wide EF4 that would have levelled the town had it tracked just 3 miles east. As it was, damage was limited to farm structures and power lines. No lives were lost. Hours later, as sunset painted the now clearing sky in shades of amber and rose, Cal and Marin sat on the tailgate of his Tahoe, watching the storm's departure. "We did good today," Marin said, leaning against his shoulder. Cal nodded, his arms slipping around her waist. "We did." "The superintendent called," she told him. "Said he's never seen such an organised evacuation. Thanked us for the warning." A feeling of peace settled over Cal, not the cold detachment he'd cultivated for years, but something warmer and more complete. He'd spent so long running from the pain of Noah's death, burying himself in data and distance, that he'd forgotten why he'd started chasing storms in the first place, to understand them, yes, but ultimately to protect people from their fury. "I've been thinking," he said, turning to face Marin directly, "about your research on bridging the gap between forecast and action." "What about it?" "I think we should append it. Create a new warning protocol that combines advanced modelling with community-specific communication strategies." Marin's eyes widened. "That would take significant resources. A team..." "I've got the connections for the funding," Cal said. "And we've already got the team, if you're interested." "Are you offering me a job, Cal Rowan?" Marin asked, her lips quirking in a smile. "I'm offering you a partnership," he clarified, "in every sense of the word." The implication hung between them, as clear as the now cloudless sky. Marin studied his face, her expression softening. "You know, partnerships are risky, like chasing storms. Unpredictable, potentially volatile." "Some risks are worth taking," Cal said, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. "When did you become such an optimist?" she asked, her fingers intertwining with his. Cal looked out at the horizon, where the last traces of the storm were visible as distant lightning flashes. "I think it happened gradually, like pressure building over time, changing the atmosphere." "Very poetic for a man of science," Marin teased. "I'm expanding my methodology," he replied with a smile. As the stars began appearing in the darkening sky, Cal reflected on the journey that had brought him here. He'd spent years believing that precision was everything, that emotional distance was necessary for scientific accuracy. What Marin had shown him was that the human element wasn't a liability, it was essential. That compassion and connection didn't compromise the science, but completed it. "I should warn you," Marin said, breaking into his thoughts. "I'm still going to pack first aid kits in every vehicle." "I'd expect nothing less," Cal replied, pulling her closer. Tomorrow would bring new storms, new challenges. The atmosphere would continue its endless dance of warm and cold, wet and dry, stable and volatile. But for the first time since Noah's death, Cal faced that uncertainty without fear. He had found in Marin not just a research partner but a touchstone, someone who understood that life, like weather, couldn't be perfectly predicted, only experienced with eyes wide open and heart fully engaged. As the last light faded from the sky, Cal made a silent promise, not just to Marin, but to Noah, to himself, and to everyone whose lives would be touched by their work. He would no longer hide behind data alone. He would embrace the full spectrum of what it meant to chase storms, the science and the humanity, the precision and the passion, the danger and the beauty. "What are you thinking about?" Marin asked, her voice soft in the gathering darkness. Cal looked down at her, at the face that had somehow become as essential to him as the air he breathed. "I'm thinking that some forces of nature can't be predicted or contained. They can only be weathered. Like tornadoes," she said. "Like love," he corrected. Marin smiled, leaning up to kiss him beneath the vast Oklahoma sky, the same sky that had taken his brother, the same sky that had eventually led him to her, the same sky they would face together, season after season, storm after storm. As a distant rumble of thunder sounded on the horizon, a reminder that nature never truly rested, Cal finally understood what Noah had meant in his last transmission. The structure was beautiful, all of it. The storms, the science, the heartbreak, the healing, and most beautiful of all was the promise of tomorrow's forecast. Uncertain, ever-changing, and absolutely worth chasing. Laudine Rising. The mist clung to the forest of Broceliande like ghosts unwilling to depart. Through this silver veil Lady Laudine walked alone. Her footsteps made no sound upon the moss-covered stones leading to the Fountain of Tears, the heart of her domain and the source of her sorrow. 40 days had passed since Lord Escalados fell. 40 days since a foreign knight named Yvain had challenged her husband and left her lands without a protector. The waters of the fountain gurgled and spilled over ancient stone, indifferent to human grief. "My lady." The voice belonged to Meliora, her handmaiden since childhood, and now her closest advisor. "The council awaits." Laudine nodded, her face composed behind her mourning veil. The veil was not custom, but necessity. In these early days of widowhood, she could not afford to let others see the doubt that shadowed her eyes. "Tell them I come." Her voice betrayed nothing of the storm within. The great hall of Broceliande Castle hummed with tension. Lords from neighbouring domains had gathered, ostensibly to pay respects, but Laudine knew better. They smelled vulnerability. In their world, a woman alone was a territory unclaimed. At the head of the long oak table, Laudine sat straight-backed, her black gown stark against the carved wooden throne. The ancient seat had been her family's for 7 generations before her marriage to Escalados. Now it felt both too large and perfectly sized for her slender frame. "My lords," she began, her voice carrying to the rafters where stone gargoyles peered down with knowing smirks. "I thank you for your condolences. Now, let us speak plainly of borders and treaties." The eldest of the gathered men, Lord Callum of the Eastern Ridge, leaned forward. "Lady Laudine, your situation is precarious. The fountain requires protection. Its magic sustains not only your lands, but touches all our realms." "I am aware of my inheritance, Lord Callum," she said, one eyebrow arched beneath her veil. "As I am aware that 3 of you have already sent messengers suggesting marriage alliances." A murmur rippled through the assembly. Meliora, standing behind Laudine's chair, allowed herself the ghost of a smile. "Forgiveness, my lady," said another lord, younger and bolder, "but these are dangerous times. The king's influence wanes. Knights wander unchecked. Your husband's killer still roams free." "And what would you have me do?" Laudine asked. "Surrender my sovereignty for protection? Trade one master for another before my husband's place at table has grown cold?" The silence that followed was broken by the sudden clanging of the castle bell. Thalen, captain of her guard, burst through the doors, his weathered face flushed. "My lady," he said with a hasty bow, "a knight seeks audience. He claims to be—" Thalen faltered, clearly uncomfortable with his message. "He claims to be the one who slew Lord Escalados." A collective intake of breath swept through the hall. Laudine felt her heart stutter, then resume at a quicker pace. "Bring him," she said, and was proud that her voice remained steady. The man who entered walked with the measured stride of one accustomed to bloodshed yet burdened by its weight. His armour bore the dents and scratches of recent battle, but his face, surprisingly young beneath a shock of dark hair, was clean-shaven and solemn. "Lady Laudine," he said, dropping to one knee, "I am Yvain of Camelot." She studied him from behind her veil. This was the man who had made her a widow. She had expected a brute, a monster, not this grave-eyed knight who knelt as though awaiting execution. "You have remarkable courage," she said at last, "to enter the home of the man you killed." "Not courage, my lady. Remorse." He kept his eyes lowered. "I have come to offer restitution. My sword, my service, my life, if you demand it." The lord shifted uneasily. Such an offer was unprecedented. "And if I choose your life?" Laudine asked. "Then I die having tried to right my wrong." His voice held no fear, only resignation. Later that night, in her private chambers, Laudine paced while Meliora watched from a window seat. "He's either a fool or the most cunning diplomat I've ever encountered," Laudine said, discarding her veil at last. Without it, she looked younger, her features sharp and intelligent beneath a crown of dark braids. "Or perhaps," Meliora suggested, "he is exactly what he appears, a man haunted by his deeds." "Men of violence are seldom haunted by anything," Laudine replied, "yet you didn't order his execution." Laudine stopped pacing. The political consequences would be complicated. "Is that the only reason?" Laudine chose not to answer. Instead, she moved to the window, gazing out at the courtyard below where a strange sight caught her eye. A lion, massive and golden in the torchlight, paced the outer wall. Such creatures were not native to Broceliander. "Meliora, look," she pointed. The handmaiden joined her. "It appeared 3 days ago. Thalen's men tried to drive it away, but it keeps returning. It harms no one." 3 days, Laudine murmured, the same day Yvain arrived. "Perhaps it follows him." "A lion follows a knight?" Laudine's mouth curved slightly, like something from a bard's tale. "Sometimes," Meliora said quietly, "the old stories have wisdom we've forgotten." The marriage proposal came from an unexpected quarter, not from Yvain, but from Meliora herself. "The lords respect strength," she argued as they walked the ramparts 2 days later. "They fear Yvain for his prowess. Wed him, and you transform a threat into a shield." "Wed my husband's killer?" Laudine's voice was sharp with disbelief. "Wed a knight of Arthur's court who has proven his combat skill and now offers fealty." Meliora's pragmatism was like a cold wind. "The fountain requires protection, you require allies, and he requires redemption. A neat solution to 3 problems." Below them, in the practice yard, Ivan sparred with Thalen. The 2 men moved with the fluid precision of seasoned warriors, their swords catching the morning light. Watching him, Laudine felt a confusion of emotions, anger, curiosity, and something else she refused to name. "And what of justice for Esclidos?" she asked softly. "Was it not a fair combat? Did your husband not accept the challenge?" Meliora's questions were gentle but insistent. "Esclados lived by the sword. You always knew how his story might end." That evening, as storm clouds gathered above the castle, Laudine summoned Yvain to the fountain. He came alone, without armour, dressed simply in a tunic and breeches. "You offer me service," she said without preamble. "I would know why." Lightning flashed, illuminating the clearing around the ancient stone basin. The fountain bubbled with otherworldly energy, its waters glowing faintly blue. "Because I took something that was not mine to take," Yvain answered. "A life, a protector, a husband." "And you believe you can replace him?" "No." His honesty was disarming. "But I can offer what skills I possess to preserve what he valued." Thunder rumbled overhead. The first heavy drops of rain began to fall, rippling the fountain's surface. "There are other ways to make amends," Laudine said. "Why marriage?" "I didn't propose marriage, my lady, but you would accept such a proposal?" His eyes, when they met hers, were startlingly clear. "I would accept any chance to serve this land and its queen." The rain fell harder now, plastering his hair to his forehead and soaking through her gown. Neither moved to seek shelter. "Then hear me, Yvain of Camelot. I will wed you, not for love, nor for absolution, but for the protection of my people. My heart remains my own." "As it should be," he said, and went to one knee before her in the mud. "I pledge my sword and my honour to you and to Broceliande." As he spoke, a massive shadow detached itself from the tree line. The lion padded silently into the clearing, its golden eyes fixed on Yvain. It circled once, then settled at the edge of the fountain, watching them both. Laudine felt a shiver that had nothing to do with her rain-soaked clothes. "It seems," she said, "that your pledge has a witness." Their wedding was a subdued affair, conducted under clouds that never quite broke into storm but never cleared to blue. The lions of Yvain's family crest now hung alongside the waters of Laudine's banner. The symbolism was lost on no one. That night, as Laudine stood at the window of what was now their shared chamber, she heard Yvain speak of tournaments and glory, of Arthur's court and the honours to be won there. Even on his wedding night, the hunger for acclaim burned bright in him. She closed her eyes, suddenly weary. Outside, the lion prowled the castle walls like a silent guardian, or perhaps a warning of what was to come. "1 year," Yvain said, his eyes alight with a fervour that made Laudine's heart constrict. "I ask for only 1 year to prove myself worthy of you." They stood in the inner courtyard, surrounded by the morning mist that seemed perpetually to cling to Broceliande. 3 months had passed since their wedding, 3 months of cautious civility, of building a fragile partnership, of moments when something deeper seemed possible, and now this. "The tournaments at Camelot begin in a fortnight," he continued, oblivious to her silence. "Knights from across the realms will gather. I could win honour for our house, forge alliances that would strengthen our position." "Our position is secure," Laudine said, her voice carefully neutral. "The fountain flows. The borders are quiet. But for how long? The more renowned I am, the less likely others will challenge us." His enthusiasm was genuine, she could see that. In his mind, he rode for her. Think of the prestige, the connections to Arthur's court. Think of the lands left without their knight, she countered. Think of the vows so recently spoken. Something in her tone finally penetrated his excitement. He reached for her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she allowed him to take it. "I will return," he promised. 1 year from today, I will ride through these gates a knight worthy of the Lady of the Fountain." She studied his face, earnest, handsome, already half gone from her. Part of her wanted to forbid it, to command him as his liege lord to remain. But she recognised the restlessness in him, the yearning for acclaim that no peaceful domesticity could satisfy. 1 year, she agreed at last, not a day more. Swear it on your honour." "I swear it," he said solemnly, pressing her fingers to his lips. "On my honour and my love." Love! The word hung between them, sincere yet untested. The lion appeared as Yvain prepared to depart, materialising from the forest like a golden shadow. It padded to his side, massive head brushing his hip. The sight of them together, knight and beast, stirred something primal in Laudine's chest. Pride mingled with foreboding. She watched from the highest tower as they vanished into the mist, 2 silhouettes growing smaller until the forest swallowed them completely. Only then did she allow herself a single tear, quickly brushed away. "He will return," Meliora said, appearing at her side with the silent grace that still sometimes startled Laudine. "Perhaps," Laudine replied, "but will he return unchanged?" The seasons turned with relentless indifference to human concerns. Spring yielded to summer, summer to autumn, autumn to winter, and winter again to a reluctant spring. The rhythms of court continued. Petitions heard, justice dispensed, harvests tallied. Laudine found herself changing in ways she hadn't anticipated. Without Ivan's martial presence, she was forced to rely more heavily on diplomacy. She developed a talent for it, surprising even herself with her ability to navigate the treacherous currents of inter-domain politics. Lord Callum actually smiled today, Meliora observed after a particularly successful negotiation over water rights. I didn't think his face could form such an expression. Laudine allowed herself a small laugh. He's discovered it's less costly to trade fairly than to maintain soldiers on our borders. They sat in Laudine's study, once her husband's war room, now transformed into a space of maps and manuscripts rather than weapons. Meliora had taken to wearing the keys of the Castellan at her belt, a role traditionally held by men but which she filled with formidable efficiency. The spring planting exceeds last year's, Meliora noted, consulting a parchment, and the new aqueduct system has increased the flow to the lower fields by 1/3. And the fountain? Laudine asked. It was always her first concern. Meliora's expression sobered slightly. Unchanged. Neither stronger nor weaker. Unlike my heart, Laudine thought but did not say. The truth was she had grown in Ivan's absence. Not happier perhaps, but more fully herself. The court had become hers in truth as well as name. Thalen now deferred to her not out of courtesy but genuine respect for her judgment. The servants no longer whispered about her need for a husband's guidance, and yet at night she found herself writing letters to Ivan, letters she never sent. In them she told him of small triumphs and quiet fears, of the way sunlight caught in the fountain's spray, of how his lion had been spotted several times at the forest's edge, as if checking that she remained. "Where are you?" she wrote as the 1-year mark approached. "Do you remember your vow?" But the appointed day came and went without word or sign. 1 week stretched into 2, then a month, then 3. "He isn't coming back," she said to Meliora on a chill autumn evening, her voice flat with certainty rather than sorrow. "Perhaps he's injured," Meliora suggested, "delayed by circumstance." "A messenger requires only a horse and a clear road," Laudine replied. "No, he has found glory more enticing than honour, than Broceliande, than me." She stood abruptly, moving to the hearth where she cast the latest unsent letter into the flames. It curled and blackened, her words disappearing into smoke. "From this day forward," she said, watching the paper collapse into ash, "Ivan is dead to me and to this court. I rule alone." Meliora said nothing, but her eyes held both approval and concern. That night, for the first time in months, the lion appeared at the castle walls. It paced restlessly until dawn, golden eyes reflecting the torchlight before vanishing once more into the wild. The second year without Yvain passed more swiftly than the first. Laudine remade her court, establishing a council of advisors that included not only traditional lords, but also representatives from the guilds and villages under her protection. She commissioned a detailed survey of the fountain's influence, mapping the intricate network of springs and streams that carried its magic throughout the land. "You've created something remarkable," Thalen told her as they reviewed the completed maps. The grizzled captain had become something of a friend, his initial skepticism transformed into steady support. "Lord Esclados focused on defending the fountain. You've learned to extend its reach." "The best defence is to make the fountain vital to all our neighbours," Laudine replied. "They won't threaten what sustains them." Winter settled over Broceliande with unusual harshness. Snow buried the forest paths, and ice formed at the fountain's edges, creating delicate crystalline sculptures that caught the weak sunlight. Laudine found beauty in the stark landscape, a reflection of the clarity she had found within herself. On the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, she performed the ancient ritual of renewal at the fountain's edge. Alone, barefoot despite the cold, she poured a mixture of wine, honey, and her own blood into the bubbling waters. "I am Laudine," she spoke to the listening silence, "daughter of this land, guardian of these waters. I stand alone but unwavering." The fountain's glow intensified briefly, illuminating her face from below. In that moment she felt a sense of completion, of having found at last the woman she was meant to be. Yet that night she dreamed of a lion roaring in anguish, its mighty form brought low by chains it could not break. The third spring since Yvain's departure arrived in fits and starts, warm days followed by bitter frosts, sudden downpours giving way to brilliant sunshine. Laudine had just concluded a council meeting when Thalen requested a private audience. "My lady," he said, his weathered face grave, "there is a matter requiring your attention at the Southern Gatehouse." Something in his tone made her dismiss Meliora's offer to accompany her. She followed Thalen across the rain-washed courtyard, her mind already calculating potential problems, border incursions, trade disputes, perhaps news of unrest in neighbouring domains. Nothing prepared her for the sight that greeted her inside the small stone building. A man sat slumped on a bench, his clothing travel-stained and torn. His hair, once dark, now streaked with grey, hung lank around a face that bore a ragged scar from temple to jaw. At his feet lay a lion, its golden coat dulled with dirt and age, one eye milky with blindness. It took her a full breath to recognise Yvain. "Leave us," she told Thalen, her voice far steadier than she felt. When the door closed behind the captain, Yvain raised his head. His eyes, at least those remained unchanged, found hers with painful intensity. "Lady Laudine," he said, his voice a shadow of its former resonance, "I have no right to stand in your presence." She remained by the door, arms folded across her chest. "Yet here you are. I come only to beg forgiveness, not to claim what I forfeited." He gestured to the lion. "We have travelled long to reach you." 3 years, she said flatly. "You promised one." "I have no defence to offer." Did glory satisfy at least? Was the acclaim worth the broken oath? A bitter smile twisted his scarred face. There was glory for a time. Tournaments won, quests completed, songs sung in halls where kings feasted. He looked down at his hands, once a knight's hands, now calloused differently, with missing fingers on the left. Then came pride, challenges accepted that should have been declined, a fall from favour, exile. The lion stirred at his feet, raising its great head to look at Laudine with its one good eye. She felt something pass between them, an understanding perhaps, or a judgment. Why return now, she asked. Why not simply vanish into obscurity? Because some debts must be paid, even if only in acknowledgement. He straightened slightly. "I have wronged you twice over. First your husband, then your trust. I could not die with such weight unconfessed." She studied him, this broken version of the proud knight who had ridden away. Part of her, the part still raw with abandonment, wanted to order him gone. Another part, the queen she had become, recognised the courage it took to return in disgrace rather than hide in pride. "You may speak your apology to the full court tomorrow," she said at last. "After that, I will decide your fate." The great hall fell silent as Yvain walked its length, the lion limping beside him. Courtiers who remembered the handsome knight of Arthur's favour whispered behind their hands at this diminished figure. Meliora, standing at Laudine's right, watched with narrowed eyes. Thalen at her left kept one hand on his sword hilt. Laudine herself sat unmoving on her throne, her face composed into the mask of authority she had perfected in his absence. Her gown was the deep blue of the fountain waters, adorned not with feminine embroidery, but with the symbols of her sovereignty. Silver keys, antlers, and flowing streams worked into the fabric. Yvain stopped at the prescribed distance and went to one knee with difficulty. The lion settled beside him, golden eyes watchful. "Lady Laudine, sovereign of Broceliande and guardian of the fountain," he began, his voice carrying despite its new roughness. "I come before you and your court to acknowledge my failure and betrayal." The formal words fell away as he continued, his confession becoming raw with honesty. He spoke of his early triumphs in Arthur's tournaments, of the intoxication of praise, of how each victory made him hunger for the next challenge rather than for home. I told myself it was all for your honour, he said, that each feat reflected glory upon Broceliande. But in truth, I had forgotten my purpose. When a year had passed, I found reasons to delay. One more quest, one more battle, one more chance to hear my name spoken with awe. Murmurs rippled through the court. Laudine's expression remained unchanged, though her knuckles whitened where they gripped the throne's armrests. Pride led to recklessness, Yvain continued. I challenged a knight protected by sorcery. My defeat was public, my disgrace complete. Arthur's court, which had once celebrated me, turned its back. He gestured to the lion. Only this faithful beast remained true. We have wandered these 3 years, taking what work we could find, guarding merchant caravans, hunting bandits for bounties, labouring when all else failed. His voice dropped, forcing the courtiers to lean forward. I do not come to reclaim what I abandoned. I seek only to lay down the burden of my shame at your feet and offer what restitution I can before I depart forever from these lands. The silence that followed seemed to pulse with the collective breath of the assembly. All eyes turned to Laudine, awaiting her judgment. She rose slowly, the fabric of her gown catching the light like water. You ask for forgiveness, she said, her voice clear and carrying, yet you offer nothing in return. I have nothing to offer but remorse, he answered simply. No sword, no service, no grand gestures to win back favour. Those were the promises of a younger man who didn't understand their weight. I make no promises now that time or weakness might cause me to break. Something in his admission, its complete lack of pretense, struck Laudine deeply. This was not the practiced contrition of a courtier seeking to manipulate, but the hard-won humility of a man who had faced his own failings. Rise, she said after a long moment. You will remain at court until I determine what justice requires. As the assembly dispersed, Meliora leaned close to Laudine's ear. Be wary, she whispered. Even wounded lions have claws. But Laudine's eyes followed Ivan as he limped from the hall, the lion still faithfully at his side. She wondered which of them had truly been tamed by their ordeal, the beast or the man. The answer came sooner than expected. Within a week of Ivan's return, messengers arrived bearing news that Lord Ronel of the Northern Marches had publicly questioned Laudine's right to control the fountain. He claims the fountain's blessing requires a male guardian, Thalen reported, disgust evident in his tone, that your independent rule defies natural order. Convenient timing, Meliora observed darkly. A challenger appears just as your former husband returns. Laudine paced the council chamber, considering. Does Ragnell march? Not yet, Thalen replied, but he gathers forces. My scouts report unusual activity at 3 of his fortresses. And Yvain? Where was he when this news arrived? In the stables, Meliora answered. He is taken to helping the ostlers. The lion keeps the rats at bay. Laudine nodded, decision made. Send for him. Ivan appeared promptly, cleaner than when he'd arrived, but still bearing the unmistakable marks of his fall. He stood with the slight stoop of one who had endured too many blows to stand fully straight again. Lord Ragnell challenges my rule, she said without preamble. He will likely march within the month. Something sparked in Ivan's tired eyes, a remnant of the warrior he had been. My lady, if you permit, I could... No, she cut him off. I did not summon you to offer battle on my behalf. The spark dimmed. He nodded, accepting the rebuke. I called you here to understand your connection to these events, she continued. Ragnall makes his move immediately after your return. Coincidence seems unlikely. I have had no contact with Ronel or his men, Yvain said firmly, but I'm not surprised by his actions. There was talk at Arthur's court, even before my disgrace, of certain lords who considered Broceliande vulnerable under a woman's rule. Your success these past years has likely only increased their determination to prove otherwise." Laudine studied him, searching for deceit but finding only weary honesty. "What would you advise?" she asked, surprising herself with the question. Equally surprised, he considered before answering. "Not what I would have 3 years ago. Then I would have urged single combat, a champion's duel to settle the matter with minimal bloodshed." He gave a rueful smile. "I would have volunteered, of course." "And now?" "Now I would say that Renelle expects martial challenge. He prepares for it, desires it even. But your strength, Lady Laudine, has never been the sword." She raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to be flattered or offended. "Your power lies in the fountain itself," he clarified. "In the connections you've built, the dependencies you've created. Ragnell cannot take by force what is freely given to those who respect its source." It was, she had to admit, an astute observation, one that aligned with the diplomatic framework she had spent years constructing. "Thank you," she said formally. "You may go." Later, as she formulated her response to Ragnell's challenge, she found herself incorporating elements of Yvain's insight. Not because he had suggested them, but because they reflected the ruler she had become in his absence. Her reply when it went out contained no threats of war. Instead, it carried a simple invitation. Come to Broceliande, drink from the fountain under truce, and speak of mutual benefit rather than conquest. "He won't come," Thalen predicted. "He will," Laudine countered. "His pride demands it, and when he does, he will find not a widow to intimidate, but a sovereign secure in her power." She was right. Lord Ragnell arrived 2 weeks later with a retinue carefully balanced between diplomatic entourage and military statement. Laudine received him in the fountain's clearing rather than her hall, neutral ground that was nevertheless unmistakably her domain. Yvain watched from a distance, positioned among the castle servants rather than the court officials. Beside him, the lion sat unnaturally still, golden eyes fixed on the proceedings. "Lady Laudine," Ragnell began, his tone hovering between courtesy and condescension. "I come in peace to discuss the future of the Fountain Lands." "Lord Ragnell," she replied with equal measure, "we welcome peaceful discussion. The future, after all, affects us all." What followed was a masterclass in statecraft. Laudine neither yielded nor attacked. She listened to Ragnell's concerns, acknowledged shared interests, and gently but firmly redirected his more aggressive suggestions. All the while the fountain burbled behind her, its waters catching the afternoon light with supernatural brilliance. By evening, the threat of conflict had transformed into the framework of an alliance, one that preserved Laudine's sovereignty while offering Ragnell enough advantage to claim a political victory of his own. As the visiting lord and his men departed for the guest quarters, Laudine remained by the fountain, suddenly exhausted by the day's careful performance. "Impressive," came a voice from the trees. Yvain stepped forward, the lion padding silently beside him. "You disarmed him more thoroughly than any sword could have." "Did I pass your test then?" she asked, sharper than intended. "It was never my place to test you," he replied quietly. "I see that now, among many other things I was too blind to recognize before." The honesty in his voice softened her response. 3 years ago, I would have welcomed your sword against such a threat. I believed I needed a champion. And now?" She smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her serious face. "Now I know that I don't need a saviour. I need them to see that I am the storm." From the fountain behind her, the waters suddenly leapt higher, as if responding to her words. Yvain and the lion bowed their heads in unison, a gesture not of submission, but of profound respect. Word of Laudine's diplomatic triumph spread quickly. Lord Ragnell, rather than returning home in bitter defeat, departed Broceliande as an ally, singing the praises of the Lady of the Fountain to all who would listen. The challenge that had threatened war instead cemented Laudine's reputation as a ruler of wisdom and strength. In the aftermath, the court of Broceliande hummed with renewed purpose. Craftsmen and scholars from neighbouring domains sought patronage. Foreign emissaries arrived bearing gifts and treaty proposals. The fountain itself seemed to respond to the changing tides, its waters flowing with increased vigour, its mystic light visible from greater distances. "They call you Laudine the Risen now," Meliora reported with poorly concealed pride. "The queen who rose from grief to glory." Laudine accepted the news with outward composure, though inwardly she felt a complex surge of emotions. Pride, yes, but also a strange melancholy that she couldn't immediately place. It was only when she spotted Ivan across the courtyard, quietly loading supplies into a small cart, that she understood. He was preparing to leave. She found him later that evening in the stables, meticulously checking the harness of a mule. Not even a proper horse, she noted with a pang. The lion lay nearby, watching his preparations with what seemed like resignation. "You're leaving," she said, not bothering with pleasantries. He straightened slowly, wary surprise in his eyes. "It seems time." "Without saying farewell?" "I thought it better this way. Cleaner." He gestured vaguely to the busy courtyard beyond the stable doors. "You have built something remarkable here. My presence is a complication." She couldn't argue with that assessment. The court whispered constantly about her former husband's status. Was he prisoner? Penitent? Would the lady take him back now that his contrition had been demonstrated? "Where will you go?" she asked instead. "North, perhaps. There's work for a man who can still swing a sword even with a crippled hand." He patted the mule's flank. "Nothing glorious, just honest labour." The lion rose suddenly, stretching its massive length before padding over to Laudine. It circled her once, then sat at her feet, looking up at Ivan with unmistakable meaning. "Your companion seems to have other ideas," Laudine observed. Ivan's mouth twisted in a half-smile. "He's never truly been mine to command. I was always more his than he was ever mine." "Like the fountain," she mused. "We guard it, but it chooses whether to bless or withhold." "Yes." His eyes met hers, and she saw in them not the brash knight who had ridden away, but a man who had journeyed through darkness to reach a different kind of light. Some things can only be earned, never claimed. In that moment something shifted between them, not a return to what had been, but the possibility of something new and untested. "Walk with me," she said abruptly, "to the fountain." He hesitated only briefly before nodding. They left the stables together, the lion trailing behind them like a golden shadow. The path to the fountain was hushed in evening stillness, the forest around them painted in the deep greens and blues of approaching twilight. They walked in silence, each aware of the other's presence with heightened sensitivity. At the fountain's edge, Laudine turned to face him. Here, where they had made their first vows, she found the word she needed. "I was not the same woman when you left as when you returned," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "The woman who needed a protector died during your absence. In her place stands a queen who has learned to protect herself." "I see that clearly," Yvain replied. "You have become what you were always meant to be." "And you?" she asked. "What have you become?" He considered the question with the careful deliberation of a man who had learned the cost of hasty words. "Less than I was in some ways, more in others." His scarred hand flexed unconsciously. "I've learned that glory is smoke, but honour, true honour, is stone." The fountain bubbled between them, its waters catching the last light of day. Laudine dipped her fingers into the cool depths, watching ripples spread outward. "I do not love you as I once might have," she said with stark honesty. "That possibility vanished with your broken oath." He nodded, accepting the truth without visible pain. "I ask for nothing." "But I am offering something," she straightened, meeting his gaze directly. "Not as a wife to a husband, but as a sovereign to one who might serve her realm with wisdom hard won." The lion, who had been sitting silent witness, moved closer, pressing its massive head against her skirts. "You spoke before of honest labour," she continued. "There is honest labour here if you choose it. Not as my champion or protector, Thalen fills that role admirably, but as an advisor who knows both the glory and folly of Arthur's court, as someone who has seen the world beyond our borders and returned with clearer vision." Hope kindled in his eyes, quickly tempered by caution. "You would have me stay? After everything?" "Not for what was," she clarified, "but for what might be built anew. Not as my superior or even my equal in rule, but as one voice among the council that guides Broceliande forward." She saw him weighing her words, testing them for hidden meaning or trap. "It would not be easy," she warned. "The court whispers. Some would see your presence as weakness on my part, while others would see it as exceptional strength," he countered. "To command the loyalty of one who wronged you demonstrates power, not frailty." A smile touched her lips. "You have learned something of politics in your wanderings." "I've learned to see beyond the surface of things," his voice softened. "To recognize true strength when I encounter it." The lion rumbled, a sound halfway between purr and growl. In the deepening twilight its eyes gleamed with an intelligence that seemed more than animal. "I accept your offer," Vane said finally, "not in hope of redemption or restoration, but in service to Broceliande and its queen." Laudine nodded, feeling not triumph or satisfaction, but something quieter and more profound, a sense of cycles completing, of wounds if not healed then at least acknowledged. "Then we begin again," she said, "not as we were, but as we have become." The summer solstice celebration transformed the castle and surrounding forest into a spectacle of light and sound. Lanterns hung from every tree branch, their glow reflected in streams and pools throughout Broceliande. Musicians played in courtyards and clearings, their melodies carrying on the warm evening breeze. Dancers moved in patterns ancient and new, honouring both tradition and innovation. At the centre of it all stood the fountain, its waters glowing with supernatural brilliance that outshone even the 100 candles floating on its surface. Around it, the court of Broceliande gathered to witness Queen Laudine's annual renewal ritual. Laudine appeared at the forest's edge, clad in a gown that shimmered between blue and silver as she moved. Her dark hair hung loose, adorned only with a simple circlet of silver leaves. She walked alone, head high, every inch the sovereign in her power. Behind her came her council, Meliora, now officially recognised as first advisor, Thalen, his captain's armour polished to mirror brightness, the guild representatives and village elders who had earned places at her table, and among them, still bearing the marks of his fall but carrying himself with quiet dignity, walked Ivan. The lion padded at his side, its golden coat gleaming in the festival lights. 3 months had restored some of its former majesty. Its blind eye remained milky, but its stride had strengthened, its presence still commanding respect. The assembly parted to let Laudine approach the fountain. She stood before it, arms raised, and began the ancient incantation that bound sovereign to waters and waters to land. The familiar words took on new resonance in her voice, not ritual by rote, but genuine communion. As she spoke the final phrase, the fountain's glow intensified dramatically, shooting a column of blue-white light into the night sky. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Even Meliora, who had witnessed 17 such ceremonies, looked startled. Never had the fountain responded with such power. When the light subsided, Laudine turned to address her people. Her face shone with quiet triumph and something deeper, the satisfaction of a woman who had found her true place in the world. "People of Broceliande," she began, her voice carrying effortlessly across the clearing. 3 years ago, I stood before you a widow uncertain of her path. Today, I stand as your queen by choice and by right, strengthened by challenge, tempered by trial. Murmurs of approval swept through the assembly. We have faced threats together and transformed them into alliances. We have turned ancient magic to new purpose. We have proven that true power lies not in conquest, but in connection. She gestured to her council, acknowledging each member with a nod. When her eyes met Yvain's, there was neither lingering resentment nor romantic longing, but something more valuable, mutual respect. Tonight we celebrate not only the turning of the season, but the continuing transformation of our realm. Brocelion stands stronger than ever, its fountain flowing, its borders secure, its future bright. A cheer rose from the crowd, spontaneous and heartfelt. Laudine accepted it with a smile, then raised her hand for silence. "Enjoy the festivities," she concluded. "Dance, feast, make merry. Tomorrow we continue our work together." As the formal ceremony concluded and the celebration proper began, Laudine found herself momentarily alone at the fountain's edge. Music and laughter swirled around her, but she stood in a pocket of stillness, savouring the rare moment of solitude. "My lady." Yvain approached, stopping at a respectful distance. "The ceremony was powerful. I've never seen the fountain respond so strongly." "Nor have I," she admitted. "Perhaps it approves of our new direction." A comfortable silence fell between them, not the charged tension of their earlier encounters, but the ease of two people who had found a workable peace. "I received word from Arthur's court yesterday," Yvain said eventually. "Sir Gawain inquires if you would consider receiving an official embassy. It seems your diplomatic success with Ragnell has impressed even Camelot." Laudine raised an eyebrow. Once they would have sent knights to challenge. Now they send diplomats to learn. "The world changes," he observed. "Even Arthur must adapt or fade." "And what of you?" she asked, studying his profile in the fountain's glow. "Do you miss it? The glory, the acclaim?" He considered the question with the thoughtfulness that had become his hallmark. "I miss the simplicity," he finally answered. "The clear lines between victory and defeat, honour and disgrace. Politics offers fewer certainties." "Yet you've taken to it well. Your insights on the northern trade routes proved valuable." "I've had excellent teachers." His smile included both Laudine and, with a glance, Meliora, who was engaged in animated conversation across the clearing. The lion, which had been lounging near the forest's edge, suddenly rose and padded over to them. It settled at Laudine's feet, its great head resting against her skirts in a gesture of unmistakable allegiance. "He's chosen," Yvain noted without jealousy, "as he always does, wisely." Laudine stroked the lion's mane, feeling the rumble of its contented purr. "Perhaps he simply recognises that we're stronger together, each in our proper place." From across the clearing, Thalin approached with a delegation of visiting merchants. Duty called, as it always would. "Enjoy the festivities, Sir Yvain," Laudine said, resuming her formal manner. "Tomorrow the council meets to discuss the eastern expansion." He bowed slightly, understanding the boundaries that remained between them. Not walls, but necessary markers of their new relationship. "Until tomorrow, my queen." As she moved away to greet her guests, the lion remained briefly at Yvain's side, looking up at him with ancient eyes that seemed to hold both challenge and approval. "Yes, old friend," Yvain murmured. "I understand now." The lion huffed once, then padded after Laudine, a golden shadow to her silver light. 5 years after Yvain's return, a travelling bard arrived at Brocelion Castle. Grey-haired but bright-eyed, he requested audience with the Queen, claiming to have composed a ballad in her honour. "Another one?" Meliora sighed, reviewing the request. "That makes 3 this season. Your legend grows, Laudine." Laudine smiled, shuffling through the documents on her council table. The chamber, once her husband's war room, had been transformed into a space of light and purpose. Maps and charts lining the walls, the great oak table scarred from years of passionate debate and careful planning. "Shall I turn him away?" Meliora asked. "No," Laudine decided. "Let's hear what new embellishments have been added to my story. It's always entertaining." The evening's entertainment was held in the great hall, where court and common folk alike gathered to hear the renowned bard. Laudine sat in her customary place, flanked by Meliora and Thalan. Yvain occupied a seat further down the council table, neither prominent nor hidden, precisely where he had found his place over the years. The lion, now visibly aged but still magnificent, lay at the foot of the dais, more a fixture of court than mascot. The bard stood before them, his fingers moving across harp strings with practised grace. When he began to sing, his voice filled the hall with unexpected power. This is the tale of Laudine the Risen, Queen of the Waters, Lady of Light, who ruled not by conquest but by wisdom, who turned deepest sorrow to sovereign might. The ballad unfolded the story familiar to all present: Laudine's widowhood, her marriage to her husband's slayer, his departure and betrayal, her rise to independent rule. Yet in the bard's telling, the narrative took on mythic dimensions. Laudine became emblematic of feminine strength and resilience. Yvain, the embodiment of glory's emptiness and redemption's possibility. Most surprising was the lion's role in the bard's version. No mere beast, but a spirit of the fountain itself, sent to guide both knight and lady toward their true destinies. The bard sang of how the lion had chosen Laudine, recognizing in her the qualities needed to steward the fountain's magic for a new age. As the ballad reached its conclusion, the bard's voice softened, drawing his audience closer. Remember not how brightly their flames burned, but how steadily their light endured. Not the glory of conquest or the clash of swords, but the harder victory of wounds healed, wrongs forgiven. For Laudine rules not as she began, a wife, a widow, but as herself, a queen who found her power not in another's strength, but in her own. And the lion walks beside her, guardian and guide, golden witness to a reign built not on fear, but on the firmest foundation of all, a heart that broke, yet made itself whole again. Silence held the hall for several heartbeats after the final note faded. Then applause erupted, thunderous and prolonged. The bard bowed deeply, first to the assembly, then specifically to Laudine. Later, when gifts had been presented and the formal entertainment concluded, Laudine found the bard alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the stars. "Your ballad was beautiful," she said, approaching quietly, though somewhat fanciful in its details. He turned, smiling. "All good stories grow in the telling, Your Majesty. I merely shaped what was already becoming legend." "You made the lion a spirit of the fountain," she noted, "a poetic touch." The bard's eyes twinkled. "Are you certain it isn't? Look at him even now." Laudine followed his gaze to where the lion reclined near the courtyard fountain, a smaller reflection of the great fountain in the forest. Moonlight silvered its golden coat, and for a moment it seemed to shimmer with an inner light. "Your reign is remarkable," the bard continued, "a woman ruling in her own right, transforming a martial domain into a centre of learning and diplomacy. Future generations will look to your example." "If they remember me at all," Laudine said pragmatically. "Oh, they will remember," he assured her. "Not as you were, a woman defined by grief and marriage, but as you became, Laudine the Risen, who taught that true strength lies not in domination, but in transformation." Something in his certainty gave her pause. "You speak as if from a great distance, bard, as if looking back from years hence." His smile deepened. "The best stories exist outside of time, Your Majesty. They were always true and will always be true." Before she could question him further, Meliora approached with news of a diplomatic matter requiring attention. When Laudine looked back, the bard had vanished into the evening shadows. The following autumn brought change to Broceliander. Thalan, his hair now more silver than brown, announced his intention to step down as captain of the guard. His chosen successor, a woman trained under Laudine's progressive policies, stood ready to assume the role. "I'm not dead yet," Thalen growled when Laudine expressed concern for his well-being. "Just old enough to know when to pass the sword to stronger hands." "What will you do?" she asked, genuinely curious. Thalen had been a constant presence throughout her reign, as reliable as the sunrise. "Travel, perhaps," he said, surprising her. "I've spent my life guarding these borders. I'd like to see what lies beyond them before I'm too old to journey." The retirement ceremony was held on a crisp October day, the forest around them ablaze with autumn colours. Laudine presented Thalen with lands and a pension, but his greatest pleasure seemed to come from the dozens of guards, past and present, who came to honour their captain. At the feast that followed, Laudine found herself seated beside Ivan, now her trusted advisor, but never again her husband. The years had softened some of his scars while deepening the lines of experience around his eyes. His hair had gone completely grey, lending Thalen his dignity to features once known primarily for their beauty. "Will you miss him?" Yvain asked, nodding toward Thalen, who was regaling younger guards with tales of battles long past. "Terribly," Laudine admitted. "He's been my rock these many years." "He taught me much when I returned," Yvain said, "about serving without seeking glory, about finding honour in daily loyalty rather than grand gestures." "We've all learned," Laudine mused, "all grown." The lion, now elderly but still regal, lay near the hearth, watching the festivities through half-lidded eyes. It no longer followed Ivan as it once had, nor did it shadow Laudine exclusively. Rather, it seemed to have taken the entire court under its protection, moving between groups with dignified purpose, belonging to all and to none. "Do you ever think of what might have been?" Ivan asked suddenly, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "If I had returned when promised? If I had never left at all?" The question surprised her. They rarely spoke of their shared past, focusing instead on the present governance of Brocéliande. "Sometimes," she admitted, "but without your leaving I might never have found my true strength. Without your failure, I might have remained a queen in name only, dependent on a knight's protection. And I might have remained that arrogant knight, chasing glory until it destroyed me completely." He raised his goblet slightly. "To necessary pain, then, to lessons hard won." She touched her cup to his. "To who we have become." As if sensing the moment, the lion rose from its place by the fire and padded over to them. It settled between their chairs, its great head resting against Laudine's knee, while its tail curled around Yvain's ankle. A connection maintained, but transformed, like everything else in Brocéliande. Years passed. Brocéliande flourished under Laudine's rule, becoming known not only for its mystical fountain, but for its progressive governance, its scholarly pursuits, its diplomatic finesse. Laudine's council model was adopted by neighbouring realms, her water management system studied and replicated, her methods of resolving disputes without bloodshed becoming legendary. The lion grew old as all mortal creatures must, its golden coat fading to pale amber, its movements slowing though never losing their innate grace. Yvain's hair turned white, his once strong frame becoming more angular with age. Meliora required a cane but lost none of her mental acuity, remaining Laudine's sharpest advisor until the end. Laudine herself aged with the same quiet dignity that had characterized her rule, her dark hair threaded with silver, then overtaken by it, lines of experience marking her face but never dimming the intelligence in her eyes. She remained active in governance well into her 7th decade, gradually delegating more responsibilities to younger councillors she had personally trained. On the 20th anniversary of what the court now called the Reconciliation, Ivan's return, and Laudine's decision to forge a new path forward, a ceremony was held at the fountain. No longer the vibrant queen nor the broken knight of earlier days, Laudine and Ivan stood as elders, respected for their wisdom rather than their power. The lion, now ancient, lay beside the fountain, its breathing shallow but steady. It had not risen for 3 days, choosing this spot as its final resting place. "We've come full circle," Laudine observed, her voice softer with age but still carrying authority, "back to where it all began." "Not quite a circle," Vane corrected gently. "A spiral, perhaps, returning to familiar ground but at a different elevation." She smiled at that, appreciating as always his thoughtful perspective. "When we first stood here, I was newly widowed, angry with grief. You were a knight blinded by glory's promise." "And now?" he asked, leaning slightly on the staff he had recently begun to use. "Now we are simply two people who have lived long enough to understand what matters." She gazed at the fountain, still bubbling with the same vigour it had shown when she was a girl. Not conquest, not acclaim, but connection. The lion stirred at their feet, raising its noble head one last time. Its eyes, one clear, one clouded, seemed to hold the wisdom of ages as it looked between them. "He's saying goodbye," Yvain murmured. Laudine knelt carefully, her joints protesting the movement. She placed her hand on the lion's massive head, feeling the slow, steady pulse of life beneath her fingers. "Thank you, old friend," she whispered, "for watching over us both, for showing us the way." The lion exhaled, a sound somewhere between a purr and a sigh. Its eyes closed, and it settled more deeply against the fountain's stone edge. "I think," Yvain said quietly, "he was always more than just a lion." "As we were always more than just a widow and a knight," Laudine replied. Together they remained as twilight deepened around the clearing, bearing witness to the passing of something magnificent. When the lion finally stilled, its body began to shimmer with golden light that gradually dispersed into the fountain's waters like stardust returning to the sky. Neither Laudine nor Yvain expressed surprise. Some mysteries required no explanation. The stories of Laudine the Risen spread far beyond Brocelian's borders. Bards sang of her wisdom, scholars studied her governance, young women looking to forge their own paths invoked her name as inspiration. But the tale that endured longest, the one still whispered when moon and stars align just so, is not of conquest or glory, not of magical fountains or enchanted forests, but of something rarer and more precious. The story of two people who found their truest selves not in clinging to what was lost, but in growing beyond what they had been. And in the waters of Broceliander where the fountain still flows, sometimes visitors glimpse a golden shimmer beneath the surface, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies not in power claimed, but in wisdom earned, wounds healed, and hearts that made themselves whole again. Autumn Letters. The funeral programme trembled in Ivy Matthews' hands, not because she was crying, she hadn't been able to cry yet, but because her fingers wouldn't stop shaking. They had been shaking for 3 days now, ever since her mother had answered the phone and made that sound. That terrible, guttural sound that Ivy knew would live in the back of her mind forever. Savannah Monroe, beloved daughter, cherished friend. The words on the cream-coloured paper blurred. Beloved, cherished, past tense already. 17 years of vibrant life reduced to a paragraph of carefully chosen adjectives. Beside her, Claire shifted in the uncomfortable funeral home chair. Her older sister's hand found hers, squeezing with a pressure that should have hurt but somehow didn't register. Nothing quite registered anymore. There was just the hollow echo chamber of her chest where emotion should be. "You okay?" Claire whispered, though they both knew the question was meaningless. Ivy nodded anyway. What else could she do? Stand up in the middle of Pastor Whitmore's eulogy and scream that no, she wasn't okay? That her best friend had slipped off the face of Ridgeline Trail and tumbled 80 feet to her death while Ivy was at home, irritated that Savannah had cancelled their movie plans. That while Savannah was dying, Ivy had been sulking over popcorn. The service ended with a montage of photos on a projector screen. Savannah as a gap-toothed kindergartner. Savannah in her 9th grade volleyball uniform. Savannah and Ivy at the lake last summer. Arms slung around each other's shoulders, sunburnt and laughing. The images unspooled like evidence of another world, one that had existed just last week but to now seemed impossibly distant. Afterwards, in the reception line, Mrs. Munro gripped Ivy's hands with desperate strength. "She loved you so much," she said, her eyes bloodshot. "You were like a sister to her." Ivy nodded, mute with the sudden pressure of all the words she couldn't say. But I resented her sometimes. But I was jealous of how easily she moved through the world. But I never told her how much I needed her. That night, Ivy lay awake staring at her ceiling, wondering why grief felt so much like emptiness when it should feel like drowning. 3 days later, Mrs. Monroe called and asked if Ivy would help sort through Savannah's things. "I can't bear to do it alone," she admitted, "and I thought, maybe there are things you'd want to keep." Savannah's bedroom was a time capsule. The same lavender walls they'd painted together in 8th grade. The constellation of Polaroids taped above her desk. The unmade bed, sheets still rumpled from the last morning she'd woken up. "Take whatever you'd like," Mrs. Monroe said before retreating downstairs, unable to stay in the room longer than a few minutes. Ivy moved through the space like an archaeologist, carefully examining artifacts of a lost civilization. The dog-eared paperbacks with their cracked spines, the collection of rose quartz crystals, the half-empty journal where Savannah had scribbled song lyrics and daily observations. In the closet, Ivy slid hangers across the rod, recognizing blouses she'd complimented and sweaters she'd borrowed. Near the back, suspended on a wire hanger, was the emerald green dress Savannah had worn to homecoming last October. Ivy remembered zipping it up for her, remembered Savannah's breathless excitement as she twirled in front of the mirror. "Do you think Dylan will love it?" she'd asked. "He'd be an idiot not to," Ivy had replied, ignoring the small, sour knot of envy in her stomach. As she pushed aside a stack of shoeboxes on the closet floor, Ivy's hand connected with something solid tucked beneath the floorboard. A loose plank shifted, revealing a hollow space. Inside was a carved wooden box the size of a large book, its lid inlaid with mother of pearl. Ivy recognized it immediately. Savannah's grandmother had given it to her for her 15th birthday, but Ivy had never seen what Savannah kept inside. She hesitated, feeling like an intruder. Whatever secrets the box held, Savannah had deliberately hidden them, but Savannah was gone now, and maybe, Ivy tried to rationalize, maybe there was something inside that Mrs. Monroe should know about. The lid opened on silent hinges. Inside, nestled in a nest of burgundy velvet, were envelopes. 11 of them, each sealed, each addressed in Savannah's looping handwriting to A, just A. No last name, no address. Ivy's fingers hovered over them, her heart suddenly racing. She picked up the envelope on top, turning it over in her hands. It wasn't a bill or a birthday card or anything ordinary. The heavy cream paper and the way Savannah had pressed her pen into the surface, leaving indentations around the letter A, suggested something more intimate, something secret. The last time Ivy had felt this way, poised on the threshold of a discovery that might change everything, had been when she found her father's passport after he left, tucked inside a book in his abandoned study. She'd opened it then, hoping for an explanation, but found only blank visa pages and her father's unsmiling photo. Now, with a similar sense of trepidation and hope, Ivy slipped her finger beneath the envelope's seal. The paper yielded with a soft tear. Inside was a letter, handwritten on the same cream paper. It was dated June 18th, nearly a year ago, when Savannah had been away at that summer writing program. "Dear A," it began, "I've been trying to find the perfect words all day. Isn't that ridiculous? Me, at a writing workshop, unable to write. But nothing seems adequate when I think about last night under the stars, the way you looked at me when I told you about my mother's illness. No one has ever really seen me like that before. No one has ever just listened without trying to fix things. I keep replaying our conversation in my head. The serious parts, yes, but also how you made me laugh afterwards with your terrible impressions of our workshop leader. You said that good writing isn't about sounding smart, but about being honest. So here's my honesty. I've known you for 5 days and already you feel important. Is that crazy? Maybe by the time you read this, if you read this, I'll have found the courage to tell you in person. Until tomorrow. Ivy sat back on her heels, her heart pounding. This wasn't just a letter. It was the opening chapter of a story she'd never known existed. A hidden current in Savannah's life that had flowed beneath the surface of their friendship. She reached for the second envelope with trembling fingers. The remaining letters chronicled a hidden summer romance, 2 weeks of feverish connection between Savannah and someone named A. Through Savannah's words, Ivy glimpsed a boy with ink-stained fingers and eyes like autumn. A boy who sketched constantly in black notebooks and read poetry at open mics. A boy who made Savannah feel seen in ways that terrified and exhilarated her. The letters revealed a Savannah that Ivy had never fully known. Vulnerable, philosophical, uncertain. So different from the confident girl who commanded attention in school hallways. The last envelope contained an unfinished letter. The handwriting grew increasingly messy toward the bottom of the page, as if written in haste or emotion. Dear A, it's been 3 months since I left without saying goodbye. 3 months of starting this letter and tearing it up. 3 months of checking my phone, hoping to see your name, then remembering I never gave you my number. I don't even know if you're still at the same address. Maybe you've moved on. Maybe you barely remember me. But I need to explain why I disappeared that last morning. My mum called. The cancer was back, more aggressive this time. I had to go home immediately. In my panic, I convinced myself it would be easier for both of us if I just vanished. Cleaner somehow. I was a coward. Now Mum's in remission again, and I keep thinking about what you said that night on the pier, about how we make stories of our lives, crafting beginnings and endings where there are only continuations. I think our story deserves a continuation. If you still want to talk, I'll be... The letter ended there. An unfinished thought. An interrupted life. Ivy stared at the half-empty page. Had Savannah died before she could finish it? Or had she simply set it aside, unsure how to conclude? Either way, someone named A was out there, unaware that Savannah was gone, unaware that whatever continuation she'd planned would never come. Ivy carefully reread each letter, looking for clues. The writing retreat had been at Lakeside College, 3 hours north, where Claire had spent a semester before dropping out. There were mentions of a coffee shop called Blackbird's, a bookstore named Tattered Covers, and an old wooden pier extending into the lake. A plan began to form, tenuous at first, then hardening into resolve. Ivy would find A. She would deliver Savannah's letters. Felt like the only thing she could do now, complete this one unfinished task for her friend. Claire agreed to drive her to Lakeside the following weekend. "Are you sure about this?" she asked, eyeing Ivy across the kitchen table. "It sounds like..." "Like what?" Claire tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a nervous habit she'd had since childhood. "Like you're looking for something that might not be there." "I'm just trying to do right by Savannah," Ivy insisted. "Okay," Claire said after a pause, "but I'm coming with you, and if this gets weird, we leave. Deal?" The drive to Lakeside was quiet. Claire never played music while driving, a quirk that had always annoyed Ivy, but now felt like a relief. The silence gave her space to rehearse what she might say when she found A. "Hi, I'm Ivy Matthews. I was Savannah's best friend. She passed away recently and I found these letters." Each mental iteration sounded more impossible than the last. Lakeside College sprawled across rolling hills dotted with red brick buildings and ancient oaks. Students lounged on the quad, seemingly unaware that somewhere across the state a girl named Savannah no longer existed. Where do we start? Claire asked, surveying the campus. Ivy clutched her backpack, which held the box of letters. The coffee shop from her letters. Blackbird's. Blackbird's turned out to be a converted Victorian house just off campus, its interior crowded with mismatched furniture and the ambient chatter of students. Ivy approached the barista, a woman with silver-streaked hair and kind eyes. "I'm looking for someone," Ivy began awkwardly. "My friend met him here last summer. All I know is his first name might start with A." The barista's expression softened with sympathy. "Honey, dozens of boys come through here every day. He draws," Ivy added desperately, "and maybe does poetry readings." Recognition flickered across the woman's face. "Open mic night. We host them every Thursday. There's a regular Asher. Quiet boy, always sketching. Very talented." Asher. A. "Is there..." Ivy's voice caught. "Is there one tonight?" 7 o'clock, the barista confirmed, though I haven't seen him in a few weeks. Claire squeezed Ivy's arm. "We can get a hotel room, stay for the open mic." That evening, Ivy sat rigid in a worn armchair at Blackbird's, anxiety coiling in her stomach as performers took turns at the small microphone stand. Claire had gone to get them refills, leaving Ivy alone with her thoughts and the increasingly real possibility that Asher wouldn't show. Just as the host announced the next performer, the bell above the door jingled. A tall young man with dark, unruly hair stepped inside, a leather-bound sketchbook tucked under his arm. He wore a faded blue button-down and moved with the slight hesitancy of someone who preferred to observe rather than be observed. Ivy knew immediately that this was Asher. Something in his careful movements and the way his eyes, hazel, not quite the amber Savannah had described, scanned the room. He settled into a corner table, flipping open his sketchbook before even removing his jacket. "And now," the host announced, "a Blackbird's regular returning after a brief hiatus. Asher Quinn." Asher approached the microphone with reluctance that seemed practiced rather than genuine. From his pocket, he withdrew a folded sheet of paper that had clearly been opened and refolded many times. "This is called Summer Ghosts," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "The lake remembers what we forget. Ripples of conversation spreading outward, touching distant shores long after we've gone silent. You left at dawn, no footprints in the sand, just the echo of your laugh across the water. Now, autumn comes, turning everything to gold, and still I look for you in empty spaces, in the negative shapes between tree branches, in the silence between heartbeats. Summer ghosts walking alongside me, transparent but never quite gone." The sparse audience snapped their fingers in appreciation. Ivy couldn't move. His words had painted Savannah so clearly that for a moment, Ivy felt she might turn and find her friend sitting beside her, eyes bright with pride. When Asher returned to his table, Ivy rose on trembling legs. Claire was still at the counter, watching with concern. "Just do it," Ivy told herself. "Just walk over there." She approached his table, heart hammering. "Excuse me," she managed. "Are you Asher?" He looked up, surprised. His eyes were weary, guarded. "Yes?" "My name is Ivy. I'm from Oak Ridge." She waited for recognition, but there was none. Of course not, Savannah probably never mentioned her. I knew someone you might have known. Last summer, at the writing retreat." Something shifted in his expression, a tectonic movement beneath the surface. "You knew Savannah?" Ivy nodded, suddenly unable to form words. "How is she?" he asked, gesturing to the chair across from him. "I tried writing to her a couple times, but the address she gave me, the letters came back." Ivy sat down, her planned speech dissolving into ash. She couldn't tell him, not yet, not when he was looking at her with such cautious hope. "She's..." Ivy swallowed hard. "I found your letters, the ones she wrote to you." His eyebrows lifted slightly. "She wrote me letters? 11 of them, she never sent them." A complex emotion crossed his face. Disappointment mingled with something like validation. "That sounds like her," he said softly. "Always writing things down, but rarely saying them aloud." I could give them to you," Ivy offered. "I'd like that," he said. Then, after a moment, "Why are you here, Ivy? Why bring me these letters now?" The moment stretched between them, a tightrope over an abyss. "Tell him now," a voice in her head urged. But another, louder voice whispered, "Not yet. Not here." "Because," Ivy said finally, "I think she would have wanted you to have them." By their third meeting, Ivy had convinced herself that her deception was temporary, a kindness rather than a betrayal. She would tell Asher about Savannah's death, just not yet. Not while she was still learning about this hidden chapter of her friend's life. They met at Tattered Covers, the bookstore from Savannah's letters. Asher was already there when Ivy arrived, leafing through a book of photography. He seemed more at ease than during their previous encounters, the wariness in his eyes softening into curiosity. "I brought another letter," Ivy said, gliding into the armchair across from him. This had become their ritual. Each meeting, Ivy would bring one of Savannah's letters for Asher to read. She'd watch his face as he absorbed Savannah's words, searching for glimpses of the boy her friend had fallen for. Asher read the letter silently, his fingers tracing the lines of Savannah's handwriting, as if they contained braille messages only he could decode. When he finished, he carefully refolded it along its original creases. "She never mentioned you," he said, looking up at Ivy. "In the 2 weeks we spent together, it seems strange now." Ivy felt a familiar pang. "Savannah compartmentalized," she said. "She kept parts of her life separate." "Like us," Asher agreed, a hint of old hurt in his voice. "Were you angry with her for leaving without saying goodbye?" He considered this. Not angry, confused, then sad, then, I don't know. "I wrote it all out in poems no one will ever read." A self-deprecating smile. "Very tortured artist of me." "The poem you read at the open mic," Ivy ventured. "That was about her, wasn't it?" "It was about loss," he corrected gently. "About how places remember even when people move on." He closed the book in his lap. "Can I ask you something?" Ivy nodded, though anxiety flickered in her chest. "Why hasn't she come herself, to explain, to give me these letters?" The question hung between them, unavoidable now. Ivy had prepared for this, had rehearsed a dozen possible answers, but none came to her lips. "She's not," Ivy began, her voice faltering. "She's not ready." It wasn't a complete lie. If Savannah were alive, perhaps she wouldn't be ready to face him, but the untruth tasted bitter on Ivy's tongue. Asher studied her, and Ivy had the unsettling sense that he could see the fault lines in her story. But he simply nodded, respecting the boundary she'd drawn. "Tell me about her," he said instead. "What was she like as a friend?" Relief flooded Ivy's system. This, at least, she could answer honestly. "Bright," she said, like she took up more space than her physical body. She'd enter a room and suddenly all the air molecules would rearrange themselves around her. Asher smiled. "Yes, exactly like that. But she was more complicated than most people saw," Ivy continued, warming to the subject. "She could be insecure even though she seemed so confident. And sometimes she was thoughtless. Not cruel, just caught up in her own narrative." "The eternally starring role," Asher supplied. "Yes," Ivy felt a rush of validation at being understood. "And sometimes that made me feel like a supporting character in my own life." The words emerged unbidden, raw and honest, in a way Ivy rarely allowed herself to be. She flushed, embarrassed by the admission, but Asher merely nodded. "I think that's what drew her to writing. On the page she could explore different roles, be vulnerable in ways she couldn't in real life." They talked for hours, trading stories and observations. With each anecdote, Ivy felt both closer to and further from Savannah, as if she was simultaneously reclaiming her friend and losing her to this boy who had known a different version of her. As evening approached, they walked along the lakeshore, following the weathered wooden pier that stretched into the water. The same pier where, according to Savannah's letters, she and Asher had spent their last night together, talking until dawn. "This is where we said good night," Asher said, stopping at the pier's end. "I thought we'd have the next day and the day after that. I didn't know it was an ending." Ivy looked out across the lake, its surface burnished copper by the setting sun. "Maybe it wasn't," she said softly. "Maybe it was just paused." Asher turned to her, his expression unreadable in the fading light. "Why are you really here, Ivy? It's not just about delivering letters." The moment crystallized around them, fragile, precarious. Ivy felt the weight of her deception pressing against her ribs, making it hard to breathe. "After Savannah," she began, then stopped, recalibrating. "I needed to understand this part of her life. She never told me about you. And now I feel like I know her better, and I know you too." "Do you?" His voice was gentle, without accusation. "We're practically strangers." "No," Ivy said with sudden certainty. "We're not strangers. We both loved her in different ways. That connects us." The word hung in the air between them. Loved, past tense. If Asher noticed the slip, he didn't comment. Instead, he moved closer, until Ivy could see the flecks of gold in his hazel eyes. "There's something else," he said quietly. "Something you're not telling me." Ivy's heart thundered in her chest. This was the moment to tell him the truth, to end the charade. But then Asher did something unexpected. He leaned forward and kissed her, a brief, hesitant press of lips that ended almost before it began. Ivy stepped back, stunned. Horror and something else, something she refused to name, surged through her. "I shouldn't have done that," Asher said immediately, regret plain on his face. "I'm sorry." "I have to go," Ivy said, already turning away. "Ivy, wait." "Savannah is dead," she blurted out, the words ripping from her throat. "She died in a hiking accident 2 months ago. She's gone, and I've been lying to you this whole time." The colour drained from Asher's face. He staggered backward as if physically struck. "What?" "She fell from Ridgeline Trail." Ivy's voice sounded distant, disconnected from her body. "The last letter, the unfinished one, she was writing it to you the week before she died. She never got a chance to send it." Asher's face contorted, disbelief giving way to dawning horror. "And you knew all this time?" "I was going to tell you," Ivy said desperately. I needed to understand first. I needed to know who you were to her. Who I was to her." Asher's voice sharpened. "You've been watching me grieve a girl who didn't care enough to say goodbye when all along she was..." He broke off, unable to finish the sentence. "She did care," Ivy insisted. "That's what the letters show." "The letters you've been parcelling out to me like some kind of sick game?" He raked his hands through his hair, his breathing ragged. "God, Ivy, do you have any idea what you've done?" "I was trying to protect you." "Protect me?" Asher laughed, a hollow sound. "You were using me to process your own grief. Don't pretend this was about me." The truth of his words hit Ivy like a physical blow. She had been using him, using their conversations to work through her own complicated feelings about Savannah, to feel close to her friend again through this Soy who'd known a different side of her. "I'm sorry," she whispered, though the words seemed pathetically inadequate. Asher shook his head, already backing away. "Don't contact me again," he said, his voice flat. "Whatever connection you thought we had, it wasn't real. It was built on a lie." He turned and walked back along the pier, a solitary figure silhouetted against the darkening sky. Ivy watched until he disappeared, tears streaming down her face. That night, in the hotel room she shared with Claire, Ivy finally read Savannah's last letter, the unfinished one, aloud. Claire listened silently, sitting cross-legged on the bed opposite Ivy's. "She was going to reach out to him again," Ivy said, her voice raw from crying. "Before she died, she was going to try." Claire regarded her sister with gentle eyes. "You can't finish her story for her, Ivy." "I know that now." Ivy traced the edge of the letter with her fingertip. "But I think I need to finish mine." Back home, Ivy moved through the days like a sleepwalker, who returned to school, sat through classes, responded when spoken to. But internally she remained at that pier, watching Asher walk away with the weight of fresh grief bowing his shoulders. What had begun as an impulsive quest to understand Savannah had become something more complicated, a journey through her own unacknowledged feelings about her friend, about herself, about the strange, brief connection she'd formed with Asher. Claire found her one evening sitting on the back porch staring at nothing. "You should write to him," she said without preamble, settling into the adjacent chair. Ivy glanced at her sister. "He told me not to contact him again." "Not for him," Claire clarified. "For you. Write the letter you need to write, even if you never send it." Later that night, Ivy sat at her desk with a blank sheet of paper before her. The same cream-coloured stationery that Savannah had used for her letters to Asher. Ivy had found a stack of it in Savannah's desk drawer and brought it home, another keepsake from a life cut short. "Dear Asher," she began, then stopped. She crumpled the paper and started again. "Asher, I've written this letter 7 times now, and I'll probably rewrite it 7 more before I'm finished. I keep thinking about what Savannah wrote in her 4th letter to you, about how difficult it is to find the right words for the most important things. First, I'm sorry. Not just for lying to you, but for using you as a way to process my own complicated grief. You deserved better than that. Second, I want you to know that everything else was real. The conversations we had about Savannah, about writing, about feeling like supporting characters, those were honest. In some ways, I was more honest with you than I've been with anyone in a long time. I discovered Savannah's letters 3 days after her funeral. Finding them felt like she was speaking to me from beyond, revealing parts of herself she'd kept hidden. I was hurt that she had never told me about you, about the writing retreat, about any of it. But I was also captivated by this other version of her, the one who wrote about starlight on water and the weight of words unspoken. When I found you, I told myself I was fulfilling some kind of duty to Savannah, that I was doing what she would have wanted. But that wasn't the whole truth. I was also trying to understand who I was now that she was gone. For so long I'd defined myself in relation to her, the quiet friend, the reliable one, the shadow to her light. Without her, I felt unmoored. Meeting you changed something. Talking to you about her helped me see Savannah more clearly. Not as the perfect, vibrant girl I placed on a pedestal, but as someone complex and flawed and real. Someone who could be selfish and thoughtless, but also deeply loyal. Someone who could love fiercely, but also run away when things got too intense. And somehow, in learning to see her more clearly, I began to see myself more clearly too. I don't expect your forgiveness. I don't even expect you to read them this far. But I needed to tell you that in the midst of all my mistakes, something genuine happened. For a few brief conversations at a bookstore and along a lake shore, 2 people connected over shared loss and unspoken questions. I'm leaving all of Savannah's letters with this one. They belong to you now. Do with them what feels right. With regret, gratitude and hope, Ivy Matthews. Ivy reread the letter 3 times, making small adjustments. Then she carefully folded it and slipped it into an envelope along with all of Savannah's letters. She addressed it simply. Asher Quinn, Lakeside College. The next day she mailed it from the post office downtown, watching as the envelope disappeared into the outgoing mail slot. Then she walked to the cemetery on the hill overlooking town. Savannah's grave was still a raw wound in the earth, the grass not yet grown over the rectangular plot. Her headstone was simple white marble with her name, the dates of her brief life, and the words, "Beloved daughter, cherished friend." Ivy sat beside it, running her fingers over the freshly carved letters. "I met him," she said aloud. "Asher. He's exactly how you described him in your letters. Thoughtful, a bit guarded, someone who sees beneath the surface." A breeze stirred the nearby maple trees, ending at a shower of red-gold leaves spiralling to the ground. "I understand why you fell for him," Ivy continued, "and I understand why you kept him separate from the rest of your life. He knew a different version of you, a more vulnerable one." Ivy leaned back against the headstone, her eyes tracing the patterns of clouds overhead. "I'm still angry with you sometimes," she admitted, "for dying, for leaving so many things unfinished between us, for being so easy to love and so difficult to fully know." The words felt sacrilegious spoken here among the dead, but also necessary, like lancing a wound to release infection. "But I'm trying to remember you whole," Ivy whispered. "The girl who hogged the spotlight, and the girl who wrote secret love letters, the friend who made me feel invisible sometimes, and the friend who knew exactly when I needed a late-night phone call." She sat there until the sun began to set, painting the cemetery in shades of amber and gold. Then she rose, brushed grass from her jeans, and pressed her palm flat against the cool marble of the headstone. "Goodbye, Savannah," she said softly. "I'm letting you go." October arrived with a vengeance, stripping trees bare and painting the world in sepia tones. Ivy settled into a new rhythm: school, home, occasional outings with friends she'd neglected during the worst of her grief. She began keeping a journal, filling its pages with observations and questions, trying to make sense of the changing landscape of her life. She didn't expect to hear from Asher again. She'd made peace with that, or was trying to. Sometimes at night she still replayed their conversations in her mind, wondering what might have been different if she'd been honest from the beginning. Then on a rain-soaked Tuesday morning, Claire appeared in her bedroom doorway holding an envelope. "This came for you," she said, her expression carefully neutral. Ivy recognised the handwriting immediately. Her heart performed a complicated gymnastic routine in her chest as she accepted the envelope. "Do you want me to stay?" Claire asked. Ivy shook her head. "I'll be okay." When she was alone, Ivy sat cross-legged on her bed and carefully opened the envelope. The letter inside was written on plain notebook paper, the blue lines visible beneath a neat angular script. "Ivy, it's taken me 3 weeks to write this response. Not because I didn't know what to say, but because I needed time to process everything. Grief isn't linear, something I suspect you understand all too well. I was angry when I walked away that night, angry and hurt and confused, but as the days passed, I began to understand your actions more clearly. We do strange things when we're grieving. We make choices that seem incomprehensible to others, but make perfect sense in the distorted reality of loss." I've read all of Savannah's letters now, several times actually. They've become a kind of talisman, physical proof that what happened between us that summer was real, that I didn't imagine the connection. In her final letter, she wrote about continuation, about how stories don't really end, but transform. I think she was right. I'm coming to Oak Ridge next weekend. There's a coffee shop downtown, the Morning Roast. I'll be there Saturday at 11, if you want to talk. No pressure, no expectations, just two people who once orbited the same bright star, finding their own paths forward. If you don't come, I'll understand. Some stories are meant to remain unfinished. Either way, thank you for bringing her words back to me. They've helped me say goodbye. Asher. Ivy read the letter twice more, her fingers tracing the indentations his pen had left on the paper. Then she tucked it carefully into her journal. That Saturday morning dawned clear and cold, the kind of autumn day that feels like a warning of winter. Ivy stood in front of her closet, discarding outfit after outfit. Nothing seemed right. Too casual, too formal, too much like the old Ivy who had lived in Savannah's shadow. Finally, she settled on a burgundy sweater and jeans. Simple, but purposeful. Claire watched from the doorway as Ivy applied a touch of mascara. "So you're going," she said. Not a question. "I am." "What are you hoping will happen?" Ivy met her sister's eyes in the mirror. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I need to find out." The morning roast was Oak Ridge's oldest cafe, a converted Victorian house with creaking floors and mismatched furniture. Ivy arrived 10 minutes early, choosing a table near the window where she could watch the street. Her hands fidgeted with a paper napkin, folding and refolding it into increasingly complex shapes. At precisely 11, the bell above the door jingled. Asher stepped inside, scanning the room until his eyes found hers. He looked different somehow, more solid, more present. Or maybe it was Ivy who had changed, seeing him now without the filter of deception between them. He approached her table, hesitating before sitting down. "You came," he said simply. "So did you." An awkward silence stretched between them, filled with the ambient sounds of the cafe. Coffee grinding, low conversations, the hiss of the espresso machine. "I visited a grave," Asher said finally. "Yesterday. I needed to say goodbye properly." Ivy nodded, understanding. "I also met her mother," he continued. "She invited me in when she saw me standing in the driveway. We talked for a long time." "What did you tell her?" Ivy asked, curious. "The truth about the writing retreat, about Savannah and me." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "She said Savannah would have turned everything into a dramatic story eventually, that keeping secrets was just a way of holding on to experiences that felt too precious to share." Ivy felt a pang of recognition. "That sounds like her." "She also told me about you," Asher said, his eyes steady on hers. "About how you've been since Savannah died. How you've been taking care of her mother, checking in, helping sort through things." Ivy shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. "It's what friends do." "Is it?" Asher tilted his head slightly. "Or is it what Ivy does?" The question hung in the air between them, simple yet somehow monumental. Ivy had spent so long defining herself in relation to Savannah that she'd never fully considered who she was on her own terms. "I don't know who I am without her," Ivy admitted softly. "I'm still figuring that out." "I'd like to help," Asher said, "if you'll let me." Ivy studied him. This boy who had loved and lost her best friend, this boy who had every reason to despise her, but had chosen understanding instead. Something shifted in her chest, a loosening of a knot she hadn't realised was there. "I'd like that," she said. They talked for hours, moving beyond grief into the territory of genuine connection. Asher's quiet humour emerged, along with Ivy's long-time passions that had often been overshadowed by Savannah's louder dreams. They discovered shared tastes in music, books, and the particular pleasure of rainy days spent indoors. When they finally left the cafe, afternoon was fading into evening. They walked together through Oak Ridge Park, where the maple trees created a canopy of flame above their heads. "What happens now?" Ivy asked as they paused by the duck pond. Asher considered the question. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I think Savannah would want us both to be happy, to find our way forward." "Together?" The words slipped out before Ivy could censor it. "Maybe," Asher said. "Not right away. We both have healing to do first. But someday." He reached for her hand, his fingers tentatively interlacing with hers. It wasn't a declaration or a promise, just a possibility. Fragile as an autumn leaf and just as vibrant. Above them a V of geese cut across the darkening sky, their calls echoing long after they disappeared from view. Ivy thought about Savannah's unfinished letter, about continuation rather than endings. about how some stories remained incomplete while new ones were just beginning. She squeezed Asher's hand, feeling the steady warmth of his palm against hers. Whatever came next, whether friendship or something more, would be their own story to write, one careful word at a time. The autumn wind picked up, sending a spiral of leaves dancing around them, red and gold and russet, vibrant in their final transformation. Letting go, Ivy realised, didn't mean forgetting. It meant making room for new growth, new connections, new possibilities. And in that moment, surrounded by falling leaves and fading light, Asher gently turned Ivy to face him. His eyes searched hers, asking a silent question. She nodded, almost imperceptibly, and he leaned forward, pressing his lips to hers in a kiss that felt like the first sentence of a new story. When they pulled apart, Ivy saw her future reflected in his eyes, not as Savannah's friend or as the quiet girl who lived in shadows, but as herself, fully and completely. The letters had brought them together, but what happened next would be entirely their own. The end. That one summer kiss. The Richards family motorhome rumbled down I-25 toward Denver, its once pristine white exterior now bearing the dust of 17 states. Inside, 11-year-old Tyler Richards sprawled across the dinette booth, methodically arranging his growing collection of stadium ticket stubs. "Dad, how many more to go after the Rockies?" he called toward the driver's seat where Jim Richards navigated the behemoth vehicle with the casual confidence of a man who'd logged over 8,000 miles that summer. "4 more stadiums, buddy. Then we've hit all 30, Jim answered, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, where he could see his wife Catherine reviewing tomorrow's itinerary. Elitch Gardens, amusement park in the morning, Coors Field in the afternoon. In the back bedroom, 9-year-old Brit sat cross-legged on her bunk, carefully applying pine tar to her baseball glove, a ritual she'd adopted after watching her father do the same. Unlike many girls her age, Brit's summer heroes weren't pop stars or movie actresses. They were sluggers, pitchers, and especially Bryce Harper, whose jersey she wore so often that her mother had to practically peel it off her for washing. "Brit, we're stopping for gas. Last chance for snacks before Denver," Catherine called back. The Richards' Great American Baseball Tour had been Jim's dream. Visit every major league stadium in a single summer, catch at least one game in each, and hit the country's top roller coasters along the way. What had seemed like an impossible logistical challenge had become their reality, fueled by Catherine's meticulous planning, a calendar gridded with game times, and a motorhome that had become more home than motor over the past 3 months. August 18th dawned clear and bright in Denver. The Richards family arrived at Coors Field 3 hours before first pitch, Jim's rule for exploring each stadium properly. While Catherine and Tyler headed to the team store, Jim took Brit to watch batting practice, her Harper jersey standing out among the purple and black Rockies gear. "Look how the ball carries in this thin air," Jim explained, his arm around Brit's shoulders. "That's why they call it a hitter's park." By game time, the Richards had found their seats along the first baseline in right field. Beside them sat another family, locals by the looks of their well-worn Rockies gear. Their son, about 10 years old, clutched a baseball glove tightly, his eyes never leaving the field. "You know Harper's the enemy today, right?" the boy said, noticing Brit's Nationals jersey. Brit raised her chin. "He's still the best player in baseball." "Nuh-uh, Trout is better." "Harper has better hair," Brit countered, which made both kids laugh, breaking the tension. Throughout the game, the two families exchanged the casual camaraderie of temporary neighbours, passing condiments, holding seats during bathroom breaks, and debating calls together. By the 7th inning, with the Nationals leading 3-2, the children had developed a comfortable rapport, comparing favourite players and arguing good-naturedly about batting averages. The moment came suddenly. Harper caught the third out on a routine fly ball to right field. As he jogged toward the dugout, he spotted Britt's jersey, a flash of Nationals red amid the home team colours. With practiced ease, he flipped the game ball high toward their section. The boy saw it first. His glove hand shot up instinctively, years of backyard practice culminating in this moment. The ball landed with a satisfying thwack in the pocket of his mitt. His heart soared until he saw Britt's face fall. The crowd murmured. Parents shifted uncomfortably. The boy looked down at the prize in his glove, then at the girl in the Harper jersey. "Here," he said, holding out the ball. "He was throwing it to you." The simple gesture, devoid of hesitation or regret, caused a ripple of approval through the nearby fans. Britt's eyes widened as she accepted the baseball, turning it reverently in her hands. "Thank you," she whispered, then leaned forward to plant a thank you kiss on his cheek. At that exact moment, the boy turned to say, "You're welcome." Their lips met in an innocent, accidental brush that lasted less than a second. Both children jerked back, faces flaming. The crowd, witnessing this unscripted moment of childhood awkwardness, erupted in good-natured laughter and applause. Seconds later, the stadium camera operator, always hunting for between-innings entertainment, broadcast the entire sequence on the massive center field screen. Summer Kiss Cam flashed across the Jumbotron as 40,000 fans watched the replay. The catch, the generous gift, the innocent kiss. The stadium announcer chuckled warmly through the speakers. "Now that, folks, is the spirit of baseball right there." As the families left after the game, there were smiles and waves, but no exchanged information. Just two groups of strangers sharing a fleeting moment before continuing on their separate journeys. The Richards had 4 more stadiums to visit, and school was starting soon. The boy and his family disappeared into the Denver crowd, and Britt never learned his name. Neither family could have known that the clip would become a recurring feature in baseball highlight reels for years to come, filed under heartwarming fan moments alongside proposals and first catches. The Richards motorhome was sold 3 years after the Great Baseball Tour. Catherine had lobbied to keep it. Think of the memories, but practicality won out. Jim's job transferred them from Minnesota to New Orleans when Britt was 12, and urban life made storing a 36-foot behemoth impractical. Tyler, less sentimental than his sister, had moved on from baseball to football and academic decathlon competitions. Britt, however, never abandoned her love of the game, even as she discovered her own athletic calling on the track. "You're built for speed," her high school coach had told her during freshman year. "You've got that fast twitch fibre that can't be taught." By her senior year, Britt had broken 3 school records in the 200 and 400 metres. With her academic standing and athletic achievements, scholarship offers arrived from across the country. When Louisiana State University came calling with a track scholarship, it felt like coming full circle. A chance to return to her baseball roots at a school with a powerhouse program. Her first semester had been a whirlwind of adjustments, living away from home, balancing rigorous training with academics, and navigating the complex social ecosystem of college. By spring semester, she'd found her rhythm and her people, a tight-knit group of fellow athletes who understood the discipline required to compete at their level. The embarrassing baseball kiss had become a family legend, occasionally resurfacing when Jim stumbled across the clip online. Britt had mostly made peace with her moment of viral fame, though she still cringed whenever it appeared in MLB Valentine's Day montages. The boy's face had blurred in her memory, just another fleeting connection in a summer filled with new stadiums and experiences. Britt and her friends collapsed onto the bleachers at Alex Box Stadium, having come directly from track practice. Her legs ached pleasantly from interval training, and the familiar sounds of a baseball game, the crack of bats, the pop of balls hitting mitts, provided a soothing backdrop. "You smell like determination and sweat," teased her roommate Missy, a high jumper from Baton Rouge. Shower break between practice and games isn't in your vocabulary, is it? It's baseball, Brit replied, pulling her damp hair into a ponytail. Nobody smells good at baseball games. That's part of the tradition. As LSU took the field against Vanderbilt, Missy nudged Brit with her elbow. Question: why don't you have a boyfriend? You've been here almost a full year now. Brit shrugged. Just haven't clicked with anyone. Besides, when would I fit that in? Between track, classes and sleep. Sleep is overrated, Missy interrupted. Seriously though, there has to be someone you've noticed. Brit's eyes drifted across the field, landing on the centre fielder, number 27. She'd noticed him in her Biology 101 lecture. Always punctual, always prepared, rarely speaking unless called on, but offering thoughtful insights when he did. Maybe him, she admitted, pointing discreetly. We have biology together. He seems different from most of the baseball guys. Quieter, more substantial. Missy followed her gaze. Number 27? That's Cole Nightingale. Jackson knows him through some conservation club. He's from Colorado. Colorado? Brit laughed. That explains the silent intensity. Probably communes with elk in his spare time. Want me to see if Jackson can introduce you? God no, Brit replied quickly. I'm just saying, objectively speaking, centre field is nice to look at, that's all. But Missy's matchmaking wheels were already turning. It's not a date, Missy insisted a week later as she rummaged through Brit's closet. It's a casual group thing that happens to include Cole. Brit sat on her bed, arms crossed. You told me we were grabbing coffee with you and Jackson. Now you're telling me Cole's coming, and magically you and Jackson just remembered an assignment due tomorrow? What a coincidence, Missy replied, with zero attempt at sincerity. Wear the green top, it makes your eyes pop. My eyes are brown. Even more reason to wear green. Contrast. The campus coffee shop buzzed with end-of-semester energy when Brit arrived. She spotted Cole immediately, sitting alone at a corner table, his posture relaxed but alert. No baseball cap today, revealing dark hair with a slight natural wave. He glanced up, recognition crossing his face, not surprise, Brit noted. Missy had clearly informed Jackson, who had informed Cole. Everyone knew this was a setup except her. Hi, she said, sliding into the seat across from him. I'm guessing you also got the last-minute text about a forgotten assignment? Cole's mouth curved into a half-smile. Jackson's not subtle. I figured it out when he spent 15 minutes describing you yesterday. Unless there are multiple track stars named Brit in our biology class. His directness caught her off guard. At least 3. We're having a convention later. He laughed. A genuine sound that transformed his serious face. I've seen you run at the LSU Invitational last month. The 400 meters. You were at the Invitational? This surprised her. Baseball players rarely attended track meets. I'm interested in biomechanics. Professor Simmons suggested I observe elite runners for a research project. So I was a science experiment. Brit raised an eyebrow. You were the most impressive subject, he countered. Your form is almost mathematically perfect. The conversation flowed from there, moving from classes to childhood influences, discovering shared interests in the outdoors and similar tastes in music. Cole described growing up in Colorado, hiking 14ers with his father. Brit spoke of her family's baseball odyssey, carefully omitting the embarrassing kiss incident. Wait, Cole interrupted. Your family visited all 30 MLB stadiums in one summer? That's incredible. It was the summer before 6th grade. My dad mapped the entire thing on this giant wall calendar, coordinating game schedules with driving distances. I can't imagine seeing that much baseball in one summer. It were magical, Brit admitted, though I probably didn't appreciate it enough at the time. What was supposed to be a quick coffee stretched into dinner at a nearby noodle shop, then a walk around the campus lake as twilight descended. Cole proved to be an attentive listener, drawing Britt out with thoughtful questions rather than steering conversations toward himself. When he walked her back to her dorm, there was a moment, a pause at the entrance where possibility hung in the air. But Cole simply smiled and said, "I enjoyed this. Maybe we could do it again?" Britt nodded, surprised by how much she wanted that. "I'd like that." 3 dates followed over the next 2 weeks, each revealing new layers to Cole. He was methodical but not rigid, ambitious but not cutthroat, and beneath his reserve lay a subtle humour that emerged more frequently as they grew comfortable together. After their 4th date, a Saturday afternoon picnic by the lake, Cole suggested exchanging social media accounts. "Not that I post much," he admitted, "but it seems like the normal progression." That night, as Britt studied for finals, her phone buzzed with a notification. "Cole Nightingale has followed you on Instagram." Minutes later, another notification. "Cole Nightingale mentioned you in a comment." Curious, she opened the app to find Cole had commented on a post from 5 years earlier, a throwback Thursday where she'd shared the famous Jumbotron clip. She'd captioned it, "TBT to that time I accidentally became a baseball meme, summer kiss, cam, first kiss fail, thanks Bryce Harper." Cole's comment simply read, "Is this really you?" Britt stared at her phone, momentarily confused by Cole's comment. Why was he so interested in her embarrassing childhood moment? She quickly typed back, "Unfortunately, yes. Most embarrassing moment of my childhood, immortalized for eternity. Why?" Her phone rang almost immediately. Cole's name flashed on the screen. "Hey," she answered. "Everything okay?" "More than okay," Cole said, his voice filled with an excitement she hadn't heard before. "That video from Coors Field. The boy who caught the ball and gave it to you." "What about him?" Britt asked, a strange feeling beginning to stir in her stomach. "Britt, that was me." The world seemed to tilt sideways. "What? No way. That's impossible." August 18th, 2015, Nationals versus Rockies, 7th inning. Bryce Harper caught the 3rd out and tossed you the ball, but I caught it instead. "Cole, if you're messing with me..." "I'm not," he assured her. "I still have the newspaper clipping somewhere. My family drove up from Colorado Springs for the weekend. It was right before my birthday." Britt sank onto her bed, mind reeling. "Oh my god, this is insane. What are the odds?" "Astronomically against," Cole replied. "One moment in one stadium a decade ago, and somehow we both end up here, in the same biology class, dating." "We kissed," Britt said suddenly. "I mean, technically we've already kissed." Cole laughed. "I've been upgraded from most embarrassing childhood moment to actual boyfriend. That's progress. I need to see this evidence right now." An hour later, they sat side by side on a campus bench comparing memorabilia. Britt's screenshot of the Jumbotron moment saved on her phone. Cole's yellowing newspaper clipping carefully preserved from his childhood keepsake box. "It really is you," Britt marvelled, studying the image of young Cole. "You had the same serious expression even then." "And you were fearless," Cole replied. "Just walked up and planted one on me. On your cheek! It was supposed to be your cheek." Fate had other plans. They fell silent, the weight of coincidence settling around them. The same stadium, the same moment, captured forever. And now, 10 years later, they'd found each other again without even realizing what they'd lost. "You know what this means?" Britt said finally. "Our entire relationship is built on me stealing your baseball. And me stealing your kiss. I think we're even then." Cole reached for her hand, interlacing their fingers. "There's just one thing bothering me." "What's that?" "Our second kiss should probably be better than our first." Under a blanket of Louisiana stars with the sounds of campus life humming in the distance, Cole leaned in. This time there was no accident, no crowd reaction, no cameras, just the intentional meeting of two people connected by a thread of improbable history. closing a circle that had opened a decade earlier in a baseball stadium 100 miles away. The summer of 225 unfolded with the humid intensity that characterized Louisiana's warmer months. While many students departed campus for internships or family homes, Britt remained for track training and Cole for baseball development programs. The relative emptiness of campus provided a cocoon for their growing relationship, free from the usual academic pressures and social obligations. On a particularly sweltering July evening, they sat on the balcony of Cole's off-campus apartment, box fans creating the only breeze. Cole scrolled through his phone while Britt lay with her head in his lap, reading a novel for her fall literature course. "My parents want to meet you," Cole said casually, fingers absently stroking her hair. Britt lowered her book. "Mine too. My mum keeps asking for pictures. We could drive up to New Orleans next weekend. It's only an hour." "What would you tell them?" Britt asked. "About how we met? The whole baseball kiss backstory seems like a lot for a first meeting." Cole considered this. "We could start with biology class and work our way back." "Probably wise," Britt agreed, "though my dad will lose his mind when he finds out you're that boy. He references that clip at least once a year." Cole's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced down, then let out a startled laugh. "You're not going to believe this." He turned the screen toward Britt. An MLB social media account had posted a throwback Thursday compilation of famous fan moments. The caption read, "Summer love through the years, baseball's most heartwarming fan moments." The thumbnail image showed a young Brit in her Harper jersey, milliseconds before the accidental kiss. "They're never going to let us forget," Brit groaned, covering her face. "Wait," Cole said, sitting up straighter. "Read the comments." Brit took the phone, scrolling through responses. Most were generic, heart emojis, memories of seeing the clips live, but one comment caught her attention. "OMG, that's Britt Richards, LSU track, and Cole Nightingale, LSU baseball. They're dating now. Hashtag full circle hammer baseball love." "How?" Britt began. "Missy," they said in unison. "She must have made the connection and shared it," Cole reasoned. "She does follow all the MLB accounts." The post was rapidly gaining traction, with more comments confirming the unlikely reunion story. By morning, several sports websites had picked up the tale, framing it as a baseball fairy tale, the children from the famous kiss Cam serendipitously reuniting in college, unaware of their shared history. Britt's phone rang early the next day, her father, calling with an uncharacteristic urgency in his voice. "Brittany Ann Richards," he said when she answered, using her full name in a way that signalled his excitement rather than disapproval. "Is it true? The boy from the kiss cam is your boyfriend, the one you've been telling us about?" Britt sighed, shooting Cole a resigned look as he entered the room with coffee. "Yes, Dad, it's true." Jim's whoop of delight was loud enough that Cole could hear it across the room. "Your mother won't believe this. Actually, everyone needs to hear this story. Thanksgiving. You're bringing him for Thanksgiving, right? Both families. We need both families there. Dad, it's July, and we haven't even met each other's parents yet. Details. Mere details. This is baseball destiny, honey." After assuring her father that yes, they would discuss holiday plans and no, ESPN could not have an exclusive interview, Britt ended the call and collapsed dramatically onto Cole's couch. "My father is already planning our baseball-themed wedding," she informed him. "Hope you're ready to say vows over home plate." Cole laughed, sitting beside her. "My mum texted earlier. She found our box of memorabilia from that game. Apparently she kept the ticket stubs." The media attention faded as quickly as it had flared, their story becoming just another heartwarming internet moment before being replaced by the next viral sensation. But privately, something had shifted between them. What had been a strange coincidence had become part of their shared mythology, the story they would tell for years to come, the unlikely thread that had connected them long before they understood its significance. 2 weeks later, they drove to New Orleans to meet the Richards family. Jim greeted Cole with a bear hug and an immediate barrage of baseball questions. Catherine was more restrained but equally welcoming, showing Cole the meticulous scrapbook she'd created from their great baseball tour, including a page dedicated to the famous kiss. "We should have gotten your autograph back then," Jim joked over dinner. "Could have sold it for college tuition by now." "Jim," Catherine chided gently, then turned to Cole. "We're just happy Britt found someone who shares her love of the game. That's rare." Later that evening, as they sat on the porch swing of the Richards' modest New Orleans home, Britt rested her head on Cole's shoulder. "Well, you survived meeting my parents. Ready for round 2 in Colorado next month?" Cole nodded, watching fireflies illuminate the gathering darkness. "I've been thinking about that day at Coors Field, about all the little moments that had to align perfectly. Like Harper having to catch that specific third out, and me turning to my head at exactly the wrong moment. Or the camera operator deciding that was worth broadcasting. Or both of us choosing LSU years later." Britt laced her fingers through his. "My dad would call it baseball destiny. My science brain would call it statistically impossible. What do you call it?" Cole considered this, watching the rhythm of the fireflies' silent communication across the yard. "I don't know if there's a name for it, but I'm grateful." Above them, the porch light attracted moths in hypnotic patterns, nature's own version of chance and circumstance. Inside, they could hear Jim regaling Catherine with plans for a Thanksgiving reunion with the Nightingales, a suggestion that would have seemed absurd months earlier, but now felt inevitable. "Do you ever wonder," Britt asked softly, "about all the other moments like that? The connections we miss, the people we brush against without realizing it?" "All the time," Cole admitted. "But maybe we don't miss as many as we think. Maybe the important ones find a way to circle back." As if to punctuate his point, Britt's phone buzzed with a notification. An MLB account had shared their story again, this time with a side-by-side comparison, the original Kiss cam moment from 2015 alongside a recent photo of them at an LSU game, 10 years older but unmistakably the same people. The caption read simply, "Some catches last a lifetime. #baseball love." Britt smiled, turning off her phone and leaning into Cole's embrace. The digital world could have their story, could reshape it into whatever narrative fit neatly into a social media post. But the reality, the complex, improbable path that had led them from a crowded stadium to this quiet porch belonged only to them. That and the memory of a summer kiss that had somehow, against all odds, found its way home. Snowfall over Seoul. The snow fell like judgment upon Seoul, silent, relentless, bearing evidence of the city's wounds beneath a deceptive blanket of white. Una Park's fingers stiffened as she scribbled in her notebook, her breath forming ghosts in the frigid air. From her vantage point atop what remained of the Namdaemun Gate, the once proud capital resembled a mouthful of broken teeth. Buildings reduced to skeletal frames, streets pockmarked with artillery craters, frozen bodies still waiting to be claimed. "You'll catch your death up there, Miss Park." The American correspondent's voice carried on the wind. Una didn't look up. "Death is catching enough people without my help, Mr. Miller." At 25, Una had already witnessed Seoul change hands 4 times. The city had been stripped of its dignity like layers of skin, first by the Japanese occupation, then by ideological warfare that pitted neighbour against neighbour. Her father, once a respected scholar at Seoul National University, had been purged during the first communist occupation, dragged from their home for the crime of teaching Western philosophy. The Seoul Daily, backed by UN forces, employed her as a translator and junior reporter, but the stories they printed bore little resemblance to the ones she witnessed. Each night, she documented the real narratives in a separate journal, accounts of civilian massacres, political disappearances, and brutalities committed by all sides. These were the histories being erased with each new occupation. "The colonel's calling all press in," Miller added. "Chinese troops spotted 15 miles north." "Again?" Una sighed, tucking her notebook into the inner pocket of her coat. "Which way will we run this time?" But she already knew. The Americans and their UN allies would retreat south again, abandoning Seoul to Chairman Mao's forces pushing down from the north. The cycle would repeat, and more civilians would die in the crossfire of an ideological war that had little to do with them. That night, as evacuation orders blared through military loudspeakers, Una made her decision. For months, rumours had circulated about mass graves in the northern provinces, entire villages eliminated for suspected southern sympathies. No Western journalists were allowed access. No one was documenting these atrocities. Father Anton, a Catholic missionary who operated a medical station near the 38th parallel, agreed to smuggle her north under the guise of a nurse. The aging Jesuit had little patience for political boundaries when it came to suffering. "I cannot guarantee your safety," he warned as they loaded medical supplies into his battered truck. "If they discover you're a journalist, I'm aware of the risks, Father." She handed him her press credentials and identity papers, which he promptly burned. "From now on you are Kim Sun-hee, a volunteer nurse from Busan." The journey north was treacherous. Twice they were stopped at checkpoints where Father Anton's medical mission papers were scrutinized by teenage soldiers with hollow eyes and trembling fingers on triggers. Their truck crawled through landscapes rendered alien by war, villages reduced to charred frames, fields now cratered moonscapes, frozen bodies of civilians caught in artillery barrages, their blood stark crimson against the snow. They had nearly reached the mission point when the ambush came, a spray of gunfire that shattered their windshield and sent their truck careening into a ditch. Father Anton slumped against the wheel, a dark stain spreading across his cassock. Una tried to drag him from the wreckage, but more shots rang out. She dove into the snow as uniformed figures approached, their red-starred caps visible against the twilight. "American spy!" one shouted in heavily accented English. "Do not move!" Rough hands pulled her from the snow. The last thing she saw before a rifle butt struck her temple was Father Anton's unseeing eyes, fixed on the darkening sky. She awoke in a small room with stone walls that might once have been a storage cellar. A single bulb dangled from the ceiling, illuminating a wooden table and 2 chairs. Her head throbbed, and her wrists were bound with coarse rope. Hours passed before the door finally opened. A tall figure in a North Korean officer's uniform entered, his face obscured by the shadows. He moved with careful deliberation, placing a metal cup of water on the table before stepping into the light. Una caught her breath. Despite the harsh uniform, his face retained a scholar's gentleness, high cheekbones, thoughtful eyes, and a slightly crooked nose that hinted at some past injury. He couldn't have been more than 30. "I am Captain Ji-ho Kim," he said in flawless English. "You were captured with a known intelligence operative. You will tell me who you are and what information you were carrying." "The man you killed was a Catholic priest bringing medical supplies to civilians," Una replied in Korean, her voice steadier than she felt. Surprise flickered across Ji-ho's features, not at her words, but at her educated Seoul accent. "A southern woman this far north?" His voice lowered as he switched to Korean. "That makes you either very brave or very foolish. Sometimes those are the same thing." Their eyes locked across the table, and in that moment, something unspoken passed between them, a recognition that transcended uniforms and borders. They were both playing roles in a tragedy neither had written. "They're watching," he said softly, nodding toward the door. Your papers identify you as Kim Sun-hee, a nurse from Busan. Is that true? She recognized the lifeline he offered. Yes, Ji-ho raised his voice again, returning to the scripted interrogation. You're working with the Red Cross? Yes, Yuna nodded, providing medical aid to civilians. Later, she would learn what it cost him to spare her. Ji-ho had been a literature student at Kim Il-sung University before the war, conscripted after refusing to denounce his mentor, an elderly professor accused of harbouring reactionary views. His fluency in English had saved him from the front lines, relegating him instead to intelligence work. But each small act of conscience was noted in his file, marking him as politically unreliable. When he returned the following day, his demeanour had changed. You're being transferred, he said, loud enough for anyone listening. Then more quietly, they're sending me north with wounded soldiers. I've convinced them we need a nurse. It's the only way I could think to keep you alive. Why would you help me? Yuna whispered. Ji-ho's eyes, dark and unreadable, studied her face. Perhaps I'm also very brave, or very foolish. The military convoy crawled northward like a wounded snake. 3 trucks of injured soldiers followed by a command jeep, their progress slowed by treacherous mountain roads buried under heavy snow. Yuna rode in the middle truck, tending to men with frostbitten limbs and festering shrapnel wounds. Captain Ji-ho had instructed her to speak as little as possible, and to keep her head covered with a worn military cap. If anyone asks, you're from Hamhung, he told her. Your accent will be less noticeable. The men under Ji-ho's command were a grim assortment, some barely older than boys, others weathered veterans of multiple campaigns. All regarded her with suspicion. Their destination was a field hospital near the Chinese border, where the wounded would be treated before being redeployed. For Yuna, it represented deeper entrapment in enemy territory. On the 3rd night, their convoy stopped in an abandoned village. The houses stood like dark sentinels against the snow, their windows vacant eyes watching the soldiers establish camp. Ji-ho assigned Yuna to a small outbuilding that might once have been a workshop. It's the most private space I can manage, he explained, helping her carry medical supplies inside. The men are uncomfortable having a woman among them. They should be more concerned with gangrene than my gender, Yuna replied, arranging bandages on a makeshift table. Ji-ho almost smiled, a slight softening around his eyes that vanished as quickly as it appeared. These men have seen things that have stripped away their humanity. Don't judge them too harshly. What have you seen, Captain? Yuna asked, studying him closely. The question hung between them, dangerous and intimate. Ji-ho turned away, his profile sharp against the lantern light. Enough to know, this war serves no one but distant powers playing at empire. His voice dropped to a whisper. Be careful around Sergeant Choi. He suspects you're not what you claim. Before she could respond, shouting erupted outside. A young soldier had collapsed while unloading supplies, his fever spiking dangerously. For the next several hours, Yuna worked alongside Ji-ho to save the boy's life, cutting away uniform from infected wounds, administering their precious penicillin, and cooling his forehead with snow. Dawn broke as the fever finally subsided. Exhausted, Yuna slumped against the wall, watching Ji-ho gently cover the sleeping soldier. You have medical training, she observed. My mother was a midwife before the Japanese took her. Something in his expression softened. She taught me that hands can heal as easily as they can harm, a lesson I try to remember. When the convoy resumed its journey, a new understanding existed between them, tentative and unspoken. Each night as they made camp, Ji-ho would find reasons to consult with her away from the others. They spoke carefully at first, exchanging only necessary information, but isolation and shared danger bred a peculiar intimacy. On the 5th night, they sheltered in the ruins of a small church, its roof half collapsed, but its stone walls still standing against the bitter wind. While the soldiers huddled around fires in the main sanctuary, Jiho led Yuna to what had once been the vestry. "Why are you really here?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the wind. No southern nurse would volunteer for this. The question had been inevitable. Yuna considered her options and chose truth, or enough of it. "I'm documenting what's happening to civilians. The history's being erased." "A journalist, then?" "A witness." She met his gaze without flinching. "People are disappearing from villages. Entire families executed. Someone needs to record their names before they're forgotten." Jiho was silent for so long that Yuna prepared herself for a rest. Instead, he reached inside his uniform and withdrew a small battered book. "My professor's poetry," he explained, handling it with reverence. "Published before the division. They burned every copy they could find in Pyongyang, but I saved this one." He opened it carefully, the pages worn from repeated reading. He wrote about unity, how Korea's soul remains undivided even when borders are drawn with bayonets. Their fingers brushed as Yuna accepted the book and neither pulled away. In that frozen church, surrounded by the wounded and the dying, they found a fragile connection that defied the arbitrary lines of nations. Each night thereafter, they would find moments away from watchful eyes to share what remained of their humanity. Jiho recited poetry from memory, while Yuna told him of Seoul before the war, of cherry blossoms along the Han River, and students debating in tea houses. She recorded his stories too, filling her hidden notebook with accounts of northern villages caught between Chinese volunteers and American bombers. "If we survive this," he once whispered, "what will become of these stories?" "They'll be told," Yuna promised. "All of them." It happened on the 7th night, as they huddled beneath a partially collapsed roof while snow drifted through the gaps. A single candle illuminated their small sanctuary as Jiho read from his treasured book, his voice giving life to words of longing and resistance. When he looked up, Yuna was watching him with an expression that mirrored his own unspoken yearning. Neither could say who moved first. Their lips met in a kiss that tasted of fear and ash and desperate hope. A moment of warmth in a frozen world. Jiho's hands trembled as they framed her face, and Yuna clung to him as though he were solid ground in shifting terrain. "This can only end in tragedy," he murmured against her hair afterward. "Then we'll have that in common with the rest of Korea," she replied. They reached the abandoned mountain village of Songwon on the 12th day. Once a thriving farming community, it now stood eerily empty, its inhabitants either fled or taken. With the nearest field hospital still 3 days' journey, and blizzard conditions setting in, Jiho ordered his men to establish camp. "We'll wait out the storm," he announced, assigning quarters in the abandoned homes. The stone house assigned to Yuna had belonged to the village headman, a small but solidly built structure with a working chimney and walls thick enough to keep out the worst of the cold. Jiho claimed the adjacent room as his quarters, establishing a buffer between her and the increasingly suspicious Sergeant Choi. For 6 days the blizzard raged, confining them to the village. In this strange pocket of stillness amidst war, Yuna and Jiho crafted a semblance of normal life. They melted snow for washing, dried laundry by the fire, and foraged through abandoned gardens for frozen vegetables to supplement their rations. In the evenings, after Jiho had completed his rounds, they would sit by the fire speaking in whispers of their lives before the war. He described his childhood in a coastal village north of Wonsan, fishing with his grandfather, studying by lamplight, dreaming of becoming a professor like the mentor he had refused to denounce. "I wanted to translate Western poetry into Korean," he confessed, his fingers interlaced with hers. Byron, Shelley, Whitman, voices that speak to universal experience. Yuna told him of her father's library, filled with books from around the world, and how she had learned English by reading Austen and Dickens aloud. "He believed knowledge should transcend borders," she said. "That's why they took him." "And why you're risking everything to document this war," Jiho added. understanding illuminating his features. Their stolen moments of intimacy existed in sharp contrast to the world outside, a world where they would be enemies rather than lovers. Each touch, each whispered confidence, each night spent in each other's arms was an act of defiance against the divisions forced upon their homeland. "Sometimes I imagine us in another life," Ji-ho murmured one night, his head resting in Yuna's lap as she ran her fingers through his hair. Perhaps as scholars in Gyeongsong during the Joseon dynasty, or meeting in a Tokyo university before liberation. "Any time but now?" Yuna smiled sadly. "Any time when loving you wouldn't be considered treason." The illusion of peace shattered on the 7th morning with the arrival of a Chinese regiment, 200 soldiers commandeering the village as a forward operating base. Their commander, a hard-faced colonel named Lin, regarded Ji-ho's small contingent with poorly disguised contempt. "You were expected at the field hospital a week ago, Captain," he said in stilted Korean. "Your delay requires explanation." Sergeant Choi stepped forward before Ji-ho could respond. "The captain has been protecting a southern spy, Comrade Colonel." The accusation hung in the frigid air. Ji-ho's face remained impassive, but Yuna saw his hand move subtly toward his sidearm. "These are serious allegations," Colonel Lin turned to Ji-ho. "Who is this woman?" "A Red Cross nurse," Ji-ho replied evenly, "providing medical care to our wounded." Sergeant Choi's thin lips curved into a cruel smile. "Then why does she write in a notebook each night? Why does she speak with a Seoul accent when she thinks no one is listening?" Colonel Lin motioned to his men. "Bring this woman and search her belongings." What followed was inevitable. The discovery of Yuna's notebook with its damning accounts, her journalist's eye for detail having recorded atrocities committed by all sides. Ji-ho stood rigid as the evidence mounted, his eyes communicating what his voice could not. "Run when you can." The opportunity came unexpectedly. As they marched Yuna toward the command post for formal interrogation, an American spotter plane roared overhead. All eyes turned skyward, all except Ji-ho's. In one fluid motion he drew his pistol and fired, not at Yuna but at Sergeant Choi and the nearest Chinese soldier. "Run!" he shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the tree line. Gunfire erupted behind them as they plunged into the forest, snow hampering their escape. They had gained perhaps half a kilometre when Ji-ho stumbled, a dark stain spreading across his uniform jacket. "I'm hit!" he gasped, clutching Yuna's arm to keep from falling. "You must go on alone." "I won't leave you," she insisted, slinging his arm over her shoulders. Together they struggled through deepening snow, the sounds of pursuit growing closer. Night fell, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold that threatened as much as their pursuers. Ji-ho's strength waned with each step, his blood leaving a telltale trail behind them. At midnight, they reached a small hunting cabin, little more than a shack but offering momentary shelter. Inside, Yuna tended Ji-ho's wound as best she could, using strips of her undershirt as bandages. "The bullet went through," she said, her voice steadier than her hands. "But you've lost too much blood." Ji-ho's face was ashen in the dim light. "The border is 15 kilometers south," he whispered. "If you travel by night, you might cross before they catch you. We'll go together when you're stronger." He caught her hand, his grip surprisingly firm. "Yuna, listen to me. What you've documented, it must reach the outside world. If you vanish, at least the truth might live." She kissed him then, tasting blood and tears. "I won't leave you to die. Then help me live long enough to get you to the border." For 3 days they moved only at night, hiding in dense underbrush or abandoned structures during daylight hours. Ji-ho grew weaker despite Yuna's care, his wound festering without proper medication. Yet he refused to surrender to either pain or pursuers, drawing on reserves of strength that left Yuna in awe. On the fourth night, they reached the ridge overlooking the 38th parallel, an arbitrary line that had ripped a people apart. Below them, South Korean outposts stood illuminated against the darkness. "We'll cross together," Yuna insisted, supporting Jiho's weight. "I know people in Seoul who can hide you." Jiho's smile was gentle but resolute. "They're looking for a North Korean officer, not a southern woman travelling alone." Before she could protest, he removed his uniform jacket and outer clothing, dressing instead in the civilian clothes they had scavenged from an abandoned farmhouse. "From now on, I'm your husband, wounded while trying to reach the south," he said, his breath forming ghosts in the cold air. A civilian, nothing more. It was their only chance. Together they approached the checkpoint, Yuna supporting Jiho's increasingly frail form. The South Korean soldiers regarded them with suspicion that turned to alarm when Jiho collapsed, his disguise falling away as fever overtook him. "Please," Yuna begged as they were separated. Jiho carried away on a stretcher. "He saved my life. He's not your enemy." But her pleas fell on deaf ears. In the chaos of war, individual stories mattered little against larger narratives of nationhood and ideology. Seoul in spring should have felt like renewal. Cherry trees blossomed along streets once littered with shell casings, and buildings rose from rubble like determined shoots pushing through scorched earth. 6 months had passed since Yuna's return, yet the city remained a stranger to her, its wounds bandaged but unhealed beneath a veneer of reconstruction. The American newspaper that employed her now valued her most for her silence. Her first-hand accounts of the war's brutality had been edited into sterile dispatches that mentioned neither perpetrators nor victims by name. Official narratives required clear villains and heroes, not the complicated truths she'd witnessed. At night, alone in her small apartment, Yuna would remove the floorboard beneath her bed and retrieve her original notebooks, the testimonies she had risked everything to record. She had published some of these accounts anonymously in underground papers under the pseudonym The Winter Witness, careful to disguise her handwriting and distribute the manuscripts through different channels. These unsanctioned accounts, documenting atrocities committed by all sides, had earned her enemies in both governments. Twice she had noticed men following her home from the newspaper office. Once, her apartment had been searched while she was at work, the intruders professional enough to leave almost no trace except for a single cigarette butt of a brand favoured by ROK military police. Of Jiho she had learned nothing. After their arrival at the checkpoint, he'd been taken away, his fever worsening. The military authorities had questioned her extensively about their relationship, suspicious of anyone who had spent months behind enemy lines. She told them only that he was a civilian who had helped her escape, a partial truth that still felt like betrayal. Her inquiries about his whereabouts went unanswered. A sympathetic American lieutenant had eventually informed her that a male civilian matching Jiho's description had been transferred to a military hospital in Busan for further questioning, a euphemism whose meaning she understood all too well. Summer came, bringing humid heat and the steady drumbeat of stalled peace negotiations. Yuna continued her work, both official and clandestine, while the grinding war reached its 3rd year. Her editor praised her recovery from her ordeal in the north, unaware that each sanitized article she wrote was accompanied by Aurora, truer account published under her secret identity. It was on an oppressively hot August afternoon when the letter arrived, delivered not to her apartment but to the newspaper office, addressed simply to YP. No return address, no official markings. Inside was a single sheet of paper containing a line from the poetry book Jiho had carried. "Even when the mountains burn, snow will fall somewhere." Beneath it, in careful English, "The truth lives, as do I." The handwriting was unmistakable. The same hand that had traced Korean poetry by candlelight in abandoned villages. Yuna pressed the paper to her lips, tears threatening to smudge the precious ink. No information about his location, no way to respond, just proof of life, delivered like a whisper across impossible distance. That night, she wrote with renewed purpose, documenting not just the atrocities but the small kindnesses she had witnessed, moments of humanity that transcended uniform and ideology. Stories of southern soldiers sharing rations with northern civilians, of enemy combatants returning personal effects of the fallen to their families, of a northern officer who had chosen love over duty. These stories too became part of the Winter Witness accounts, spreading through an underground network of readers hungry for truth beyond propaganda. Though Yuna signed each manuscript only with her pseudonym, she included the line from Jiho's letter as a signature. Even when the mountains burn, snow will fall somewhere. Months passed. The war stalemated along what would eventually become the permanent division of Korea. Yuna's anonymous writings gained notoriety, prompting increased surveillance of suspected authors. Twice she narrowly avoided arrest, warned by sympathetic colleagues at the newspaper. In the winter of 1953, as armistice talks continued, Yuna received a peculiar invitation, a cultural exchange program seeking Korean translators for a diplomatic mission to Japan. The invitation came through channels that suggested American involvement, possibly intelligence services aware of her linguistic abilities, if not her clandestine activities. She accepted, recognizing both opportunity and escape. Seoul had become too dangerous, her anonymity increasingly fragile. Perhaps in Japan, with its distance from the immediate conflict, she could continue her work more safely. The night before her departure, a second letter arrived, delivered by an elderly woman who vanished before Yuna could question her. This one contained no message, only a pressed cherry blossom and an address in Kyoto's Gion district. Hope, dangerous and fragile, bloomed in her chest for the first time since crossing back into the south. She packed her notebooks carefully inside a false-bottomed suitcase and left Seoul as snowflakes began to fall, white petals covering the scars of a divided nation. Kyoto preserved its beauty like a treasure kept safe from time's erosion. While much of Japan still struggled with post-war reconstruction, the ancient capital had emerged largely unscathed, its temples, gardens, and traditions continuing as they had for centuries. To Yuna, walking its narrow stone streets felt like stepping into another world, one where peace was not merely the absence of gunfire but a cultivated state of being. For 3 years she had worked as a cultural liaison and translator for Korean delegations, her position providing sufficient credentials to avoid uncomfortable questions about her past. The diplomatic posting allowed her to travel between Japan and Korea, maintaining connections with the network of witnesses whose stories she still collected and published. The armistice had frozen the conflict rather than resolved it, creating a permanent division that separated families and severed a shared cultural heritage. Yuna's work increasingly focused on documenting these separations, the human cost of ideological boundaries. She had visited the address from the mysterious letter numerous times over the past 3 years. The small bookshop specialized in translations, offering works in Korean, English, Chinese, and Japanese. Its proprietor, an elderly Japanese woman named Hana, always greeted Yuna with the same polite smile and gentle denial. "I'm afraid the person you seek is not here," she would say, offering tea as consolation. Yuna had almost convinced herself that the address had been a cruel misdirection, or a hope destroyed by circumstances unknown to her. Yet she returned every few months, drawn by stubborn faith or perhaps by the bookshop itself, its shelves containing volumes that reminded her of her father's library and of poetry read by candlelight in abandoned churches. It was earlier December 1956 when Yuna entered the bookshop for what she had decided would be the final time. Snow had begun falling over Kyoto, transforming the city into a scene from a woodblock print. Black tile roofs outlined in white, stone lanterns wearing caps of snow. the Kamo River flowing dark between winter-bare cherry trees. The shop was empty except for Hannah, who looked up from her ledger with the same gentle smile. "You are persistent, Miss Park," she said in Japanese. "Perhaps that persistence deserves reward. Please, wait here." Before Yuna could respond, the old woman disappeared through a curtained doorway leading to the back of the shop. Minutes stretched into contemplation as Yuna browsed familiar shelves, her fingers trailing over book spines until they stopped at a slim volume of Korean poetry, the same collection Jiho had carried through the war. She was still holding it when the curtain parted. He stood taller in her memory, perhaps because she had last seen him weakened by fever and blood loss. Now he appeared solid but somehow contained, his scholar's frame disguised in the simple clothes of a Japanese bookseller. His hair had more grey than should belong to a man of 34, and a scar traced a path from his right temple to his jaw, a permanent reminder of wounds both visible and hidden. For a moment neither spoke. The poetry book trembled in Yuna's hands. "That edition has a superior translation," Jiho said finally, his voice exactly as she remembered, cultured, gentle, carrying the ghost of a northern accent he had clearly worked to suppress. "Though the original is always better." "How?" The question contained multitudes. How did you survive? How did you escape? How did you find your way here? Jiho's eyes held hers, communicating volumes before he spoke. "American military intelligence found my academic background useful. I provided information in exchange for certain considerations. You became a spy." Understanding dawned. "I became a translator of more than words." His smile held sadness and irony in equal measure. "My knowledge of Northern command structures proved valuable enough to overcome objections about my origins. And afterward, Japan seemed safest. Neither North nor South would welcome me now." He gestured to the bookshop. "Hannah was my professor's cousin. She helped me establish this place, a home for literature that crosses borders. The distance between them, 3 years and countless political complications, seemed both vast and insignificant." Yuna placed the poetry book on a nearby table and took a tentative step forward. "I continued our work," she said. "The stories—" "I know," Jiho's expression softened. "The Winter Witness. Your voice carried across the sea." Another step closer. "Why didn't you contact me directly?" "It wasn't safe. For either of us." His hand reached toward her but stopped short of touching. "Your activities were monitored. I couldn't risk leading them to you. So you sent poetry instead. Words that would mean something only to you." The final distance between them dissolved, years of separation collapsing into the gravity of shared memory. When their hands finally touched, it felt like completing a circuit long interrupted, electricity flowing where once there had been only vacant space. Outside, snow continued to fall over Kyoto, a gentler snow than had witnessed their first meeting, yet carrying echoes of that frigid night when a northern officer had chosen to see a southern woman as human rather than enemy. "The bookshop closes early on snowy days," Jiho said, his fingers interlacing with hers. "There's a small tea house by the river where we could talk." "I'd like that." Yuna smiled, the expression reaching her eyes for the first time in years. They stepped outside together, snow falling around them like cherry blossoms in negative, white against darkening sky rather than pink against blue. Neither spoke as they walked side by side down the narrow street, not quite touching yet connected by something stronger than physical contact. The war had divided their country, separated their people, and nearly claimed their lives. But as they walked into the gentle snowfall, Yuna understood that some divisions could be crossed, some wounds could heal, and some stories, against all odds, could find their way toward hope. Behind them, the bookshop light cast their shadows onto fresh snow, 2 separate silhouettes moving in the same direction, gradually merging into one as distance blurred their outlines against the gathering dusk. The end. Ink and Illusions. The rhythmic tap of Harper Lennox's fingers on her keyboard paused as she heard the telltale sound of a motorcycle pulling into the driveway next door. She glanced at the clock, 6:15 p.m, right on schedule. Her fingers hovered over the keys, waiting for the engine to cut off, for the heavy footsteps to cross the gravel drive, for the door to shut with a definitive click. Only then did she exhale and resume typing. His hands moved deliberately, each touch calculated yet somehow instinctive, as if his body remembered a map his mind had forgotten. Harper pushed her glasses up her nose and squinted at the screen. Too cliché. She deleted the sentence and tried again. The image of her neighbour, broad-shouldered, perpetually frowning Jack Maddox, floating up and into her mind. His touch was careful, almost cautious, like a man who had spent years learning the exact force needed to disarm explosives rather than ignite them. Better. Harper saved the file, a small smile playing at her lips. 2 more chapters and Midnight Reconnaissance, the 5th installment in her best-selling Covert Hearts series, would be complete. Her editor at Pinnacle Publishing would be thrilled. The readers of L.L. Moon's steamy military romance novels would be ecstatic. And Harper Lennox, head librarian of Windermere Cove's small public library, would remain exactly what she had always been, invisible. The duality of her existence had never bothered her before. In fact, she had cultivated it deliberately. By day, she was the quiet, bookish woman who recommended gentle mysteries to elderly patrons and organised children's reading hours. By night, she transformed into L.L. Moon, whose novels featured strong-willed heroines and damaged heroes finding redemption through love, and spectacularly detailed intimate encounters. Her phone chirped with a text notification. "Brilliant news, darling. Covert Hearts series just hit 2 million in sales. NYT list confirmed for Midnight Reconnaissance pre-orders alone. We need to talk publicity. Call me." Margot Harper groaned, dropping her head into her hands. Publicity. The word alone made her stomach clench. L.L. Moon had never done interviews, never attended book signings. Her author photo was an artfully shadowed silhouette, her bio purposefully vague. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, L.L. Moon spends her days surrounded by books and her nights writing about passion. The deception had been easy at first, when her debut novel had been a modest success. 5 years and 14 books later, the mystique surrounding L.L. Moon had only intensified her popularity. Harper shut her laptop and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the cottage next door. A single light burned in what she knew was the kitchen. Jack would be making dinner now, something simple and nutritious. In the 3 years since he'd inherited his grandfather's house, she'd learned his routines as intimately as if they were characters in one of her books. Monday was grilled chicken night. Tuesday was fish. Wednesday, like today, was pasta, whole grain with a sauce he made from scratch. He'd eat at the counter, standing, reading something on his tablet. Afterward, he'd wash his dishes immediately, then spend an hour or 2 working on renovations before showering and reading until precisely 10:00 p.m, when his light would go out. Harper knew all of this not because she was a stalker, but because the rhythm of his life had become the metronome that kept time for her own. She structured her writing sessions around the comings and goings of the man who, without knowing it, had become the template for every brooding hero she'd created since he arrived. She'd spoken to him exactly 47 times. 47 brief, awkward exchanges that consisted primarily of "good morning, nice weather," and "have a good day." Once, during a power outage, he'd come to check if she had candles. Once, she'd gathered the courage to bring him cookies as a welcome gift when he first moved in. Beyond that, their relationship existed entirely in her imagination and on the pages of books that had sold millions of copies. Her phone rang, startling her from her thoughts. Margot wasn't one to be ignored. "Harper, darling, did you get my text? This is tremendous news." "I did, yes, it's wonderful," Harper replied. moving away from the window and back to her desk. So, publicity. We need to strike while the iron is hot. I've been thinking. Harper tensed. Margot's thinking usually led to suggestions involving public appearances. What if we arrange a small exclusive fan event? Nothing huge or intimidating. Just 20 or so devoted readers, an intimate setting. They'd love to meet the mysterious LL Moon. Margot, we've discussed this. I can't... Not in New York, not at a big bookstore, somewhere that feels safe for you. Margot paused dramatically. What about that charming little independent bookshop in your own town? Sea Pages, is it? Harper nearly dropped the phone. Windermere Cove? You want to host an LL Moon event in my town? It's perfect, small controlled environment. People who have never connected Harper Lennox with LL Moon. We keep it exclusive, mysterious even. Fans get to meet you, but we maintain your public anonymity. They sign NDAs if it makes you feel better. Harper's mind raced through all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Everyone in town knew her. They'd recognise her voice, her mannerisms. I can't, she said firmly. Then more softly, maybe if it were truly anonymous, if they could meet the author without knowing it's me. Go on, Margot encouraged. What if it's a masked event? Everyone, including the author, wears masks. Make it thematic. Covert identities, like my books. There was silence on the other end, then a delighted laugh. Harper Lennox, you brilliant woman. It's perfect. Mysterious, on-brand, and just the right amount of dramatic. Unmask your passion with LL Moon. But no one actually unmasks. I love it. As Margot rattled off logistics and dates, Harper found herself agreeing to something she'd spent years avoiding. Her gaze drifted back to the window, to the light in Jack's kitchen. What would the quiet intensity of Jack Maddox think if he knew his awkward, barely speaking neighbour was the author of books that had helped thousands of women discover their own desires? What would he say if he knew that his hands, his scars, his rare but devastating half-smile had inspired countless fictional moments of passion? It was a question she would never have to answer, she assured herself. Their worlds would never collide. The next morning, Harper arrived at the library 15 minutes early, as she always did. The small stone building had been a church in the 1800s before being converted to Windermere Cove's public library in the 1950s. She loved the arched windows, the worn wooden floors that creaked in specific places, the smell of old paper and lemon polish. This was her domain, where she felt competent and calm, not like the jittery, anxious person she became whenever she spotted Jack Maddox approaching. As if her thoughts had conjured him, the library door opened precisely at 10:15 a.m. Thursday, which meant Jack would return last week's book and check out exactly one new one, always fiction, often classics, occasionally contemporary literary works, never romance. Good morning, she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Jack nodded, placing the old man and the sea on the counter. His dark hair was damp from a recent shower, and a fresh cut on his forearm suggested he'd been working on another renovation project. Hemingway, she said, scanning the book. Did you enjoy it? He seemed surprised by the question, as if their script didn't usually include this line. It was... He cleared his throat. Good. Bit sparse. Harper smiled despite herself. Sparse is generous. Hemingway never used two words when one would do. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but nearly. Any recommendations? This too was off script. Harper blinked, then gestured toward the new releases section. Depends what you're in the mood for. Jack followed her to the display, his steps nearly silent despite his size. A habit Harper had incorporated into Commander Riker Stone, the hero of her third novel. Military training so ingrained that even in civilian life, he moved like a shadow. Something with more words than Hemingway, he said, and this time there was definitely a hint of humour in his voice. Harper reached for a book without thinking. This just came in. It's supposed to be excellent. She froze as she realised what she was holding. Midnight Reconnaissance by L.L. Moon. It wasn't supposed to be on shelves yet. The official release was still 2 weeks away. C Pages must have put their advance copy in the library's new release section. Jack took the book from her hands, their fingers brushing momentarily. Harper hoped he couldn't feel her pulse racing. Military romance? He asked, eyebrow raised as he examined the cover, which featured a silhouetted couple against a night sky filled with stars. Harper's face burned. I mean it's popular and I'll take it, he said, cutting off her stammering. Never tried this genre before. As Harper walked back to the counter to check out her own book to her neighbour, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jack Maddox was going to read her words that had been inspired in no small part by him. "Enjoy," she managed to say as she handed him the book. He nodded, that almost smile appearing again. "See you next Thursday." As the door closed behind him, Harper sank into her chair, a mixture of horror and inexplicable excitement churning in her stomach. For the first time since she began writing as L.L. Moon, her two worlds felt dangerously close to colliding. Jack Maddox sat on his back deck, the library book open on his lap, his coffee cooling beside him. The morning sun filtered through the oak trees, casting dappled shadows across the pages. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, unable to put the damn thing down. It wasn't what he'd expected. Yes, there were intimate scenes that made him shift uncomfortably in his chair, but beyond that, there was something about the writing that felt personal. The way the author described the protagonist's hypervigilance, his difficulty sleeping, the way certain sounds triggered memories he'd rather forget, it was unnervingly accurate. He flipped to the author bio on the back flap. L.L. Moon. The photo was artfully obscured, just a silhouette against a window. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town. Jack frowned. Could be any coastal town anywhere, but something nagged at him, a sense of familiarity in the prose that he couldn't quite place. His phone buzzed with a text from his former squadmate Mike. "You coming to Derek's wedding next month?" Jack sighed. The thought of a large social gathering made his skin crawl, but Derek had been there for him during the worst days of his recovery. He owed him this much. "Yes, but I'm not dancing." Mike's response was immediate. "We'll see about that after a few beers, Captain No Fun." Jack pocketed his phone and returned to the book, losing himself once again in the story of a Special Forces commander and the war correspondent who saw through his defences. By the time he finished the final chapter, the sun was high overhead, and he felt strangely exposed, as if the author had somehow peered into his soul. On impulse, he walked to his laptop and searched for information about L.L. Moon. There wasn't much. No interviews, no public appearances, just a website with book information and a contact form for fan mail that probably went straight to a publicist. A new link caught his eye. Unmask Your Passion, an exclusive event with L.L. Moon at C Pages bookstore, Winmere Cove. Jack stared at the screen. L.L. Moon was coming here? To this tiny coastal town that barely registered on most maps? The event was described as intimate and exclusive, limited to 20 attendees. A masquerade theme meant everyone, including the author, would remain anonymous. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jack clicked register and filled out the form. What was the worst that could happen? He'd spend an evening in a room full of romance readers, most likely women, all of them strangers. The thought made him wince, but his curiosity about the author overrode his discomfort. He wanted to know how she had written so accurately about things he'd never discussed with anyone outside his unit. How she understood the weight of command, the burden of responsibility for other people's lives. How she knew exactly what it felt like to wake up screaming from dreams filled with sand and blood and failure. The confirmation email arrived instantly. Congratulations, you're invited to an exclusive evening with LL Moon. Thursday, 7 p.m, C Pages Bookstore. Masks required, identities optional, passion guaranteed. Jack closed his laptop, oddly unsettled. He picked up the novel again, rereading a passage that had struck him earlier. The hardest thing about coming home, he told her, isn't adjusting to comfort or routine. It's realizing that while you are living in a world where every decision might be your last, everyone else was just living, buying groceries, watching TV, falling in love. And you don't know how to do those simple things anymore without scanning for threats, without waiting for the other shoe to drop. How did she know? How did this mysterious LL Moon, whoever she was, understand exactly what it felt like to be in his head? For the first time since moving to Windmere Cove 3 years ago, Jack felt a flicker of something like hope. Hope that maybe there was someone who might understand the parts of himself he'd never been able to explain. Harper's hands trembled as she applied mascara, careful not to smudge it onto her glasses. No, not her glasses. Tonight she'd wear contacts, another layer of disguise. Her hair, usually pulled back in a practical bun, fell in loose waves past her shoulders. The dress she'd chosen, a deep blue wrap style that emphasised her waist and showed more cleavage than anything in her normal wardrobe, had been ordered online specifically for this event. "You can do this," she whispered to her reflection. "It's just one evening. No one will know it's you." Her phone chimed with a text from Margot. "Car will pick you up at 6:30. Remember, you're just another guest until the revealed moment. You've got this, superstar." The plan was simple. Harper would arrive with the other attendees, mingle anonymously, and only at a predetermined moment would the bookstore owner, who was the only person in town who knew her secret, indicate that LL Moon was ready to take questions. Even then, she would remain masked, her identity protected. At exactly 6:30, a sleek black car pulled up outside her cottage. Harper grabbed her purse and the ornate masquerade mask she'd purchased online, casting one last glance at Jack's house. His motorcycle was gone, which meant he was out for the evening. One less worry at least. C Page's bookstore had been transformed for the evening. Fairy lights twinkled from the ceiling, candles, flameless, Harper noted with librarian approval, flickered on tables scattered with rose petals, and soft jazz played in the background. Champagne flutes were being filled as masked attendees, mostly women, but a few men, chatted excitedly. Harper slipped in, securing her mask over her eyes. The elaborate design covered most of her upper face, with delicate silver filigree extending to her hairline. Between that, the contacts, and her unusual styling, she doubted even her regular library patrons would recognise her. "Welcome," said Abby, the bookstore owner, with a wink that only Harper could see. "Please enjoy some champagne. LL Moon will be circulating among you before the formal Q&A. Harper accepted a glass gratefully, taking a larger sip than she intended. The bubbles went straight to her head, but the alcohol helped calm her nerves. She could do this. She was just playing a role, like her characters did. She turned, intent on finding a quiet corner to observe from, when she collided with a solid chest. "Sorry," a deep voice said, steadying her with hands that were warm and firm on her bare arms. Harper looked up and nearly dropped her champagne. Through the simple black mask that covered the upper half of his face, she would recognise those eyes anywhere. Grey-blue, like the ocean during a storm. Jack Maddox was at her book event. Jack Maddox, her neighbour, her unwitting muse, the man whose silent intensity had inspired an entire series of romantic heroes, was standing in front of her, apologising for bumping into her, completely unaware that she was both the woman who lived next door and the author whose event he was attending. "It's fine," she said, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. "No harm done." He nodded, and she waited for him to move on. but instead he remained standing there, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Are you a fan of L.L. Moon?" she asked, desperate how to break the silence. A faint flush appeared above his mask. "I've only read one of her books, actually. Just finished it today." "And?" Harper couldn't help herself. "What did you think?" Jack took a sip of his drink. Whiskey, not champagne, she noted, before answering. "It wasn't what I expected. There was a lot more understanding than I anticipated." Understanding? Of what it's like to come back from war. His voice had dropped, becoming almost confessional. Most people who write about it get it wrong. They focus on the dramatic parts, the firefights, the explosions. They don't understand that the hardest battles happen in the quiet moments afterward. Harper's breath caught. This was more than Jack had ever said to her in their 3 years as neighbours. "You served?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. He nodded once. "Special Forces. 8 years." Just like Commander Riker Stone from Midnight Reconnaissance, Harper felt a wave of guilt. Had she been too specific in her characterization? Had she somehow invaded his privacy without realizing it? "And the book captured that experience for you?" she asked carefully. "Parts of it." He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "I'd like to ask the author how she knew, how she could describe so accurately what it feels like to..." He trailed off, seeming embarrassed by his own openness. "To what?" Harper encouraged gently. Jack's eyes met hers, and for a moment she forgot they were in a room full of people. To feel broken in ways that can't be seen or fixed. The rawness in his voice made her heart ache. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his arm. Maybe she knows that even broken things can be beautiful. That's what her books are about, right? Finding wholeness even with the broken pieces. He looked at her with surprise, then something like recognition. "You sound like you know her work well." Harper withdrew her hand quickly. "I'm a big fan," she said lightly. "Have you read her other books?" "Not yet, but I might now." There was a warmth in his gaze that made her stomach flutter. "I'm Jack, by the way." Harper caught herself just in time. "Carly," she improvised. "Nice to meet you, Jack." Before they could continue their conversation, Abby clinked a glass for attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, L.L. Moon has been among you all evening, and now she's ready to take your questions. However, in keeping with the spirit of mystery, she'll remain masked, and we ask that you respect her privacy." All eyes turned expectantly to Harper, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling Jack's gaze on her back as she moved to the front of the room. "Good evening, everyone," she said, still using the slightly lower register she'd adopted with Jack. "Thank you for coming tonight. I'm honoured that my words have meant something to you." For the next 45 minutes, Harper fielded questions about her writing process, her inspiration, her characters. She grew more confident with each answer, especially when her responses elicited appreciative nods from Jack, who stood at the back of the room, watching her intently. "One final question," Abby announced, pointing to a woman near the front. "Your male characters are so authentic," the woman said. "Do you base them on real men in your life?" Harper froze, acutely aware of Jack's attention. "I observe," she said carefully. "I believe that the best fiction comes from emotional truth, even if the specific details are invented. So while none of my characters are exactly based on real people, they all contain elements of humanity that I've witnessed or experienced." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. She didn't mention that Commander Riker Stone's habit of running his thumb along his jaw when thinking was something she'd seen Jack do countless times from her kitchen window, or that the scar on Lieutenant Drake Mason's left shoulder in Covert Seduction was inspired by the glimpse she'd caught of Jack's own scar one summer day when he was working shirtless in his yard. As the event wound down, Harper felt both exhilarated and exhausted. She'd done it. She'd appeared publicly as LL Moon without compromising her identity. Guests were leaving, thanking Abby and casting curious glances back at Harper, who remained by the refreshment table, sipping a glass of water. That was illuminating. She turned to find Jack beside her again, his expression thoughtful behind his mask. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," she said, fighting to maintain her composure. "You never answered that last question fully," he said quietly, "about your inspiration." Harper's pulse jumped. Some things a writer has to keep to herself. Fair enough. He hesitated, then added, "I'd like to write to you, to LL Moon, I mean. There are things I want to say about your book, about what it meant to me, that I couldn't express here." "The website has a contact form," Harper said, her mouth suddenly dry. Jack shook his head. "Those go to publicists, editors. I'd like to know my words would reach you directly." Abby appeared at Harper's side, a lifeline. "We actually have a special arrangement with LL Moon," she said smoothly. "Letters can be left here at the bookstore. We forward them directly to the author. No intermediaries." "Thank you," Jack said, his eyes still on Harper. "It was nice meeting you, Carly." As he walked away, Harper let out a shaky breath. "That was too close," she whispered to Abby. "Exciting, right?" Abby grinned. "Who was that masked man anyway? He couldn't take his eyes off you." "That," Harper said, watching Jack's broad shoulders disappear through the door, "was my next-door neighbour." Jack sat at his kitchen counter, staring at the blank page before him. He'd started and discarded 5 versions of this letter already. How did you write to someone whose words had reached inside your chest and found all the broken pieces you'd been hiding? He took another sip of coffee and began again. "Dear LL Moon, I'm not good with words. That's your territory. But I wanted to thank you for Midnight Reconnaissance. It's the first time I've read something that captured what it feels like to come home from war and find that home isn't home anymore. I served 8 years in Special Forces, 4 deployments. I've been back in civilian life for 3 years now, and most days I still feel like I'm operating undercover in a foreign country, trying to remember how normal people behave. Your character, Commander Stone, thinks at one point that the hardest part of peace is that there's no mission objective, no clear measure of success or failure. That's exactly right. Some days getting out of bed and talking to the grocery store cashier feels like a successful operation. Other days it feels like failure when I can't manage a simple conversation with..." Jack paused, thinking of Harper Lennox's shy smile when she'd recommended LL Moon's book to him. The way she'd blushed when he'd taken it, as if embarrassed by the suggestion. "With someone I'd like to know better. I don't know how you understand these things. At the event I wanted to ask you, but it seemed too personal a question for a public setting. Maybe you have someone in your life who served. Maybe you're just extraordinarily observant. Either way, thank you for seeing us, those of us who came back different than we left. I'll be reading the rest of your books now, all of them. Respectfully, Jay." He read it over once, folded it and sealed it in an envelope before he could second-guess himself. Tomorrow he'd drop it off at Sea Pages as Abby had suggested. The next morning, as Jack was leaving to deliver the letter, he spotted Harper coming out of her cottage, arms full of books and papers, struggling to lock her door. Without thinking, he jogged over to help. "Let me," he said, taking the stack from her arms so she could find her keys. "Oh, thank you." She seemed flustered, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. "Just bringing some work home for the weekend." "Research?" he asked, nodding at what appeared to be historical reference books. She blinked in surprise. "Yes, actually. For the summer reading program, we're doing a historical theme." As she successfully locked her door, Jack returned the stack to her arms, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him, something about her eyes. "I read that book," he said suddenly. "The one you recommended, LL Moon." Harper's cheeks flushed pink. "Oh, did you... was it... It was excellent," he said. "I'm going to read more of her work." A smile transformed Harper's face, making her look younger, less reserved. I'm glad. Her writing is special. There was an event last night at Sea Pages, a masked meet and greet with the author. It was interesting. Oh? I didn't know, Harper said, not quite meeting his eyes. How was it? Jack studied her for a moment. Revealing in some ways. She seems thoughtful, smart. Harper nodded, shifting the books in her arms. Well, I should get these inside. Thanks for your help. Any time, Jack said, watching her hurry back to her door. There was something about her voice just then that had niggled at the back of his mind, a cadence that seemed familiar. Shaking off the thought he headed to Sea Pages to deliver his letter. Harper closed her door and leaned against it, heart racing. Jack had been at her event. He'd liked her book. He thought L.L. Moon was thoughtful and smart. The strange double life she'd been leading suddenly felt more complicated than ever. As Harper Lennox, she could barely string together a coherent sentence around Jack Maddox. As L.L. Moon, or as Carly at the masquerade, she'd had a real conversation with him, had connected with him in a way she'd only dreamed about. Her phone rang, Margot's name flashing on the screen. The event was a triumph, Margot crowed without preamble. Abby says everyone loved you, and we've already seen a spike in pre-orders. We should do more of these, all exclusive, mysterious. It's perfect branding. It was intense, Harper admitted, sinking onto her couch. But yes, I think it went well. Tell me everything, Margot demanded. Any standout moments? Interesting questions? Harper hesitated. There was a man there, a veteran. He said my portrayal of military experience was accurate. It was validating. That's what I've been telling you. Your work resonates because it feels authentic, even when you're writing about experiences you haven't had personally. You have that rare gift of emotional insight. But it wasn't just emotional insight, Harper thought as she ended the call. It was 3 years of watching Jack Maddox, of cataloguing his expressions, his movements, his rare smiles. It was imagining his life before Windmere Cove, creating scenarios that explained the shadows in his eyes. She'd built her most successful characters on the scaffold of a man she barely knew. Was that creative genius, as Margot suggested, or was it a strange one-sided intimacy that bordered on invasion of privacy? The question haunted her as she tried to focus on her historical research. By mid-afternoon she gave up and decided to walk to Sea Pages to see if Abby had any insights from the event that might help her make sense of her conflicted feelings. The small bookstore was busy with Saturday shoppers. Abby spotted her and waved her over to the counter. "Harper, just the person I wanted to see." Abby reached under the counter and pulled out an envelope. "This came for L.L. Moon this morning. I thought you might want it right away." Harper stared at the envelope, labelled simply L.L. Moon. The handwriting was bold and angular, masculine. "It's from him, isn't it?" Abby whispered, leaning forward. "Your hot neighbour who couldn't take his eyes off Carly last night." "We don't know that," Harper protested, but her racing pulse suggested otherwise. "Did he say anything when he dropped it off?" "Just that he hoped it would reach you. He seemed earnest." Abby studied Harper's face. "You're really into him, aren't you? This isn't just a crush on the guy next door." Harper sighed, tucking the letter into her bag. "It's complicated. I hardly know him in real life, but I feel like I understand parts of him that maybe no one else does. It's why my characters work. They're pieces of him, filtered through my imagination." "Well, now you have a way to know the real him," Abby said, nodding, at Harper's bag where the letter lay hidden. "This could be the start of something, Harper. A real connection, not just one in your head." Harper wasn't so sure, but she thanked Abby and left, the letter burning a hole in her bag all the way home. Once inside, she made tea, arranged herself on the window seat, and carefully opened the envelope. By the time she finished reading Jack's letter, tears were streaming down her face. The raw honesty of his words, The vulnerability he'd shown to a person he believed was a stranger, it moved her in ways she hadn't expected. She hadn't been wrong about him. The man she'd imagined, the one who inspired Commander Stone and her other heroes, was real. But he was also so much more complicated, more genuine, more wounded and hopeful than any character she could create. Without allowing herself to overthink it, Harper took out a sheet of her personal stationery, cream-coloured with a small lighthouse embossed in the corner, a gift from a library patron, and began to write. Dear Jay, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for your service, but more importantly, thank you for trusting me with your thoughts about coming home, about the challenges of returning to a world that seems to operate on different rules than the one you left. I don't have direct experience with military service. My understanding comes from research, from listening, and perhaps from a kind of emotional empathy that has always allowed me to imagine my way into others' experiences. But nothing I write has the legitimacy of lived experience. So your confirmation that I got some of it right means more than you know. You mentioned struggling with simple conversations with someone you'd like to know better. I understand that feeling, though from a different angle. I'm a naturally reserved person. In my daily life, I often find myself tongue-tied around others, especially people I admire or am drawn to. It's ironic that I can write thousands of words about the most intimate human connections, yet sometimes fail to make small talk in real life. Perhaps that's why writing is so freeing. On the page, we can be our best, most articulate selves. We can say the things we wish we could say out loud, like this. Thank you for seeing me, not just LL Moon, the author with a mysterious persona, but the person behind the words who is trying, just like you, to make sense of human connection in all its beautiful complexity. Warmly, L. Harper sealed the letter before she could reconsider. Tomorrow she'd take it to Abby for delivery back to Jack. It was a risk, revealing even this much of herself, but something about Jack's honesty demanded honesty in return, and thus began a correspondence that would change everything. Over the next 3 weeks, Harper lived in 2 parallel worlds that were increasingly difficult to keep separate. In one world, she was Harper Lennox, librarian, who now exchanged slightly longer but still awkward greetings with Jack Maddox when they crossed paths. She had progressed from good morning to actual questions like, did you enjoy the Steinbeck? And comments such as, the garden looks nice. Baby steps, but progress nonetheless. In the other world, she was LL Moon, who exchanged increasingly intimate letters with Jay, sharing thoughts, fears and hopes that she'd never expressed to anyone else. Their correspondence had quickly evolved from discussion of her books to deeper reflections on life, purpose, and connection. Jack wrote about nightmares that still plagued him, missions he couldn't discuss but whose weight he still carried. She wrote about her fear of being truly seen, the contradiction of craving connection but fearing exposure. Neither mentioned identifying details. She was careful never to reference her work as a librarian, and he never mentioned Winmere Cove by name, but with each exchange they revealed more of their true selves. Meanwhile, Harper was halfway through writing the next book in her series, and for the first time she felt a twinge of guilt using Jack as inspiration. The man in her imagination was being replaced by the real person she was coming to know through his letters, more complex, more vulnerable, more human than any character she could create. On a rainy Thursday afternoon, Harper was shelving books in the reference section when she heard the library door open. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 10:15, Jack's regular time. She smoothed her cardigan and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before emerging from between the shelves. "Good morning," she said, smiling more naturally than she once had. Jack returned the smile, a real one that reached his eyes, not the guarded half-smile she was used to. "Morning, I finished these," he said, placing 2 LL Moon books on the counter. They were illuminating. Harper's pulse quickened. "You're working your way through her catalogue, I see." "I am." Jack ran a hand through his hair, slightly damp from the rain. "I had some correspondence with her, actually, through the bookstore." "Oh?" Harper hoped her surprise sounded genuine. She's not what I expected. He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. More genuine, less steamy romance novelist, Harper supplied with a small laugh. Jack's eyes crinkled at the corners. Exactly. There's a depth there that surprised me. He hesitated. Have you read her new one, Midnight Reconnaissance? Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. Of course, I ordered it for the library. The main character, Stone, did you notice anything familiar about him? Harper froze, alarm bells clanging in her head. Familiar how? Jack shook his head as if dismissing a thought. Nothing, just something that struck me. He glanced at the new releases section. Anything good come in this week? Crisis temporarily averted, Harper led him to the display, recommending a few titles she thought he might enjoy. As they talked, more easily than ever before, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression softened when he looked at her, how he seemed more present, less guarded. Was it possible that their letter exchange was affecting how he saw her, even though he had no idea that Harper and LL Moon were one and the same? I was wondering, Jack said as she checked out his new selections, if you'd like to get coffee sometime. There's a new place on the pier that's supposed to be good. Harper nearly dropped his book. Coffee with me? A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. If you're interested, no pressure. Yes, she said quickly. I'd like that, very much. His smile then, warm, genuine, a little relieved, sent a flutter through her chest. Great. Saturday morning, around 10? Perfect, Harper agreed, handing him his books. As Jack left, Harper sank into her chair, conflicting emotions washing over her. Joy at the prospect of spending time with him, guilt at the deception that was growing more complicated by the day, and a gnawing fear that when the truth inevitably came out, she would lose both the real connection they were forming and the fantasy one she'd created through their letters. That evening, another letter from Jack arrived via Abby. Harper made herself wait until after dinner to open it, savouring the anticipation. These letters had become the highlight of her weeks, a space where she could be completely herself without fear of judgment. Dear Elle, I did something impulsive today. I asked out my neighbour, the shy librarian I mentioned before. We're getting coffee Saturday. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified I'll say the wrong thing and ruin whatever small progress we've made toward actual conversation. Is it strange that I feel I can talk to you more easily than to someone standing right in front of me? With you, the words flow. With her, I fumble and forget basic English. Yet there's something about her that draws me. A quietness that feels like it's full of thoughts she doesn't share. A sense that there's so much more beneath the surface than she lets people see. In your last letter, you asked what I hope for now that I'm back in civilian life. I've been thinking about it for days. The honest answer is that for a long time, I didn't hope for anything. I came back, inherited my grandfather's house and existed. I renovated rooms, I read books, I went through the motions, but lately I've started to want more. Connection, purpose, maybe even a future that feels like more than just surviving each day. Your books, your words helped with that. They reminded me that broken people can still find wholeness, that the past doesn't have to define everything that comes after. So thank you for that gift, and wish me luck on Saturday. I'll try not to be completely awkward. Yours, Jay. Harper set the letter down, her hands trembling slightly. Jack was developing feelings for both versions of her, the author he corresponded with and the librarian he was getting to know. It was both wonderful and terrible, a dream and a nightmare colliding. She couldn't write back tonight. How could she respond to a letter about himself asking her out? The layers of deception were becoming too complex, the moral ground too shaky. For the first time since their correspondence began, Harper didn't immediately reply. Instead, she opened her laptop and stared at the manuscript of her new novel, the words blurring before her eyes. How had a simple pen name, a private way to express herself without judgment, turned into this elaborate double life? And more importantly, how could she find her way back to honesty without losing Jack in the process? Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, as if the universe were offering perfect weather as compensation for Harper's internal turmoil. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on a simple blue dress that Abby had once told her brought out her eyes. Contacts instead of glasses, hair down instead of up. Small changes that made her look more like Carly from The Masquerade without being obviously different from her everyday self. The coffee shop on the pier was a charming converted boathouse with large windows overlooking the water. Harper arrived 5 minutes early, but found Jack already there, securing a table by the window. He stood when he saw her, that warm smile appearing again. "You look nice," he said as she sat down. "Thank you," Harper replied, hoping the blush she felt wasn't too obvious. "So do you." It wasn't just politeness. The blue Henley he wore matched his eyes, and he seemed more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. Conversation flowed more easily than she'd expected. They discussed books, he was making his way through the classics he'd missed while enlisted, music, they discovered a shared appreciation for jazz, and local history. Harper knew all about the town's past as a smuggler's haven, which fascinated Jack. "I've lived next door to you for 3 years, Jack said as they finished their second coffees, and I feel like I'm just now meeting you." "I'm not very good at people," Harper admitted. "Books are easier. They don't judge if you say the wrong thing." Jack nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I get that. When I first got back, crowds were impossible. Conversations felt like tactical operations, too many variables, too much that could go wrong." He paused. "It's better now. Some days are still hard, but overall, better." "What helped?" Harper asked, genuinely curious despite already knowing parts of the answer from his letters. "Time, routine," he looked out at the water, "and recently, finding connections that matter, remembering how to be human again." The way he looked at her then made Harper's heart ache with both joy and guilt. There was interest there, warmth, the beginning of something that could be wonderful if it weren't built on a foundation of half-truths and omissions. "Can I ask you something?" Jack said suddenly. "It might seem strange." Harper nodded, a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. "Have you ever heard Me LL Moon?" For a moment Harper couldn't breathe. Yes, of course. I order her books for the library. They're quite popular." Jack studied her face. "There's something familiar about her writing, something I can't quite place." He shook his head. "Sorry, that probably sounds crazy." "Not crazy," Harper managed. "Many readers feel a personal connection to writers they enjoy. It's the magic of good writing. It feels like it's speaking directly to you." "It's more than that," Jack insisted. "There are phrases, insights. It's as if she knows things she couldn't possibly know." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harper had described in her most recent novel. "Anyway, I'm probably reading too much into it." Harper knew she should let it drop, but something pushed her to ask, "Have you read all her books now?" "Almost. And I've been writing to her through the bookstore. We've been corresponding for a few weeks." "Oh? What do you write about?" Harper held her breath, waiting for his answer. Jack's expression softened. "Everything. Nothing. Life. It's the strangest thing, writing to someone I've never properly met, yet feeling like she understands me better than people I've known for years." The guilt Harper had been carrying crystallized into resolution. This had gone too far. She couldn't continue deceiving him, not when he was opening up to her, to both versions of her, with such honesty. "Jack, Sorry," he interrupted, looking embarrassed. "I didn't mean to go on about it. It's just been unexpected, finding that connection through letters." Harper swallowed the confession that had been on the tip of her tongue. Not here, not now. This needed to be done carefully, thoughtfully. "I understand," she said instead. Sometimes the written word allows for a kind of honesty that's harder face to face. Exactly. The smile he gave her then was so full of warmth that Harper knew whatever came next she had to find a way to tell him the truth, even if it meant losing him. As their coffee date ended and Jack walked her home, their hands occasionally brushing, Harper made a decision. She would write one more letter as LL Moon, a letter that would begin the process of revealing the truth, whatever the consequences. Dear Jay, I've started this letter a dozen times, and each attempt feels inadequate. How do you tell someone that you've been less than honest? That what began as a small omission has grown into something that keeps you awake at night? You asked in your first letter how I could understand so well what it feels like to come home from war. The truth is, I don't. Not from personal experience, but I do understand what it means to live a divided life, to present one face to the world while keeping another hidden. My pen name wasn't meant to become a deception. It was protection, a way to express some parts of myself I couldn't share as the person I am in daily life. But as LL Moon became successful, the division grew. Now I find myself in an impossible situation, connected to someone in two separate ways, neither of them fully honest. I need to tell you something important, something that may change how you see me and these letters we've shared. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only the chance to explain in person. If you're willing to hear me out, come to See Pages this Friday at 7 p.m. No masks this time, just truth. With hope, L. Harper read the letter one last time before sealing it, her hands trembling slightly. She'd chosen her words carefully, revealing enough to be honest without giving away everything in writing. Some truths needed to be spoken face to face. Abby had agreed to close the bookstore early on Friday to give Harper and Jack privacy for what promised to be a difficult conversation. Now all Harper could do was deliver the letter and wait, the knot in her stomach growing tighter with each passing day. On Thursday morning, Harper was shelving new arrivals when she heard the library door open. Jack's distinctive footsteps approached, and she steeled herself to face him, unsure what his reaction to her letter had been. "Good morning," she said, turning with a smile she hoped didn't betray her nerves. "Morning." His expression was unreadable. "Got a minute to talk?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course, let me just—" She finished shelving the book in her hand and led him to the small reading nook at the back of the library, away from the few morning patrons browsing the shelves. "Is everything okay?" she asked as they sat in adjacent armchairs. Jack studied her face for a long moment. "I got a strange letter from LL Moon yesterday. She wants to meet in person, says she hasn't been honest with me." Harper's pulse hammered in her ears. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Because of the pen name, the anonymity?" Harper asked carefully. "Partly." Jack leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Also because of you." "Me?" Her voice came out higher than she intended. "This thing between us, coffee, conversations, getting to know each other, it matters to me a lot." His eyes held hers, sincere and direct. "And these letters with LL Moon, they've meant something too. It's confusing to feel connected to two different people at the same time." Harper's heart ached with the irony of his words. Maybe they're not as different as you think." Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" It was now or never. Harper took a deep breath. "Jack, I need to tell you something important. The library door chimed, and Martha, Harper's elderly assistant, appeared at the end of the aisle. "Harper, dear, the school group is here for the reading hour. 33rd graders waiting in the children's section." Harper closed her eyes briefly, frustration washing over her. "I'll be right there, Martha." She turned back to Jack. "I'm sorry, I have to—" "It's okay," he said, standing. "We can talk later." "Friday," Harper said impulsively. "Are you free Friday evening?" Jack's expression shifted, something like suspicion crossing his features. "Friday at 7? Harper nodded. her heart racing. "Please come. It's important." He studied her face for a long moment. "Harper, are you—" "I have to go," she said, rising quickly. "But please, Jack. Friday at 7 C Page's bookstore. I'll explain everything." Before he could respond, she hurried away, leaving him standing alone in the reading nook, confusion evident in his expression. The next day and a half were among the longest of Harper's life. She checked her phone obsessively, half expecting a message from Jack, though they'd never actually exchanged numbers. She jumped every time the library door opened, but Jack didn't return. By Friday evening, Harper was a bundle of nerves as she walked to C Page's. Abby had arranged the store much as she had for the masquerade event, but more simply, just 2 comfortable chairs facing each other in a quiet corner, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on a small table between them. "He'll come," Abby reassured her, squeezing her shoulder before leaving. "And it'll work out. He cares about you. Both versions of you." Harper smiled weakly. "Thanks for everything." As Abby's car pulled away, Harper poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands. It was 6:55 p.m. She sat in one of the chairs, smoothing her dress, the same deep blue one she'd worn to the masquerade, a deliberate choice to help Jack make the connection. At 7:10, there was still no sign of him. Harper's hope began to fade. He wasn't coming. He'd figured it out and was too angry, too hurt to face her. At 7:22, just as she was about to give up, the bookstore door opened. Jack stood there, his expression guarded as he took in the scene. The empty store, the wine, Harper, in her blue dress. "You came?" she said softly, standing. "You knew I would," he replied, closing the door behind him. "You're her, aren't you? LL Moon." Harper nodded, her heart in her throat. "Yes." Jack moved closer, his eyes never leaving her face. "I suspected after I got your letter. Things started falling into place. The way you both use certain phrases, the timing of the masked event, how much LL Moon seemed to know about me in her books." "When did you know for sure?" Harper asked. "I didn't. Not until just now." He stopped a few feet away from her. "Were you ever going to tell me if I hadn't started to figure it out?" "Yes," Harper said firmly. "That's why I wrote the letter, why I asked you to come tonight. I couldn't keep lying to you, not when you were being so honest with me, both as Harper and as LL Moon." Jack was quiet for a long moment. "Why the deception? Why not just tell me from the beginning?" Harper gestured to the chairs. "It's a long story. Will you sit, please?" After a moment's hesitation, Jack nodded, taking the seat across from her. Harper poured him a glass of wine, which he accepted but didn't drink. "I never meant to deceive you specifically," she began. "The pen name came first, years before you moved to Windmere Cove. I was teaching literature at a small college then, shy, insecure about my writing. LL Moon was protection, a way to separate my professional life from what I thought would be a small, private, creative outlet." "But it wasn't small for long," Jack said. Harper shook her head. "No. The books took off and suddenly maintaining my anonymity became crucial. I moved here for the privacy, for a fresh start where no one knew me as either person. Then you moved in next door and what?" Jack prompted when she paused. Harper met his eyes. "And you became my muse, the quiet, guarded neighbour with ghosts in his eyes. I started writing characters inspired by what I imagined your story might be." A flicker of discomfort crossed Jack's face. "You wrote about me without knowing me." "Yes," Harper admitted, "and I'm sorry for that. It was presumptuous and unfair. But then I got to know you, through our letters, through our conversations at the library and over coffee, and I realised how much more complex, how much more human you are than any character I could create." Jack was quiet, processing her words. "At the masquerade event, when we talked, You knew exactly who I was. Yes, and I was terrified you'd recognize me, but also thrilled to finally have a real conversation with you without my usual shyness getting in the way. So, Carly was what? A performance? There was a hint of hurt in his voice. No, Harper said quickly. That was me. A version of me without the barriers I usually put up. Just like LL Moon in our letters was me, being more honest and open than I've ever been with anyone. Jack took a sip of his wine, his expression thoughtful. You've been living a double life all this time? Triple, actually, Harper said with a sad smile. Harper the shy librarian, Carly the confident woman at the masquerade, and LL Moon the successful author who writes the words I can't say out loud. But they're all me, Jack. Different facets of the same person. And which one was falling for me? The directness of his question took her breath away. All of them, she whispered. That's why I had to tell you the truth. Because I couldn't bear to keep lying to someone I... She trailed off, unable to say the words. Someone you what? Jack pressed, leaning forward. Someone I'm falling in love with, Harper finished, her voice barely audible. Jack was silent for what felt like an eternity. Then slowly, he reached across the table and took her hand in his. I have one more question. Harper nodded, her heart pounding. Anything. Letter you wrote me after the masquerade, was that real? Were those your true feelings or just part of the act? Every word was real, Harper said without hesitation. I've never been more honest than in those letters, Jack. That's the irony of all this. I had to hide behind a pen name to show you who I really am. Jack's thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. I understand that better than you might think. It's sometimes easier to be brave on paper or behind a mask. Are you angry? Harper asked softly. I was, he admitted. When I first suspected, I felt betrayed, used even. But then I reread our letters and realised that whatever name you were using, the connection between us was real. He paused. I'm still processing all this, Harper. It's a lot to take in. I know, and I'll understand if you need time or if you can't forgive the deception. Jack studied their joined hands. I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance. Through your books, your letters, you somehow found a way past those defences. That matters more to me than the name you used to do it. Hope bloomed in Harper's chest. So where do we go from here? Jack finally smiled, that rare, genuine smile that had always made her heart skip. I think we start over. No masks, no pen names, just Jack and Harper, getting to know each other for real this time. He stood, still holding her hand, and pulled her gently to her feet. Harper Lennox, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I'd like to properly meet the woman behind the words that helped me find my way home. Harper felt tears of relief sting her eyes. I'd love that, Jack Maddox. As he drew her into his arms, Harper felt the walls between her separate selves beginning to dissolve. She wasn't Harper or Carly or LL Moon. She was all of them and more, a whole person finally brave enough to be seen. Jack's lip met hers in a kiss that felt like both a beginning and a homecoming. When they parted, his forehead resting against hers, he whispered, I think our story might be even better than the ones you write. Harper smiled up at him, no longer hiding. Then let's write it together, one page at a time. Outside C. Page's bookstore, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, while inside 2 people who had spent years living in shadows finally stepped into the light, ready to discover what happened after happily ever after when the real story was just beginning. The end. Velvet Curtains and Vinyl Dreams. London, 1977. The air tasted of diesel and discontent. The kind of summer when pavement softened underfoot and revolution hung in the atmosphere like an unplayed chord. Roxanne Wilde stared at her reflection in the filthy backstage mirror, barely recognising the woman glaring back. Half her makeup was sweated off, revealing the constellation of freckles she'd tried to bury. Her eyes, ringed in smudged coal, looked hollow. 3 shows in 2 days, no sleep, bad speed, worse whiskey. 5 minutes, Rox, her bassist Matty shouted through the door. The Snarls were opening for The Clash tonight, their biggest gig yet, and she felt nothing but dread. Rox ran her tongue over her chipped front tooth, souvenir from a stage dive gone wrong last month. The crowd had parted like the Red Sea, leaving her to meet the concrete floor face first. Tonight's venue, the Roxy, was packed with industry vultures. One more fuck-up and they'd be back playing pubs in Hackney for pints instead of pounds. She crushed her cigarette against the mirror, watching the ash slide down like dirty tears. "Let's disappoint some people," she muttered. The stage lights hit her like an accusation. Too bright, too exposing. The first chord from Matty's bass vibrated through the floorboards. Drummer Sully picked up the beat. Too fast, the nervous idiot. Their guitarist Bex, steadier than the rest, found the rhythm somewhere in the middle. Rox wrapped her hands around the microphone stand like it was the neck of someone she hated. The first verse flowed like battery acid from her throat, all corrosion and burn. By the chorus, something had shifted. The crowd surged toward the stage, 100 bodies moving as one organism. But halfway through their third song she spotted him. Suit jacket despite the heat, Cuban heels, notebook in hand. Another fucking A&R man looking for the next Sex Pistols, the next cash cow to milk dry. He wasn't even watching her. He was writing something down, dismissing them before they'd even finished. Something snapped inside her like a guitar string wound too tight. Rox grabbed her warm beer from the amp, took a swig and spat it directly into the microphone. The feedback screeched like a wounded animal. "Enjoy the fucking audition," she snarled, dropping the mic with a thunderclap of reverb. She flipped 2 fingers at the crowd and stalked off stage, ignoring Matty's desperate grab for her arm. Backstage, their manager Cecil was already red-faced, veins standing out on his forehead like worms after rain. "You just committed career suicide, love," he hissed, breath reeking of gin and disappointment. "That was Malcolm fucking Davies from Elektra Records." Rox laughed, the sound as sharp as broken glass. "Good. Save me the trouble of doing it myself." She pushed past him, through the fire exit, into the alley where rain had begun to fall. The water mixed with her mascara, black tears streaming down her cheeks. She wasn't crying. It was just London, weeping for another dream gone sour. 3 days later, Cecil summoned her to his office above a betting shop in Soho. The stairs creaked a warning with each step. "You're fucking joking," she said when he told her. "Alejandro Reyes. He produced that Fever Dream album everyone's lost their minds over. 3 Grammys. He wants to meet you." "I don't need some wanker in expensive shoes telling me how to sound more commercial." Cecil leaned forward, desperation etched into the lines around his mouth. "The rest of the band is ready to replace you, Rox. One more chance, that's all you've got." The cafe was neutral territory, neither his world nor hers. Alejandro Reyes was already seated when she arrived, deliberately 20 minutes late. He stood when she approached, a gesture so old-fashioned it momentarily disarmed her. Close up she noticed his eyes first, amber, watchful, amused, not at all what she expected. "Ms. Wilde," he said, his accent warming the edges of her name. "Thank you for coming." "Didn't have much choice," she replied, dropping into the chair across from him. "And it's Rox. Nobody calls me Ms. Wilde except the magistrate." His smile was slow, revealing a slightly crooked incisor that humanized what would otherwise have been intimidating perfection. "I was at your show." the abbreviated one. Wasn't my finest hour. Actually, I disagree. He slid his notebook across the bell. May I be honest with you? She shrugged, reaching for his coffee instead of her own, taking a deliberate sip. He didn't react. Your band is adequate. Your songs are better than most. But your voice? He paused, searching for words with a precision that suggested English was not his first language. Your voice is a wound that hasn't healed. People will listen because they recognize their own pain in it. Rox narrowed her eyes, studying him for the mockery, the manipulation, the angle. She found none. So what's your pitch, Mr. Reyes? Make me a star, get me on top of the pops, new clothes, new teeth, new attitude? Alejandro. Or Alex. He leaned back, regarding her thoughtfully. And no, I want to make a record that matters, not a collection of singles, not background noise, something that captures this moment, all the fury and fear and possibility. Despite herself, curiosity flickered to life inside her. And why me? There's a dozen singers out there with better technique. Technique, he scoffed softly. I can't produce honesty. Either it's there or it isn't. You have it. The waitress appeared with more coffee. Rox noticed Alex's hands as he reached for the cup. Long fingers, a musician's hands, a thin white scar across the right knuckles. What's the catch, she asked. Total commitment, 30 days in studio, no distractions, no exits, just the music. And my band? They'll be there. But this isn't a democracy. In that room, you and I make the final decisions. Rox laughed. The first genuine one in weeks. They'll hate that. Cecil will hate it more. Is that a problem for you? She considered him, the stranger offering salvation packaged as collaboration. Everything about him should have repelled her. His calm authority, his success, his obvious wealth. Yet something in those amber eyes spoke of battles fought in private, of understanding earned through blood. When do we start? She asked. His smile widened, reaching his eyes this time. We already have. The blackout studio earned its name honestly. No windows, no clocks, just 4 walls of sound-dampening material and enough equipment to capture lightning in a bottle. Or explode trying. By day 7, they'd established an uneasy rhythm. The band arrived at noon, recorded until dusk, then left Rox and Alex to dissect, rebuild and argue until dawn threatened. Her bandmates were sceptical but cooperative. The advance from Electra had that effect. Again, Alex said, his voice calm through the control room speaker, but this time mean it. Rox glared through the glass partition. She'd been singing the same verse for an hour, her throat raw, patience evaporating. I meant it the first 15 times, she snapped. You performed it. Different thing entirely. She yanked off her headphones. If you want bloody perfect, go find some session singer who'll yes sir you to death. Alex emerged from the control room, moving with that deliberate grace that made her simultaneously want to slap him and watch him walk away. 7 days, and she still couldn't decide if she respected or resented him. The song is about betrayal, he said, approaching the microphone where she stood. About realizing the person you trusted is a facade. I know what my own fucking lyrics mean. Do you? He was close enough now that she could see the stubble darkening his jaw, smell the coffee and cigarettes on his breath. Show me. What? Show me what betrayal feels like to Roxanne Wilde. His voice dropped lower. Not the performer. You. Her pulse quickened, anger and something else mixing in her veins. You think I'm holding back? I think you're hiding, even while screaming at the top of your lungs. The silence between them hummed with tension. Finally, she snatched the lyric sheet from the music stand and tore it to pieces. Roll the tape, she ordered. Alex held her gaze for 3 heartbeats before turning back to the control room. Moments later, the intro began again, Bex's guitar slicing through the quiet. Rox closed her eyes, forced herself back to that morning. Not the stage dive, not the drug-fueled benders, but earlier. Mother standing in their kitchen, suitcase already in the car, leaving 13-year-old Roxanne with a father who used his fists to punctuate sentences. "It's better this way," she'd said. "You understand, don't you, darling?" The verse erupted from someplace visceral, primal, not sung but exorcised. When the final note faded, she opened her eyes to find Alex watching her, his expression unreadable. Through the speakers, his voice, "That's the one." Later, after the others had gone, Rox found him hunched over the mixing desk, sleeves rolled up, revealing forearms corded with tension. The room was thick with smoke and concentration. "You should sleep," she said from the doorway. He glanced up, eyes bloodshot but alert. "Can't. Not when we're this close." "To what? Breaking through?" He gestured at the chair beside him. "Listen." She sat, accepting the headphones he offered. The playback started, her voice, stripped of effects, laid bare over the simplest arrangement they'd recorded. Her stomach clenched. It was too exposed, too honest. "I hate it," she said automatically. Alex's mouth quirked. "No, you don't. You're afraid of it." "Don't tell me what I feel. Then stop lying about it." He swiveled to face her, his knee brushing hers. "That's the thing about microphones, Rox. They amplify the truth and the lies equally. The listener always knows the difference." She looked away first. "Go. Stay." The word surprised them both. After an awkward beat, he added, "There's more to hear." Against her better judgment, she remained. One track led to another. Critical analysis softened into philosophical debate, then meandered into personal history. The bottle of tequila he produced from a cabinet didn't hurt. "Miami," she repeated after he mentioned it. "Is that home?" Something shadowed his expression. "Was. Not anymore." "What happened?" "Politics, family, the usual destroyers of paradise." He took a swig directly from the bottle. "My father backed the wrong side. When things got dangerous, he sent me to relatives in New York. He and my mother stayed, said they'd follow." The unspoken end to that story hung in the air. "I was supposed to become a concert pianist," he continued, surprising her. "Had been training since I was 4. My father sacrificed everything for those lessons." Rox tried to imagine his hands, now manipulating knobs and sliders, dancing across piano keys instead. It fit. "Why didn't you?" "I did. For a while. But classical music," he hesitated. "It wasn't enough anymore. Too structured. Too safe. After what happened in Cuba, I needed something that acknowledged chaos." "So you started producing rock instead?" "Jazz first, then rock. Music that embraces imperfection." His gaze found hers. "What about you? Was punk your first rebellion?" She smiled wryly. "Hardly. Been disappointing authority figures since primary school." "And your parents?" "Mother left. Father drank." The classic tragic backstory. She reached for the tequila. "Boring, really." "Is that why you won't sing about it directly?" "Because it's boring?" She shot him a warning look. "We're not in session anymore, producer man." He raised his hands in surrender, but his eyes still saw too much. Dawn found them on the floor of the studio, surrounded by empty cigarette packets and scribbled notes. Rox had dozed off, her head somehow finding his shoulder. She woke to his gentle nudge, momentarily disoriented by the intimacy of his expression in the half-light. "You should see this," he whispered. Through the control room window, London was emerging from darkness, the skyline silhouetted against a crimson sky. "You said there were no windows in this place," she murmured, still half asleep. There's always light somewhere if you know where to look. His hand rested lightly on her back, warm through the thin fabric of her t-shirt. We've been hiding down here like moles. I like moles, underrated creatures. His laugh was soft, close to her ear. Perhaps today we should try recording above ground, the roof maybe. And risk people actually seeing us? She turned to face him, suddenly aware of how near he was, how isolated they'd been for days. Dangerous proposition. Something changed in his eyes. A recognition. A decision made. His hand moved to her cheek, thumb brushing her lower lip. I'm beginning to think danger might be the point. The kiss, when it came, was not what she expected. Not aggressive, not tentative, but questioning. An exploration rather than a conquest. Her fingers found his hair, surprisingly soft. A crash from the outer studio shattered the moment. Cecil's voice boomed down the hallway. Anyone alive in this tomb got the contracts. Alex pulled back, his expression a mixture of frustration and amusement. Always an interruption. Rox stood, straightening her clothes, pulse still hammering. Probably for the best. Mixing business with whatever this is, messy. You like messy, he countered. It's your entire aesthetic. She couldn't help but laugh. Touché, maestro. But as Cecil burst in, waving paperwork and talking advances, the look that passed between them promised the conversation wasn't over, merely paused, like tape waiting to resume. 16 days in, and the album was taking shape. A strange, beautiful monster stitched together from rage and tenderness. 4 tracks completed, 3 more close. Rox had never worked so hard or felt so alive. The tabloids had caught their scent. Punk Princess Rox in studio lockdown with Cuban Casanova, screamed one headline. Cecil had taped it to the refrigerator, claiming all publicity was good publicity. Rox had drawn horns and a moustache on her grainy photo. She and Alex hadn't discussed the kiss. Neither denied it had happened, neither pushed for a repeat performance. Instead, they circled each other warily, their creative partnership intensifying even as they maintained careful physical distance. Until the night they recorded Beneath the Underground. It started as a throwaway track, a bass-heavy dirge Matty had written after a particularly bleak bender. But Alex heard something in it, insisted they develop it further. Under his guidance, it evolved into something hypnotic, menacing, beautiful. "One more take," he called through the speaker. "From the bridge." The band groaned. It was past midnight. They'd been at it for hours. "Last one," Rox promised. "Then we're opening that bottle of Macallan that Cecil thinks he hid." Bex counted them in, her guitar slicing through the heaviness of Matty's bass line. Sully's drums kicked in, military precise, and Rox let the lyrics flow. Words she'd scrawled at 4 a.m. about underground stations and lovers who meet in darkness, and the things buried beneath cities and skin. Something electric happened in the final chorus, a perfect alignment of sound and meaning and emotion. When the last note died, silence filled the studio, the kind of silence that follows revelation. Through the glass, she saw Alex with his head bowed, hands gripping the console. When he looked up, his expression was nakedly vulnerable. "We're done, he said simply. Everyone go home. Bex and Sully didn't need to be told twice. Matty lingered, eyeing Rox with concern. "You coming?" "Later. Need to hear the playback." After they left, she found Alex still at the console staring at nothing. "That bad, huh?" she asked, trying for lightness. "You know it wasn't." His voice was rough. "Then what's wrong?" He ran a hand through his hair, dishevelled from hours of work. "Do you know why I wanted to record that track?" She shook her head. "Because it scared me." He finally looked at her. "The lyrics, like you've been reading my thoughts." "Oh, Alex." "No, it isn't." He stood, moved toward her with the focused intention that characterized everything he did. You wrote about standing on platforms, watching trains go by, never boarding, about living under the weight of all you've buried. She swallowed hard. Poetic license. Bullshit. He was close now, close enough that she could see the gold flecks in his eyes. You wrote my life. The constant leaving, the fear of staying, all of it. Maybe I just understand you better than you think. Something broke in his expression. He reached for her, and this time there was nothing questioning about his kiss. It was hunger and recognition and relief all at once. Her back hit the wall, his hands in her hair, her leg hooking around his waist. They didn't make it further than the leather couch in the control room, a tangle of half-removed clothing and desperate touches. Their coupling was like their arguments, intense, unchoreographed, revelatory. In the aftermath, sprawled across his chest, Rox felt oddly peaceful. "We should have done that 2 weeks ago," she murmured against his skin. His laugh rumbled beneath her ear. "We would have killed each other." "Possibly." She traced the scar on his knuckles. "How did you get this?" "Piano lid. I was 7 showing off, not paying attention." She pressed her lips to the old wound. "And this?" Her fingers found a small puckered mark near his collarbone. His hesitation was brief but noticeable. "Cigarette. An old friend who didn't know his own strength." She recognized the lie but didn't press. Everyone had secrets, scars they protected. God knew she had her share. They dozed off as dawn approached, tangled together on the too small couch. She woke to the sound of him humming quietly, composing in his head even half asleep. "I don't believe in forever," she said abruptly. His eyes opened, focus immediate. "I know. This, us, it's just part of the process, the album. If that's what you need to tell yourself." No judgment in his tone, only understanding. She sat up, suddenly self-conscious. "I should shower, the others will be here soon." He caught her wrist gently. "Rox, it's okay to be afraid." "I'm not. We all are. That's why we make music. To be brave for 3 minutes at a time." She pulled away, gathering her scattered clothing. "Very profound. You should needlepoint that on a pillow." His smile was sad but knowing. And there she is, right on cue. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing gets too close. Nothing gets too real. The Roxanne Wilde defense mechanism." She yanked on her jeans, anger flaring. "Don't psychoanalyze me. You don't have the qualifications. I have the evidence." He sat up, unself-conscious in his nakedness. Every time you create something authentic, you sabotage it with a joke or an insult or exit strategy. Every single time. "Maybe you're terrified of being abandoned again, so you leave first." The words hit with physical force. She grabbed her boots, needing escape. "That's it," he continued, relentless now. "Run, like always." She whirled on him. "What do you want from me, Alex? Some big emotional breakdown, tears and confessions and promises? That's not who I am." "No? Then who are you?" Because the woman who wrote those lyrics, who sang that song last night, she knows exactly who she is, and she's fucking magnificent. Rox froze, caught between fury and a dangerous, unfamiliar hope. Before she could respond, the studio door buzzed. Through the small security monitor they could see Matty and Bex waiting outside, unusually early. "Saved by the bell," she muttered. But as she moved to let them in, Alex caught her hand one last time. "This conversation isn't over." She met his gaze steadily. "Yes, it is. We've got an album to finish. That's all that matters now." His expression hardened, professional once more. "As you wish, Miss Wilde." The distance in his voice shouldn't have hurt. She'd asked for it, after all. But as she buzzed in her bandmates, Rox felt something precious slipping away. A connection exposed then severed, like a cable cut mid-recording. Day 23, 3 tracks left, a week to finish, and the atmosphere in the studio had curdled. It wasn't outright hostility. In some ways, That would have been easier. Instead, Alex and Rox maintained a chilly professionalism that fooled no one. They spoke through technical jargon and third parties. Tell Rox the second verse needs another take. Ask Alex if he wants more reverb or just enjoys wasting everyone's time. The band watched this tennis match of passive aggression with varying degrees of concern and irritation. Only the undeniable quality of the recordings prevented mutiny. Then Malcolm Davies from Elektra arrived unannounced, bringing chaos in his pinstriped wake. "Loving what I'm hearing," he announced after a playback session, his voice too loud for the small control room. "Absolutely transformative, but..." Rox tensed. In her experience, everything before the but was meaningless flattery. "I'm concerned about commercial viability. Beneath the Underground is brilliant, but 7 minutes long. Radio won't touch it. And velvet curtains. Bit morbid for the mainstream, isn't it?" "That's rather the point," Alex said, his tone neutral, but his posture rigid. "This isn't a mainstream album." "Everything's mainstream if it sells, darling." Malcolm's laugh was practiced, hollow. "Just need a few tweaks. A radio edit of Underground, perhaps trim a verse from Velvet, and we'll need a proper single." "A single?" Rox repeated flatly. "Something catchy, rebellious, but, accessible." Malcolm mimed quotation marks around the last word. "You lot can whip something up, can't you? We've got the full release schedule to consider." Alex glanced at Rox, the first direct look they'd shared in days. A silent communication passed between them, unexpected unity in the face of this common enemy. "We'll discuss it," Alex said carefully. "Marvellous." Malcolm checked his watch. "Keep me updated. Ciao, darlings." The moment the door closed behind him, the explosion came. "Absolutely fucking not," Rox snarled. "I won't butcher the songs for radio play." "Agreed," Alex said. "The album stands as is." Their solidarity lasted exactly 17 minutes, right until they started discussing how to tell Elektra to piss off without losing the contract. "We deliver as promised, then stand our ground," Alex argued. "Bollocks to that," Rox countered. "We tell them now. If they walk, they walk." "And the band loses everything. Your career, over before it started. Better than being castrated for commercial appeal." She paced the room like a caged animal. "You're supposed to be this great visionary producer. Where's your artistic integrity now?" His eyes narrowed. "Don't question my integrity. I've been protecting this album and you from day one." "Protecting me?" She laughed bitterly. "That's rich. You think this is the first time Elektra's tried to interfere? I've been running interference while you've been throwing tantrums and pushing away anyone who gets too close." The band, watching this escalation with alarm, began making discreet exits. Only Matty remained, his expression troubled. "If you two are finished," he interjected, "I might have a solution." They both turned to him, surprised. "We give them a single," he continued. "Not from the album. Something separate. A bone to throw while we keep the real work intact." The idea hung in the air, oddly reasonable amid the emotional chaos. "It could work," Alex admitted reluctantly. "Great," Rox said, her voice brittle. "You two sort it out. I need air." She grabbed her jacket and escaped before either could respond. Outside, London was enjoying a rare, perfect evening. Warm air, clear sky, streets alive with possibility. Rox walked without direction, letting the city's rhythm calm her frayed nerves. 3 streets later, she realised Matty was following her. "Subtle as a brick, aren't you?" she called without turning. He jogged to catch up. "Someone had to make sure you didn't disappear, again." "I'm not the disappearing type." "No? What about that week after the tour when no one could find you? Or when that journalist asked about your father and you vanished mid-interview?" She shot him a warning look. Point made. They walked in silence for a block before he spoke again. What happened with you and Reyes? And don't say nothing, because I've known you too long. Creative differences. Try again, she sighed, stopping at a corner shop to buy cigarettes. We got too close. I backed off. He took it personally. End of story. Matty accepted a cigarette, studying her as they continued walking. You know what your problem is, Rox? You think being wounded makes you special. Newsflash. We're all fucked up. Difference is, some of us still try. Trying leads to disappointment. Not trying leads to regret. He stopped, forcing her to face him. That bloke looks at you like you're both salvation and destruction, and you're too scared to see if he's right. Since when are you a romantic philosopher? Since I watched my best friend sabotage the best thing that's happened to her, because she's afraid it might actually work out. The accusation landed with uncomfortable precision. Before she could formulate a sufficiently cutting response, a ragged cry echoed from a nearby alley. They exchanged glances and hurried toward the sound. In the narrow passage between buildings, a boy of perhaps 16 was curled on the ground, 2 older men standing over him. One held a wallet, clearly not his own. "Oi!" Matty shouted. "Back off!" The men looked up, assessed the odds, and apparently decided 2 angry punks weren't worth the trouble. They tossed the wallet onto the boy's huddled form and sauntered away with practiced nonchalance. Rox crouched beside the trembling teenager. Blood trickled from his nose, and a bruise was already forming around his left eye. "You all right, love?" He nodded shakily, clutching his recovered wallet. "Let's get you patched up," she said, helping him stand. "Our studio's just round the corner." Back at Blackout, they found the others gone, only Alex remaining. His expression shifted from surprise to concern at the sight of the injured boy. "First aid kit's in the back," he said without preamble, leading them to the small kitchenette. As he efficiently cleaned the boy's cuts, Rox explained what had happened. The teenager, Danny, gradually relaxed, even managed a smile when Alex offered him tea in a chipped mug that read, "Sound engineers do it with better frequency." "You're them, aren't you?" Danny asked suddenly. "From the papers, the band and the producer." Rox exchanged glances with Alex. "Guilty as charged." Danny's eyes widened with recognition. "My sister loves your last single, the one about council estate dreams or whatever." "Concrete visions," Matty supplied, though council estate dreams is actually better. "She's gonna freak when I tell her I met you." Danny winced as he touched his swollen lip. "If I tell her, Mum'll go mental if she finds out I got jumped." "Where do you live?" Alex asked. "Hackney, near the Marshall estate." Rox raised an eyebrow. "Bit far from home, aren't you?" Danny shrugged, then winced at the movement. "Came to leave demo tapes at record shops. I make music too. Well, try to." "At your age, I was still figuring out which end of the guitar to hold," Matty said. "Can I?" Danny hesitated. "Would you listen to something? Just one track?" The question hung in the air. Rox glanced at Alex, who nodded almost imperceptibly. "Why not?" she said. "Not like we were being productive anyway." Danny pulled a battered cassette from his jacket pocket. Alex took it gently, examining the handwritten label before inserting it into the studio deck. What emerged from the speakers was raw, unpolished, and undeniably alive. A bedroom recording of distorted guitar and drum machine, over which Danny's voice, stronger than his slight frame suggested, sang of escapes planned but never executed. When it ended, silence filled the room. Danny stared at his scuffed boots, braced for rejection. "It's rough," Alex said finally, "but there's something there." "The chorus needs work," Rox added. "But the bridge, that bit about standing at the junction, that's good." Danny's face split into a grin despite his swollen lip. "Really? Really?" Matty confirmed. "Reminds me of early Clash demos." Alex leaned against the console, something thoughtful in his expression. Do you have more? 20 minutes later, they were still listening, offering critiques and suggestions as Danny soaked up every word. His youth and earnestness cut through the tension that had dominated the studio for days. When Alex offered to help him re-record a track properly after we finished this album, the gratitude in Danny's eyes was almost painful to witness. Later, after they'd pooled money for a taxi to send him safely home, Rox found herself alone with Alex in the control room. "That was decent of you," she said. "The offer to help him?" He shrugged. "Someone did the same for me once. A debt repaid." Still, she hesitated. Listening to his songs, it was a good reminder of why we're doing this. For the wide-eyed teenagers with bedroom recordings, for the music that saves us. She met his gaze directly for the first time in days. "I don't want to fight anymore. I don't recall starting the fight." "No, but you pushed. Hard. Because I saw what you could be if you stopped hiding." The familiar defensiveness rose in her chest, but Danny's unguarded enthusiasm was still fresh in her mind. She swallowed her reflexive retort. "Maybe you're right." His eyebrows lifted in exaggerated shock. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I think I hallucinated." A reluctant smile tugged at her lips. "Don't be a wanker. I'm trying here." "I know." His expression softened, "and I appreciate it." Another silence, less hostile than before, but still charged with unresolved emotion. "About what Malcolm said," she began. "Already handled. I called Cecil, explained our position. The album stays intact or we walk. And Cecil is doing what he does best, negotiating while pretending to agree with everyone." She laughed, the sound breaking the last of the tension between them. Poor Cecil, stuck between rock stars and suits. "You consider yourself a star already?" "I consider myself a rock, at least." She moved closer, testing the waters. "Hard, cold, difficult to move." "Not how I describe you." His voice dropped lower. "Stubborn? Yes. Cold? Never." The air between them shifted, possibility returning like a needle finding its groove. But before either could act, the studio door opened, revealing Bex and Sully, arms laden with takeaway bags. "Peace offering," Bex announced. "Chinese food and a resolution. Whoever mentions Electra or singles or anything business-related buys a round at the pub." "Deal," Rox said, moving away from Alex with a backward glance that promised continuation. They ate cross-legged on the studio floor, passing containers and trading stories, the band's solidarity beginning to heal. When Alex's phone rang, he excused himself to the control room. Rox watched him through the glass, noting the sudden stillness in his posture, the tight grip on the receiver. When he returned, his expression was carefully blank. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Fine. Just some news from home." He managed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Let's get back to work. We've lost enough time." She knew deflection when she heard it, was an expert practitioner herself, but didn't press. Whatever demons Alex was wrestling, they would wait their turn. Right now, the album needed finishing, and the fragile peace between them needed protecting. That night they recorded until dawn, capturing a Frosty that had been missing in recent sessions. As the last note faded, Alex looked at her through the glass, exhaustion and exhilaration mingling in his eyes. "That's the one," he said, echoing his words from weeks ago. "That's the heart of it." And Rox, for once, didn't argue, because he was right. The last day of recording dawned grey and expectant, like London itself was holding its breath. 29 days of creative fury had produced 10 tracks, 9 for the album, 1 sacrificial single for Electra to push on radio. They'd worked through the night, fueled by caffeine and the desperate energy that comes with looming deadlines. Now, as morning light filtered through the dusty skylight, they gathered for the final playback. No commentary until the end, Alex instructed, his voice hoarse from lack of sleep. Just listen. The whole thing, start to finish. He'd sequenced the tracks himself, building like a narrative arc from the caustic opening salvo of concrete visions through the winding emotional terrain of the middle cuts, ending with the understated devastation of Beneath the Underground. It was a journey through rage to revelation, chaos to clarity. Rock sat on the floor, back against the wall, eyes closed. Beside her, Bex and Sully leaned against each other, exhausted but attentive. Matty perched on an amplifier, fingers unconsciously tapping rhythms on his thigh. Cecil arrived halfway through, slipping in quietly for once, his usual bluster subdued by the obvious gravity of the moment. Alex stood at the mixing desk, making minute adjustments, his focus absolute. Only Rox noticed the tension in his shoulders, the way he kept checking his watch. As the final notes of Beneath the Underground faded into silence, no one spoke. The album had left them wordless, emptied out. It was Cecil who finally broke the spell, clearing his throat. "Well," he said, "I think we've got something special here." The understatement of the century. Rox met Alex's eyes across the room, a world of unspoken understanding passing between them. They'd done it, created something that would outlive both of them, something that mattered. The next hours passed in a blur of technical details and paperwork. Matty, Bex and Sully left for a celebratory lunch that would inevitably become a celebratory bender. Cecil departed to deliver the master tapes to Elektra, promising champagne upon his return. Left alone in the studio, Rox found Alex in the control room staring at the empty reels. "Feels strange, doesn't it?" she said. "Like the first day after a tour. All that build-up, then nothing." He nodded, not turning around. Postpartum depression, studio edition. Dramatic as ever, she moved beside him, studying his profile. The strain around his eyes was more pronounced up close, fatigue etched into every line. "You should sleep. Later. Still work to do." "Alex." She touched his arm, forcing him to look at her. "It's done. We did it." Something shifted in his expression. Decision made or accepted. Did we ever? He reached into his jacket pocket, withdrew an envelope, and handed it to her. Inside was a single airline ticket. Miami, departing that evening. "What's this?" she asked, though she already knew. "I got a call 2 days ago. My father's health..." He trailed off. "I need to go back, just for a while." The familiar tide of abandonment rose in her chest, but she fought it down. Of course, family first. Doesn't change anything about the album, the hard part's done. "When were you planning to tell me?" "I'm telling you now." He ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. "I was going to mention it after the playback, but then everything was perfect, and I didn't want to ruin the moment." She wanted to be angry, it would be easier, but found she couldn't muster the energy. 29 days in this underground sanctuary had changed her in ways she was only beginning to understand. "Does Elektra know?" "Cecil does. He'll handle the label." Alex hesitated. "I spoke with Malcolm about you." "About me?" "Your solo potential." She blinked, caught off guard. "What solo potential? I'm with the Snarls." "For now, but you're going to outgrow them, Rox. We both know it." "That's not fair." "It's not about fair, it's about what's true." He moved closer, his gaze intense despite his exhaustion. "You have something rare. Don't waste it trying to fit into someone else's idea of what you should be." "Is that what this month was about? Grooming me for a solo career?" "No." His voice was firm. "This month was about making the best fucking album possible. Which we did." He took her hands in his. "What happens next is up to you." The touch of his skin against hers brought memories flooding back. Creative arguments that lasted until dawn. the unexpectedly tender way he tucked her hair behind her ear during a late-night recording session, the taste of tequila on his lips. "And what about us?" she asked, the question she'd been avoiding for weeks. "What happens next there?" His smile was bittersweet. "That depends. Do you believe in international phone calls?" "I believe in finishing what we start. Then we're not finished, just on pause." He pulled her closer. "I'll be back in London by the time the album releases, 3 months give or take." It wasn't a promise, not exactly, but it was more than she'd expected from either of them, an acknowledgement that whatever had sparked between them deserved exploration. Cecil's return interrupted the moment. He burst through the door with his usual lack of subtlety, brandishing champagne and news. "They love it. Absolutely mental for it. Release date confirmed for November. Full promotional budget." The celebration that followed felt surreal, disconnected. Rox went through the motions, accepting congratulations, discussing plans, all while acutely aware of the ticking clock. Alex's flight left in hours. When it was time for him to leave, they stepped outside together, the rare sunshine feeling like a cosmic joke. "So," she said, hands shoved deep in her pockets. He tilted her chin up with gentle fingers. "Remember what I told you that first day? About your voice being a wound that hadn't healed?" She nodded. "I was wrong. It's not the wound, it's the healing itself." His thumb brushed her lower lip, a callback to their first kiss. "Keep singing, Roxanne Wilde, even when it hurts, especially then." The taxi arrived, an unwelcome punctuation mark. One kiss, brief but intense, and he was gone, Miami-bound with promises to call that both knew might not withstand distance and time in separate lives. 3 months later, Velvet Curtains and Vinyl Dreams released to critical acclaim and modest commercial success. The Snarls became underground darlings, respected if not quite famous. The sacrificial single even managed radio play, introducing their sound to unsuspecting commuters across Britain. Rox kept every review, every mention in a folder on her nightstand. Not for herself, she rarely read them twice, but for when he returned. If he returned. The promised phone calls had come at first. Transatlantic static, punctuating conversations that grew increasingly formal, increasingly brief. His father's condition had stabilised but required ongoing care. Miami studios had offered him projects he couldn't refuse. London seemed increasingly distant in his descriptions. By the 4th month, the calls stopped altogether. Release day had been November 17th. By March, Rox had accepted that the album would be their only collaboration. She'd moved on, or convinced herself she had. The Snarls were recording again, with a different producer, a different sound. She'd cut her hair, changed her look. Life continued its relentless forward motion. Until the night she found herself at the studio again. Blackout, now renovated with Electra money, but still essentially the same underground bunker where they'd created magic. She hadn't planned to go there. Her feet had simply carried her, muscle memory guiding her through London's tangle of streets on the anniversary of that first disastrous gig, the one where she'd spat beer and stormed off stage and unknowingly set her life on a new trajectory. The security guard recognised her, let her in with a nod. The place was deserted, too late for the day shift, too early for the night owls. She wandered through the control room, fingers trailing over equipment that had once seemed so intimidating. The leather couch was gone, replaced by something sleek and uncomfortable looking. The ashtrays had disappeared, smoking now banned indoors, but the acoustics remained the same, that perfect balance of reflection and absorption that made every sound feel immediate, present. She sat at the mixing desk, closed her eyes, and could almost hear his voice through the monitors. Again, but this time mean it. The soft click of the door opening barely registered until a familiar voice broke the silence. "I should have called first." Her eyes flew open. Alex stood in the doorway, thinner than she remembered. hair longer, but unmistakably him. "You should have called at all," she replied, proud of how steady her voice remained despite the earthquake beneath her ribs. "Fair point." He stepped into the room, keeping a careful distance. I wanted to, but it felt increasingly impossible to explain. "Try me." He set down a battered leather case, the same one he'd brought to their first meeting. "My father died 2 months ago." "I'm sorry." She meant it. After that, I had decisions to make about where I belong. His gaze held hers. I kept coming back to this room, to what we made here. And what was that exactly? You know what. He moved closer, stopping just beyond reach. "I've listened to our album approximately 300 times. It holds up." Despite herself, she smiled, modest as ever. Not modest, accurate, another step. "I've been offered a production deal here. Permanent position, London-based." Her pulse quickened, but wariness kept her rooted to the spot. "Congratulations. I haven't accepted yet." "Why not?" "Because I wanted to ask you something first." He closed the final distance between them. "Would you be interested in a different kind of collaboration? What did you have in mind?" Her voice betrayed her, catching on the final word. "Dinner, for a start. Somewhere with actual windows and no recording equipment." His smile was tentative, genuine. "I thought maybe we could try being normal people for a change." "Normal?" She tested the word, found it didn't fit either of them. "I don't think that's in our repertoire." "Then something authentic, something real." He held out his hand. "What do you say, Roxanne Wilde? One more track?" She looked at his offered palm, remembering every argument, every breakthrough, every moment of connection they'd shared in this underground sanctuary. For once, she didn't search for the escape route, didn't prepare for disappointment. Instead, she took his hand. "I suppose we could try a different arrangement," she said, allowing herself to be pulled to her feet. "See how it sounds." His other hand found her waist, drawing her closer. "I've always been partial to duets." Outside, London continued its chaotic symphony, traffic and voices and the distant thrum of music from neighbouring clubs. But in the studio where they'd once created something eternal, Rox and Alex began composing something new, something unrecorded, but no less real, something worth the risk of hearing even if it hurt. The end. Aliyah Rahman's camera flashed as she captured the ancient mosaic tiles of Marrakesh's Bahia Palace. The midday sun glinted off her press badge as she scribbled notes about the corruption scandal she was investigating, one that linked Moroccan officials with British business interests. At 32, she had built her reputation on stories that crossed borders and challenged power. "Last shot, Miss Rahman," her fixer Hamid warned. "The minister's people are watching." She nodded, tucking her notebook away. "Got what I needed anyway." 3 days later, Aliyah's London flat welcomed her with familiar silence. She dropped her bags in the entryway, kicked off her boots, and headed straight for the shower. The hot water washed away 2 weeks of desert dust and the tension of navigating political sensitivities. Morocco had yielded a story that would expose corruption at the highest levels, another career milestone. Her phone buzzed with a text from her mother. "Dinner tonight. Important family matter." Aliyah sighed. Her parents' important family matters typically involved introducing her to eligible Pakistani doctors or engineers. At her age, she had mastered the art of polite rejection. "Journalism is my marriage," she told her reflection in the steamy mirror. "The truth is my beloved." The Rahman family home in Ealing smelled of cardamom and saffron, her mother's biryani, reserved for celebrations. Aliyah felt a flutter of unease. "Beta, you look tired," her mother said, kissing her cheek. "Morocco was good?" "It was productive," Aliyah replied, following her mother to the living room where her father sat with an unfamiliar older man. "Aliyah, this is Farid al-Nasri," her father said, standing, "an old family friend." The man's eyes crinkled as he smiled. "At last we meet. You have your grandmother's spirit in your eyes." "My grandmother?" Aliyah looked to her parents. "I don't understand." Her father gestured for her to sit. "There are things we haven't told you about our family history, Aliyah. Things that were arranged long before you were born." The story unfolded like fiction. Her maternal grandmother had once saved the life of a young prince from Al-Ruhaya. In gratitude, the royal family had promised an alliance through marriage in a future generation. That promise had remained dormant for decades. "Until now," Farid said, producing an envelope bearing a royal seal. "Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez has accepted the terms of the alliance. He will honour the promise made to your family." Aliyah laughed, then stopped when no one joined her. "You can't be serious. Arranged marriages to sheikhs. That's the plot of paperback romances, not real life." "It is our tradition," her mother said quietly, "and there is honour in it." "Honour?" Aliyah stood, blood rushing to her face. "It's 2025. I have a career, a life. You've always supported my independence. How could you agree to this?" Her father's voice remained steady. "We agreed you would meet him. Nothing more." "And if I refuse?" "The choice is ultimately yours," Farid interjected smoothly. "But Sheikh Zahir requests the courtesy of an introduction before you decide. 1 week in Al-Ruhaya. 1 week. 7 days to refuse a medieval arrangement face to face." Aliyah crossed her arms. "And then I can return to my life with no consequences." "With our blessing," her father confirmed. Aliyah stared at the ornate invitation. Her journalistic instinct whispered that there was more to this story, something worth investigating. Fine, 1 week. The flight to Al-Ruhaya passed in a blur of research. Aliyah devoured information about the small but wealthy kingdom, known for its oil reserves and strategic position. Sheikh Zahir had ascended the throne 3 years ago after his father's death. Western educated, intensely private, and reportedly married to his duties. Few photographs existed of him, and those that did showed a stern, imposing figure at formal functions. From her window seat, Aliyah watched the landscape transform from azure Mediterranean waters to vast rolling dunes. Al-Ruhaya emerged from the desert like a mirage, ancient sandstone walls embracing gleaming modern architecture. A sleek black car awaited her on the tarmac. No customs, no passport control. The privileges of entering as a royal guest made her uncomfortable. "Miss Rahman," the driver bowed slightly. "Welcome to Al-Ruhaya." The palace complex rose from the heart of the capital city, its domes and minarets glowing gold in the setting sun. Aliyah's journalistic eye noted security details, architectural features, the blend of tradition and technology. She mentally composed the opening paragraph of the article she would never publish. The kingdom of Al-Ruhaya exists in 2 times at once, anchored in centuries of tradition while reaching for an ultra-modern future. A woman in elegant traditional dress met Aliyah at the palace entrance. "I am Samira, your guide during your stay. You must be tired from your journey. I'll show you to your quarters." "Actually," Aliyah replied, "I'd like to meet Sheikh Zahir first. That's why I'm here, after all." Samira's polite smile never wavered. "His Highness will receive you tomorrow at the formal welcome ceremony. Tonight is for rest." The suite prepared for Aliyah was larger than her entire London flat, all cream marble and azure accents, with a balcony overlooking fragrant gardens. A closet had been filled with clothing in her size, both Western and traditional styles. "The presumption," she muttered, running her fingers over fine silks and linens. She unpacked her own clothes instead. Practical, professional attire suitable for facing down a sheikh, who thought he could claim her through some ancient pact. Sleep eluded her. Aliyah stood on the balcony, breathing in the desert night. The stars seemed impossibly bright, the air scented with jasmine and mystery. Below, a solitary figure walked through the gardens, a tall man in simple white thobe, his face hidden in shadow. He paused beneath her balcony, as if sensing her presence, then continued on, disappearing among the cypress trees. Morning arrived with sunlight streaming through gossamer curtains and the distant call to prayer. Aliyah dressed in her most authoritative outfit, black trousers, crisp white shirt, gold hoop earrings that had been her grandmother's, armour for negotiation. Samira appeared precisely at 8, her expression revealing nothing when she saw Aliyah's Western attire. His Highness awaits you in the Blue Hall. The palace corridors told stories in their architecture, ancient patterns beside contemporary art, history and conversation with the present. Aliyah memorised the route, a journalist's habit. 2 massive doors swung open to reveal the Blue Hall, a breathtaking space with soaring ceilings adorned with intricate geometric patterns in varying shades of indigo and azure. At the far end, a man stood with his back to her, gazing out floor-to-ceiling windows at the city below. Samira announced, "Miss Aliyah Rahman, Your Highness." The man turned, and Aliyah's prepared speech evaporated. Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez was not the stern, bearded autocrat she had imagined. Instead, she faced a man perhaps a decade her senior, with intelligent eyes the colour of amber, features cut from desert stone, and an expression of guarded curiosity. He wore a modern suit rather than traditional robes, the only indication of his status a subtle gold pin at his lapel. "Miss Rahman," he said in perfect English, the barest hint of an accent lending musicality to his words, "welcome to Al-Ruhaya." Aliyah forced her voice to remain steady. "Thank you for the invitation, though I must clarify that I'm here only to respectfully decline this arrangement in person." Something flashed in his eyes. Amusement? Irritation? It vanished too quickly to interpret. Directness. Refreshing. He gestured to a seating area of low couches. "Shall we discuss this over tea, or would you prefer to catch the next flight to London?" She hesitated, pride battling curiosity. Tea would be acceptable. As they sat, the differences between them materialized in stark relief. His movements were measured, deliberate, hers quick and decisive. He embodied calm authority. She radiated restless energy. Oil and water, earth and air. "I understand this situation is unexpected," he said, as an attendant silently served tea. "Unexpected?" Aliyah gave a short laugh. "It's medieval. I have a career, independence. I don't need or want marriage, especially not one based on some ancient promise." "Yet here you are," he observed, "when you could have refused without making the journey." The observation struck uncomfortably close to her own thoughts. Why had she come? Professional curiosity, cultural respect, or something deeper she couldn't yet name? "I wanted to understand," she admitted, "and to make clear that while I respect my family's traditions, I cannot be bound by them." Sheikh Zahir studied her face. "Tell me, Miss Rahman, what do you know of royal duty? I know it's often used to justify choices that benefit those in power." His expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted. "Then perhaps during your stay, you might expand your understanding. My offer remains open for the week. Consider it research, if you prefer." The challenge in his voice caught her attention. Aliyah had never backed down from a story, and Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez was certainly that, a complex narrative waiting to be understood. "1 week," she agreed, "but my answer won't change." "Perhaps not." He rose with fluid grace. "But by its end, I suspect we'll both understand much more about why we were brought together." As Aliyah followed Samira back to her quarters, She couldn't shake the feeling that she'd just agreed to something far more complicated than a polite cultural visit. Whatever game the Sheik was playing, she intended to master its rules before he could claim victory. 3 days into her stay at the palace, Aliyah had established a routine. Mornings were spent observing palace life, afternoons exploring the carefully approved sections of the grounds, evenings enduring formal dinners where Sheikh Zahir was unfailingly polite but ultimately distant. Like planets in separate orbits, they circled without collision. Until the 4th morning, when Aliyah slipped away from Samira to explore the eastern wing, the only area expressly forbidden to her. The heart must have its mysteries, Samira had said cryptically when Aliyah questioned the restriction. The eastern corridors were quieter, the decor more intimate. Family quarters, perhaps? Aliyah moved silently, her journalist's instinct for discovery overriding caution. A partially open door revealed a room unlike any she'd seen in the palace. Walls lined with books, comfortable furniture worn with use, windows overlooking a private garden of roses. A personal retreat, not a stateroom. Curious as well as defiant, Sheikh Zahir's voice came from behind her. An interesting combination. Aliyah turned, chin raised. If you want someone to follow rules blindly, you've chosen the wrong woman. Have I chosen at all? He approached slowly. Or are we both caught in circumstances not of our making? In the intimate space she noticed details she'd missed before. A scar at his temple, the slight asymmetry of his features that made him human rather than an icon. His eyes held exhaustion that his posture denied. This was your father's room, she guessed, noting old photographs on a desk. Surprise flickered across his face. Yes. How did you know? The books are older. The furniture hasn't been replaced with each fashion trend. It feels preserved rather than maintained. He studied her with new interest. You see much for an outsider? That's my job, seeing what lies beneath the surface. She gestured to a leather journal on the desk. You write here. Poetry, he admitted, an indulgence with no place in state matters. May I? She nodded toward the garden beyond the windows. Without waiting for permission, she stepped through the French doors into an explosion of colour and fragrance. Roses of every hue climbed trellises and spilled over stone pathways. At the centre stood a marble bench beneath an ancient olive tree. My mother's creation, Sheikh Zahir said, following her. She found peace here that eluded her elsewhere. It's beautiful. Aliyah touched a deep crimson bloom. Why hide it away? Some treasures are too personal for public display, his voice softened, like grief. The unexpected vulnerability caught her off guard. For a moment she glimpsed the man beneath the crown, someone who carried losses he couldn't publicly mourn. I write about my mother sometimes, she offered. Small memories, the scent of her perfume, how she hummed when she cooked. You understand then, it wasn't a question. Their eyes met, a moment of genuine connection that startled them both. Later that afternoon, a package arrived at Aliyah's suite, a leather-bound journal with a note in elegant script. For your observations. Not all stories need publication to matter. Z. That night Aliyah began recording her impressions of Al-Rahaya, of palace life, of the enigmatic man who moved through his kingdom with the weight of tradition on his shoulders. Not for publication, but for understanding. She wrote about the duality she observed, a nation balancing heritage with progress, a ruler caught between duty and desire, her own conflict between independence and connection. The next day brought a sandstorm that painted the sky orange and confined everyone to the palace. Restless, Aliyah ventured to the library, where she found Sheikh Zahir reviewing documents. Miss Rahman, he acknowledged her. Our meteorologists predict the storm will pass by evening. I apologise for the confinement. I'm used to waiting out hostile conditions, she replied, browsing the shelves, though usually in less luxurious surroundings. He set aside his papers. Tell me about your work." To her surprise, he listened attentively as she described her investigations: corporate malfeasance in Southeast Asia, human trafficking networks in Eastern Europe, environmental crimes in South America. He asked thoughtful questions about her methods, her ethics, her boundaries. "You pursue truth regardless of consequence," he observed. "I admire the principle, though I question its practicality in governance." "Truth may be inconvenient, but concealing it only delays the inevitable," she countered. "Like an arranged marriage." His sudden directness surprised her. Exactly like that. She met his gaze steadily. "You need a traditional bride who will uphold your customs without question. I'm not that woman." "What makes you so certain of what I need?" There was genuine curiosity in his voice. Before she could answer, his chief advisor Kareem entered with urgent news. Flooding in the northern province required immediate attention. Zahir transformed before her eyes from contemplative man to decisive ruler, issuing clear directives about emergency response and resource allocation. "You'll excuse me," he said to Aliyah as he prepared to leave. "Duty calls." "May I come?" The request surprised them both. "I've covered natural disasters before. I might have useful perspective." He hesitated, then nodded. "If you wish." They spent the next 12 hours in the Crisis Command Center, where Aliyah observed Zahir working tirelessly, consulting experts, comforting displaced citizens via video calls, allocating resources without bureaucratic delay. He moved between Arabic, English and French as needed, his focus unwavering. Near midnight, when the immediate crisis had stabilized, Aliyah brought him coffee. "Your people trust you," she said. "I can see why." Exhaustion lined his face. Trust is earned daily. One misstep could erase years of work. "Is that why you continue this marriage arrangement? To maintain trust in traditions?" He considered her question carefully. "Partly. But there are political dimensions you don't yet understand. Tribal alliances that keep peace. Expectations I cannot simply dismiss. Even at the cost of your personal happiness. Personal happiness is a luxury for private citizens." He looked at her directly. "What about you, Aliyah? You move between worlds, exposing truths, then disappear to your London flat. No roots, no obligations that cannot be postponed for a story." The observation stung with its accuracy. "I have freedom." Freedom can be another word for isolation. His voice held no judgment, only recognition. "We've chosen different prisons." The statement lingered between them, a truth neither had voiced before. In the days that followed, something shifted. Formal dinners gave way to private meals where they debated philosophy, politics, ethics. He showed her his charitable projects, schools for girls in remote villages, microfinance programs for women entrepreneurs, environmental restoration efforts. She shared her investigative methods, her ethical frameworks, her vision for journalism that created meaningful change. On her 6th night in Al Ruhaya, the palace hosted a diplomatic reception. Aliyah found a traditional gown among the clothes provided, midnight blue embroidered with silver stars, elegant yet modest. She wore it with her grandmother's earrings, a bridge between her worlds. When she entered the grand ballroom, conversations paused. She felt eyes tracking her movement, curiosity, judgment, speculation. The weight of scrutiny made her understand, fleetingly, what Zahir experienced daily. He found her on a terrace seeking respite from the crowded room. "You honour our traditions while remaining distinctly yourself," he said, approaching. "Few can balance that edge so gracefully." Music drifted from inside, a traditional orchestra playing a contemporary arrangement. "Would you dance?" he asked. "Or is that too conventional for an unconventional arrangement?" "I think we've established I'm willing to try new experiences." She accepted his outstretched hand. They moved together with surprising harmony, his formal training complementing her natural rhythm. The diplomatic audience watched with approval. The Sheik and his potential bride, the embodiment of tradition embracing modernity. "They're writing our story already," Aaliyah murmured. "Let them write," he replied. "We know the truth is more complex." Her heart quickened at the intimacy in his voice, the warmth of his hand at her waist. This wasn't in her carefully constructed plan for polite rejection. Later that night, sleepless, she wrote in the journal he'd given her, honest reflections about connection, fear, possibility, about a man who carried a kingdom's future while honouring its past, about her own reluctance to belong anywhere or to anyone. What she didn't know was that within hours those private thoughts would become dangerously public. "Zahir, you must address this immediately." Karim's voice carried down the corridor as Aaliyah approached the council chamber. She paused, hearing her name. "The British journalist mocks our traditions, our values in writing." Aaliyah's blood ran cold. Her journal. But how? She entered without announcement. "What's happening?" The room fell silent. Sheikh Zahir stood at the head of the table, his expression unreadable, a tablet computer before him. Around him, advisors and tribal elders watched her with open hostility. "It seems your observations about Al-Ruhaya have found their way to British tabloids," Zahir said, his voice carefully controlled. "Your private assessment of our backward marriage traditions and gilded cage monarchy makes for sensational reading." "That's impossible," she protested. "I haven't published anything." "Yet you wrote it." He turned the tablet toward her. There on the screen were her words, not as she had written them, but selected fragments stripped of context, assembled to create maximum offence. Her nuanced reflections on the complexities of tradition versus progress had been twisted into condemnation. Her private musings about Zahir's isolation beneath his crown now read as mockery. "This isn't... I didn't..." She struggled to find words. "These are from my private journal. They've been edited, taken out of context. A journal you brought into my home, writing observations like some anthropologist studying primitive cultures." The coldness in his voice cut deeper than anger would have. "No, I was trying to understand, to see beyond my own perspective." She looked around the room, meeting hostile stares. "Someone stole my private writings and manipulated them." An elder spoke in Arabic. Zahir responded, then addressed her in English. "Sheikh Rahman suggests you planted these observations intentionally, that perhaps you came as a journalist first, bride second." The accusation struck with precision. Hadn't she initially approached this arrangement with journalistic detachment, recording, analysing, maintaining emotional distance? "I came because I was asked to," she said, her voice steadying. "I stayed because I found something worth understanding. Those words were never meant for publication." Yet here they are. Zahir's expression hardened. The damage is done. Social media had already erupted. False Bride trended globally. Political opponents called for Zahir to renounce the foreign alliance. Cultural commentators debated whether Aliyah's Western upbringing made her fundamentally incapable of respecting Al-Ruhayyan traditions. "I need to release a statement," she said. "Explain that these were private reflections, taken without consent." "What you need," Zahir interrupted, "is to leave Al-Ruhaya today." The words landed like physical blows. After everything they had shared, the conversations, the growing trust, the moments of genuine connection, he believed she had betrayed him. "Zahir!" She used his name without title for the first time. "Please, let me explain." "There is nothing to explain, Miss Rahman." The formal address created an unbridgeable distance between them. Our arrangement was always contingent on mutual respect. That foundation no longer exists. Pride straightened her spine. She would not beg. "As you wish, Your Highness." 3 hours later, Aaliyah boarded a private jet for London. She left behind the borrowed clothes, the leather journal, and the foolish heart that had begun to imagine a future different from the one she'd planned. Back in her London flat, surrounded by the remnants of her solitary life, Aaliyah mourned what she had lost, not a crown or a kingdom, but the rare connection with someone who had seen her clearly, who had challenged her assumptions while respecting her strength, who had for a brief moment made her question whether freedom and belonging had to be opposing forces. She ignored calls from editors offering exclusive rights to her side of the story. She declined interview requests and speaking engagements about her experience infiltrating a royal palace. She removed herself from social media where strangers debated her motives and character. Instead, she did what she'd always done in moments of crisis. She investigated. Who had access to her journal? Who would benefit from sabotaging the potential alliance? Who moved in both Al Ruhayyan and British media circles? The trail led to Darius Nazim, cousin to Zahir and next in line for the throne if Zahir failed to produce an heir. Darius maintained residences in both Al Ruhayya and London, moved in journalistic circles, and stood to gain significantly from Zahir's embarrassment. Phone records showed calls between Darius and the editor who published the leaked journal entries. Aaliyah compiled her evidence methodically, without emotion. This wasn't about clearing her name or reclaiming what she had lost. This was about truth, the principle she had dedicated her life to serving. When her investigation was complete, she sent a single email to Sheik Zahir's private account, the one she had seen him use during the flooding crisis. No emotional appeals, no defense of her character, just evidence documented with journalistic precision. Subject: relevant information for your review attachment. Darius Nazi evidence.pdf. Then she did the hardest thing of all, she let go. She returned to her work, accepting an assignment in Argentina that would keep her oceans away from thoughts of desert kingdoms and amber eyes. But late at night, when the Southern Cross glittered above the pampas, Aaliyah still found herself writing in an imaginary journal, trying to make sense of how a week in a foreign land had transformed her understanding of herself. Café Ricardo buzzed with midday energy, laptop keys clicking, espresso machines hissing. Aaliyah hunched over her computer, 3 weeks into her investigation of agricultural corruption in Argentina. The story was solid. Corporate land grabs, indigenous displacement, environmental devastation, but her usual fire was missing. "Your coffee's getting cold," said Martine, her local fixer. She looked up, distracted. "Right, thanks." "You've been reading the same document for an hour," he observed. "Something wrong with the evidence?" "No, the evidence is clear. Just as it had been when she sent that file to Zahir, evidence he had apparently ignored, as she had received no response. Not that she expected one. Just thinking through the angles. Her phone vibrated, a London number. Her editor, probably, with questions about her draft. "Rahman," she answered crisply. "Hello, Aaliyah." The voice sent electricity through her veins. "Zahir. I'm in Buenos Aires. We need to talk." 4 hours later, she entered a private dining room at the city's oldest hotel. Rain lashed against leaded glass windows, lending drama to an already surreal scenario. Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez, ruler of Al Ruhayya, stood looking out at the downpour, his back to the door. No entourage, no security detail visible. "How did you find me?" she asked. He turned. The weeks had changed him. New lines around his eyes, a certain weariness in his posture. "You're not difficult to locate when you're investigating a story. You leave footprints." "Why are you here?" "Because I owe you an apology." He gestured to a chair. "Please." Pride wanted her to remain standing, but curiosity won. She sat. "Darius has been removed from succession," Zahir said without preamble. "The evidence you provided proved his involvement in other matters as well. Financial improprieties, political undermining." "I didn't do it for revenge," she said. "I know." He met her eyes. "You did it for truth. It's who you are." The server brought tea, then discreetly disappeared. "I should have trusted you," Zahir continued. I let public opinion and political pressure override what I knew of your character. It was cowardly." The admission stunned her. Rulers didn't acknowledge weakness, especially not to those they had wronged. "Why tell me this now?" Her voice remained steady despite the storm inside her. "The arrangement is broken. We both move on." "Because I can't." The simple declaration hung between them. "Move on, that is." Outside, lightning illuminated the sky, casting his face in stark relief. All defences down, vulnerability exposed. "In your absence, I've come to understand something," he said. "The traditions I've upheld, the obligations I've honoured, they mean nothing if they force me to reject the one person who makes me feel fully alive." Her heart thundered against her ribs. "Zahir, let me finish." He moved to sit across from her. "I don't need a traditional bride who will uphold customs without question. I need a partner who will question everything, including me, who will see the man beneath the crown and hold him accountable, who understands that real respect comes from honesty, not blind obedience." "You're describing a journalist, not a queen," she said softly. "I'm describing you." He reached across the table, his hand stopping short of touching hers. "Come back to Al Ruhaya, not as my reluctant bride, but as my chosen equal. Help me build a kingdom where tradition honours progress rather than fears it." The offer left her breathless. You can't just rewrite centuries of royal protocol. "Can't I?" A smile touched his lips. "I am the Sheik, after all." "Your council would revolt." "Some, yes. Others have seen what your perspective could bring to our future. The schools for girls you suggested, already in development. The press freedom initiatives you outlined, being implemented." Rain drummed against the windows, a counterpoint to her racing thoughts. This was everything she hadn't allowed herself to want. Purpose aligned with passion, independence within connection, a future that embraced all parts of her identity. "I have a career," she said, "stories that matter. I can't abandon that work." "I would never ask you to," he leaned forward. "Your voice matters, Aliyah. Not despite your journalistic integrity, but because of it. And when that integrity leads me to criticize policies you support, then we debate as equals, and the kingdom benefits from our clash of perspectives." He paused. "I'm not offering you a cage, gilded or otherwise. I'm offering you a platform, one with far-reaching influence." She studied his face, searching for hidden agendas, finding only sincerity. The Zahir before her was different from the stoic ruler she'd first met. More human, more vulnerable, yet somehow stronger in his willingness to evolve. "I need time," she finally said. "This isn't a decision to make in one rainy afternoon." "Of course," he nodded. "I return to Al Ruhaya tomorrow. Take whatever time you need. My offer stands regardless." As he rose to leave, he placed a familiar leather journal on the table. "I believe this belongs to you. No one has read it but me, and only with your permission would I do so again." After he left, Aliyah sat for hours, the untouched journal before her, rain painting teardrops on the windows. Back in London a week later, Aliyah walked through her flat with new eyes. The space that had once represented freedom now felt like isolation. Awards on her walls celebrated professional triumphs, but said nothing of personal connection. Her passport bore stamps from dozens of countries, yet nowhere had felt like home, until a desert kingdom had offered her belonging without demanding surrender. She called her parents, expecting resistance when she explained Zahir's new proposal. Instead, her father said, "You have always formed your own path, Beta. If this man sees your strength as an asset rather than a liability, perhaps he's worthy of you after all." Her mother was more direct. "Does he make your heart beat faster when he enters a room?" "Yes," Aliyah admitted. "Then the rest can be negotiated." She consulted mentor journalists who had balanced family commitments with demanding careers. She researched royal consorts throughout history, who had maintained independent identities while supporting their partners. She drafted a framework for how her dual roles might function, journalist and royal partner, each informing the other without compromise. When clarity finally came, it arrived not as a thunderbolt but as quiet certainty. The woman who had walked away from Al Rahaya in humiliation would return on her own terms, not as a reluctant bride fulfilling an ancient obligation, but as a partner by choice in building a future that honoured both their worlds. Aliyah booked a flight to Al Rahaya, then opened her laptop to compose the most important story of her career, one that began with her own transformation. The royal gardens of Al Rahaya bloomed with possibility as Aliyah walked its familiar paths. 1 year had passed since her return, a year of negotiation, adaptation, celebration, and occasional conflict. The transition had not been seamless. Nothing worthwhile ever was. She paused by the rose garden, now open to the public 3 days each week. Children from local schools sketched the flowers, while their teachers explained the garden's history. The royal photographer captured images for next month's feature in Al Rahaya Today, the independent news magazine Aliyah had helped establish. Surveying your handiwork, Zahir appeared beside her, dressed casually by royal standards, a simple linen shirt and trousers rather than formal attire. Our handiwork, she corrected, accepting his kiss. The children's art program was your idea. Inspired by your insistence that palace treasures belong to the people, he slipped his hand into hers. The tribal council meeting finished early. Walk with me. They strolled toward the eastern wing, their private refuge still, though now connected to the public areas by pathways rather than walls. Nervous about tomorrow, he asked. Tomorrow, her first official solo diplomatic mission representing Al Rahaya at a regional women's education summit. A test of her new dual identity, journalist turned royal partner. Not nervous, she replied, but mindful of the balance. I need to honour Al Rahaya's interests while maintaining my journalistic perspective. That's precisely why you're the perfect envoy. He squeezed her hand. You see both the ideal and the practical, progress without erasure of tradition. They reached his father's study, now their shared workspace, where ancient texts sat alongside modern technology, where policy documents mingled with draft articles, where tradition and innovation engaged in ongoing dialogue. On the wall hung a framed front page, a royal partnership for a new era. The photograph showed Aliyah and Zahir on their wedding day, she in a gown that blended Western elegance with Eastern embroidery, he gazing at her with undisguised admiration. Not the fairy tale wedding of royal tradition, but something more profound, an alliance of equals. The media summit sent their agenda, Aliyah said, settling into her chair. They've requested I lead the panel on press freedom in transitional societies. Will that create conflicts with your role here? Zahir asked, though they both knew the answer. She smiled. That's precisely why they asked. The world is watching our experiment, a journalist who maintains her independence while partnered with a ruler. And what will you tell them? He sat across from her, eyes warm with curiosity. The truth, she shrugged. That it's messy and difficult and absolutely essential. That freedom without connection is just another form of isolation. That real change happens in the tensions between opposing forces, not in their elimination. Zahir nodded. The Western papers still call it the unlikely royal marriage. Let them, Aliyah laughed. They expected either my complete assimilation or a dramatic failure. The idea that we could create something new, neither fully traditional nor entirely modern, confounds their narratives. Their partnership had indeed defied all expectations. Aliyah split her time between royal duties and independent journalism, her byline appearing in international publications under her married name, Aliyah Rahman Al-Fayez, a bridge between her identities. Her recent exposé on labour conditions in neighbouring countries had created diplomatic challenges Zahir navigated with skill. never once suggesting she suppress her findings. For his part, Zahir had opened Al Ruhaya's governance without sacrificing its cultural foundations. The Council of Elders now included women for the first time in history. Educational reforms expanded opportunities for girls while honouring family values. Environmental initiatives partnered traditional desert conservation knowledge with cutting-edge technology. The Australian ambassador asked if you'll be attending the climate conference, Zahir mentioned. I told him you'd be covering it as a journalist first, royal representative second. And he accepted that? Not entirely, but he's learning, as they all are. Zahir's expression grew thoughtful. Sometimes I wonder if our ancestors knew what they were doing when they created that alliance between our families. You think they foresaw this? Aliyah gestured around them. Not specifically, but perhaps they understood that bloodlines alone don't ensure a kingdom's future, that sometimes fresh perspective is the most valuable inheritance. A knock interrupted them. Samira, now Royal Chief of Staff, entered with a tablet. Your Highness, the Education Minister needs your approval on the new curriculum, and Miss Aliyah, the editor from The Guardian, is online too. I'll take it in the communications office, Aliyah said, rising. Zahir caught her hand before she left. Dinner tonight? Just us in the garden? I'd like that. She brushed her fingers against his cheek. I have a new essay I want to share with you, about finding home in unexpected places. As she walked the palace corridors toward her office, Aliyah reflected on the journey that had brought her here. The reluctant bride had become a willing partner, not because she had surrendered her independence, but because she'd found someone who valued her strength. The sceptical journalist had discovered that some traditions contained wisdom worth preserving, while some needed evolution to remain relevant. In her office, a space that balanced the aesthetic of Al Ruhaya with the practical needs of a working journalist, she glanced at the framed photo on her desk. Not her wedding portrait, but something more telling. Zahir and herself in working clothes, planting trees in a community garden, laughing together in the sunlight. Not a king and his consort, but partners in the truest sense. The intercom buzzed. The Guardian is holding, and you have the Women's Literacy Foundation at 3, her assistant reminded her. Thank you. Aliyah straightened her shoulders and picked up the phone, ready to bridge worlds yet again. This is Aliyah Rahman Al-Fayez. That evening, as they dined alone beneath the desert stars, Zahir raised his glass. Two unlikely partnerships. Aliyah smiled, clinking her glass against his, and to reluctant brides who find freedom in connection. Above them, the moon illuminated the palace, ancient stone embracing modern additions, just as tradition now embraced progress in the kingdom they were building together. Not without conflict, not without compromise, but with the understanding that the most beautiful gardens grow where different elements meet. In her journal that night, Aliyah wrote words she never expected to believe. Sometimes the story you resist becomes the one that defines you, not because fate demands it, but because in fighting against what you fear, you discover what you truly need. The end.